Oh, yeah. Charles, good morning. Nice to see you, Charles. Who else has got in here today? Early worm getters. One love. All right. Good morning. Get this show on the road. Ah, clean up my station here just a little bit. Well, good morning, Catfish. All right, Rusty. Hello. Good evening to you. I swung traded YAAS. All right. Well, let's go see why. YAAS. Oh, nice. YAAS, folks. Oh, yeah. Nice. Let's take a look at this trench we're in here. Trench you were in. Hold on a second here. Give me just a moment here. All right, here we go. So the first question is, why did they form this trench right here? Mhm. Right there. And what was it? 87 cents, 90 cents, 3 cents, 3 cents up, 3 cents down, 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 up, down, 3 cents up, 3 cents down. Well, once, twice, three, four, five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times. See, 10 times 3 cents is a 30-cent move. And that might not sound like a lot, but when you're doing a price of $1.90, it is. It turns into a 30% gain, folks, right there. Understand? 3 cents at the price of $1 is a 3-cent gain. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 24. See how it works? 21, 24, 27, 30, 33. You're at 30, you're at 36 cents, a 36% gain now. 36% gain. See how they do that? And if you got $100,000, you made $36,000 trading on these two lines. Buy it, sell it, 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 buy it, sell it. You see what I mean? 10 times. Once, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times. And this is 11, and then off it goes. All right, let's look at the 20-day chart on this. Oh, look at that. Holy smokes. Well, good job. Good job, One Love. Thank you for the hearts, everyone. Whoever's doing that, I appreciate it. Well, that looks good. That chart looks good. Now, let me show you something else about this stock, folks. Do you see right here? Look right there, folks. YAAS. Okay? YAAS. Take a look right here. Now, I want you to look closely at this. You see where this is? See the white line? See where that white line is and where it's stopping right there? Let me ask you a question. Have you ever seen it stop here before on the way down? Did it stop there? No, it did not stop there on the way down. And it is most likely not going to stop here on the way up either. Understand? It's most likely going to go to this price right here. Minimum right there. And here's where you sell a lot of shares right there. And then if it breaks over this line, then it's going to go all the way back up to this line right here, folks. All right. If it breaks that line, it's going to go to this line. A lot of herking and jerking there. And then after this line, it goes all the way up to here. And then, of course, it goes up to here. Now, what I'm showing you here, folks, is called mirror trading. The way it came down is the way it goes up. All right. Now, this thing fell, by the way, this far. Notice in a pre-market, low volume pre-market drop. And then during the day, let's go look at the volume. Well, look at all the red selling there, red selling there, red heavy selling while the market was open right there that day, while it was open. Heavy selling. Okay. So I'm going to guess there's not many people that own this stock from here down to here. All right. A lot of selling. So probably not a lot of shares here between here and here. All right. So from this point right here, look at the mirroring. Look at the mirror, folks. Here's the middle of the mirror right here. Hold on. Right about here is the middle of the mirror. Right there. Right there is the middle of the mirror. See this drop, this drop, this drop, this drop. In the middle of the meter, the distance is about the same distance to the drop there. See that drop right there? That's this drop, folks. Then this climb is this climb. And then this herk and jerk is this herk and jerk. And then this drop right here is this drop. Do you understand? Then this rode up to here. You can see it rode up here. They tried to mess around with it right there. They messed around with it right there. And then it took off. After they messed around over here, then it took off. Folks, this is called mirroring, okay? And what I'm trying to get at is if it mirrors what's going on over here, if it mirrors that, it's not going to stop right here. But when this 5-day average line, that would be The light blue line, it's light blue, folks. When that line meets the resistance line of up above there, that's where you want to sell, okay? Which is this line right here. And you actually want to start selling some right here, right where that happened, right there, okay? So I'm laying it out for you guys. If we see what typically happens, this is going to be the first place to start selling some shares. Right there. Right there. All right. So if you guys want me to, I'll tell you what these numbers are now so you know where to sell, where to start selling and sell in increments, folks. So right here, 105, you're selling there. Here, 107, 111. There should be a line right here, too. Right there. There should be a line right there. And that price would be 113. 113, of course. Savannah. 113. Let's put one there. There we go. 113. All right. And the next line is 114, 116. A lot of herk and jerk through here. And then it goes all the way up to right there. Right there, folks. All right. So this is called mirroring, and this is a stock called YAAS. YAAS. And you can see this has never stopped. The blue line has never stopped right here before. And this is where you start selling, where you see those little candlesticks over there. You start to sell a few shares right there, folks. Start selling there. Sell up through this range. Sell some there when it gets to the bottom of those. All right. Sell a teeny bit. Sell a little bit more when it gets here. Sell here when it gets there. Just a little bit of what you got. The pullback will be to here then. And then you buy back there and then you sell right up here. Sell there. Start selling right here. 113, 114, 116, 119, and 120. Sell that for sure. See how you sell that 120 always, and then it pulls back to 114. All right. Well, I'm showing you, you can learn from this. And just so you know, if you're new to this channel, we do not hit the like button. That's why you don't see any likes up there. We don't hit the like button. Please don't hit the like button. Not now. Um, we do hit the like button, but we do it all together at the same time. And that's going to be in 5 minutes. All right. We're going to hit the like button at 7:08. And I just set my alarm to remind me. All right. Now, let us do some looking at these stocks that were called out last night. Okay. These were all called out last night, folks. Last night. It's a lot of stocks. So let me go over here and click on this and put in over here RKTO. All right. RKTO. $214 this morning. Interesting. All right. Very good. My average price is about $1.88. We're looking at stocks that were called out yesterday, and these are the stocks that were called out last night. Don't go into GPRO, folks. They've got some technical issues with their auditing. Their numbers or something are off, and they may not be able to keep their business afloat. So do not get into GPRO. And if you have it, you might want to sell it, okay? I know Jayhawk, I think, made a lot of money on that one, or Modeve. I'm not sure which one it was. But here we go. Let's start off with HUBC, called out. HUBC. Goodness gracious, what happened to him? JM, reverse split, 1 for 20 reverse split. All right. Well, folks, that is HUBC, 1 for 20 reverse split. Maybe get a chance to buy on the bottom. A little panic selling. Hold on a second now. I want to get over here and this is my good morning, everybody. Good morning. These are all the stocks that were called out last night. We're going to look up all these stocks. And you guys give me a minute here, um, because before we do all this looking up these stocks, in 1 minute from now, or in about a minute and a half, I want us all to hit the like button if you wouldn't mind. Okay, so let's do a countdown over here. And by the way, we have a new mega fish going to go on the wall of cat fame. C. Richard, the new king. C. Richard, $549. He just took the top spot for the most donations ever. C. Richard, thank you very, very much. All right, let's do this like button, okay? And thank you very much. We're going to hit the like button at 7:08 and 8 seconds. And until then, if you wouldn't mind, can we see some love over here? Can we start the love machine? For every heart I see on the screen, I'll put one up for you. There you go. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And don't forget to also hit the like and the save button. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and hit that like button, please. Oh, yeah.
That was easy.
All right. That was easy. Now, some of you apparently don't know where your like button is. So let me show you where the like button is. Hit this button right here. Okay? Right there. And right here, make sure you click save. Make sure you click save. All right? All right. So, yes, it is time for our song. There's a hard on for you and a hard on for me. There's a hard on screen. Everybody can see. There's a hard on for me and a hard on for you. There's a heart on the screen for everybody to view. Yes, it's the now famous Hard On song. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And here's a heart on for you, all of you fantastic fish. I like those green ones too. I like the green ones. I like the green ones. How many can you put up? How many reactions can you put up? How many? How many? How many? How many? How many, Mama and Papa cats? There we go. I'm done. Pounding the screen with hearts. Nothing like getting pounded with hearts, right? Everybody. Nicky Diesels. Nick Diesel. Hello there. Detroit Tigers. Uh-huh. Come and talk to me. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. A wonderful way to start the day, don't you think? With the heart on the screen? I think it is. And pretty soon we'll be showing other things here. Like right here. Here's a Woody. There's a Woody right there. Look at that thing. He pecked so hard he pecked right through and he's inside the thing now. Jeez, oh Pete's that Woody woodpecker. That thing pecked hard. Hard. Cheapers, creepers. Look at that thing. That is a tough pecker there. HUBC. They did a public share offering or reverse split. One for 20 reverse split. All right, let's go look at another one here. And this is the 1 day chart on it. There it is. It's bouncing right now, folks. And take notice, the first low was to here. The second low was to there. The third low is to there. Fourth one there. Fifth one there. Rising, folks, slowly rising. See that? First low. Now, I don't know that it's going to go on up from here, but it could be oversold. Your first low was there. Your second low was here. Your third low was here. And fourth low. All right. Now we're here to buy on the lows, folks. This stock closed at 64 cents and it's at 23 right now. Whoa, look at that. What in the world? Look at that freak spike up here. It says 27 cents. What is that all about? Huh? HUBC. All right. Well, it might be halted because of this uh, reverse split action, but it did a JM told me about it. It might be a good entry, he said. So thank you, JM, HUBC. And if you buy it here, you might want to sell some right here. Sell some right there. Look for a little pullback and then sell some right here. Right there. Sell some there. Okay? If you buy some on this low, sell a little bit here, look for a little pullback, then sell some when it gets actually maybe right there, sell a teeny bit for a pullback. It might pull back a little bit right there. It might. But then it's going to go to here. All these points are points to sell just a teeny bit of what you bought. All right. Day trading 101. Day trading 101. All right. Then sell a little here. All right. Then tap out right here. Just one or two shares, folks. 10 shares, 50 shares, whatever you're doing with it. And then it's going to go all the way up to here. Okie dokie. All right. Notice I'm putting my marks where the blue 5-day average is, not where these are, not where the candlesticks are, where the blue 5-day average is. Okay, that's the most important line. Using that blue 5-day, folks, as your barometer, if you will. And this is the stock HUBC. All right, now be careful because they could take it down even further when the market opens. But if you're the brave sort, you might want to try to buy a few shares right there now because it looks pretty good. HUBC. All right, next, ACCL. And I want to thank you, Jim, for calling that stock out, HUBC. All right, ACCL. Last, as you can see this morning at 4:45 this morning, there was some over exuberance and it hit 238 a share. All right, ACCL, called out by Jayhawk. It was up 18% in the after hours. Okay, just so you're aware of it. And the bid was 174 and the ask was 178 last night. Now the bid is 177 and the ask is 178. So just so you know, this is ACCL. Last night it was up 18% in the after hours. What's the news on this one? ACO Group Holdings. Let's see here. I don't see any news on them. No news at all. No news. Looks like a pump and dump, folks. No news on it at all that I can see. All right, let's look at the next one called out last night. CRDL. Well, last night it spiked to 153, and I don't know why. I couldn't find any news on this either. No news to be found. CRDL. No news that I could find. So it looks like it might have been a pump and dump too. It closed at 112 yesterday. The bid now is 110 and the ask is 117. Now, let me make sure you understand something, folks. I'm not a financial advisor. I don't make any guarantees or promises. People that are here on this channel call out these stocks like these right here. They call out these stocks and I look at them. These people that are over here, they're using scanners and screeners and AI trading software. And that's how they pick out these stocks. They're using things that alert them to these stocks in most cases. All right. Well, that looks pretty risky right there. CRDL, no news, big spike, then the drop. Next, Marcus called out BYND. Now, the interesting thing about this stock, BYND, I went over and looked at the news, and they had fired, or one of their board members had resigned. The news is that one of their board members resigned, folks. And this news came out yesterday evening, yesterday afternoon. And it says here, Beyond Meat, let's see, Beyond Meat, Raphael Thomas Wallander resigns from the board of Beyond. So I'm not sure why that made it spike up from 71 cents to 74 cents. But right now, this could trade in a 3 cent range, which is very common. I showed you that earlier on the stock called YAAS. Take a look at how they traded this stock in a 3 cent range. See here? They traded this in a 3 cent range. Now, you might think, why would they do that? Well, this price here is 9 cents, and this price here is 87 cents. So this is a 3 cent range: 90 cents, 87 cents, 90 cents, 987. Okay, 987, 987. Well, if you went from 90 to 87 to 90 to 87 to 90 to 87, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 times 3 cents is a 30-cent move. And at a price of $1 a share, ladies and gentlemen, 3 cents on $1 is 3%. So if you get 10 times 3%, that's a 30% move, folks. Do you see how that works? 30%. And if you got $100,000, you just put $30,000 in your account, trading on a 3 cent range like that. All right, folks, I hope that makes sense to you. And this is very common. 3 cent ranges are common, folks. 30%. It ends up being 30%. If they can do it 10 times, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times. Nicely done. Nicely done. All right. Just showing it to you. I just show you can, I provide, you decide. YAAS. And another thing about this chart, if you look at the longer term chart on it, if you go out to 1 year, oh, well, let's not go that far. That's too far. That 1 year doesn't look good, but let's go to a 20-day. There it is. Well, look, folks, this is called mirroring right here. Please understand how this works. This is the mirror. All right. This is the mirror right here. This drop is this drop. This rise is this rise. Okay. This herk and jerk is this herk and jerk. And then this rise is this rise. See how it works? And look, see where the 5 day is now? The blue line? See it right there? Listen, did it ever stop over here there? No, it's never stopped there. It's never stopped there. It fell, by the way, in an after hours session. After hour, low volume after hours. Look at that. Low volume after hours. There's a huge gap here, people. There's a huge gap here from here to there. And when this blue 5 day gets right there, you're going to sell whatever the price is if you buy this, okay? That's my call for you guys. All right. This thing has never stopped here. Just right there, you can see where it stopped. Right there, you can see over here where it hit this once, twice, 3 times. See that? But this stock has never, ever stopped in this region right here where it is right now. It's never stopped here. Not the blue line, the blue 5 day. No, it has not. So I'm just showing it to you, folks. Likelihood is it's going to go right back up to this line. The blue 5 day line should go up to here, right there, before we see any resistance. And the reason that I put the lines there is because there's a few candlesticks that drop down to it right there. You can barely see them, but there they are. A few candlesticks dropped and stopped there several times. So that's why I start my line here. Start selling here, lightly sell there, because it may not stop there. It could go right on up to right here. All right. This is the next point right here where you should sell it. And then after you sell there, it could run up to there, then a little pullback, then it goes all the way up to this price right here. Okay? I'm just talking about YAAS here, YAAS. And I'm saying it's not very likely it's going to stop from here up to there, okay? Because it never stopped. This again was an after hours. You see, it wasn't, and it was an, this move down was pre-market, and then during that day, and then after hours. Look how far it fell on the low volume after hours. All right, so I'm just showing you YAAS. I provide, you decide, okay? And that means when the blue 5 day hits this line, that'll be at $1.05, folks. You probably will see resistance at $1.05 begin, but then the real resistance will be here at this line, which is 108, folks. What do you know, Savannah? 108. 108, people. Be ready to sell there. Look at the bottom of the 5 day. 108, Savannah, right there. This is YAAS, and that line is 108. See that, Savannah? All right. So there we go. That's most likely where we're going to go to 108. Resistance will be at 108, and then they'll pull it back down to $1.97 or something. And then it'll go right on up to this line. And that line is at 111. 111. Then it looks like it runs right from there all the way up to this line right here, basically. Oh, of course, 113. 113. 113. All right. Well, I'm just telling you, this is YAAS, folks. Keep an eye on it. YAAS. It's got a lot of buying coming in here. Look at all that green, folks. Look at all that green right there. YAAS. Here's the 1 day chart on it right now. 1 day chart on it. YAAS right there. Dang, that thing looks good. Look at the buyers come in when they tried to wash it out there. They tried to sell a bunch of shares there, and the buyers just bought it all up. Bought it all up, folks. Everything they tried to dump there just got swallowed up. Boom and boom. Looks good. Man, that looks really good. YAAS, folks. I like it a lot. All right. Now, let's move on. SCCX. SCCX. I don't see an SCCX. Oh, SCLX. I'm sorry. This was called out last night by Ultra Surfer Joe Gamongo. And it looks like it might be a whole new stock, folks. Let's see the 5 day chart. Wow. You're talking about buying the bottom, baby. Wow. 974 down to 703. Okay. Why did they fall so much? S. Let's go look at why they fell so much. SCLX. Files offering of shares and warrants. Ugh. All right. SCLX public share offering. All right. Thank you for letting me know about that. I appreciate it. I like to buy on the over zealous selling. Okay. SCLX. I might put an asterisk beside that one. That looks pretty good. All right. Next, the Bass Assassin calls out YYGH. Apparently, this company, all it did yesterday afternoon was make an announcement reaffirming their forward guidance. for 2026. That's all they did. They made an announcement that they were reaffirming their guidance for 2026. And on that announcement, boom, the thing spiked. Boom, spiked again. Back down here to the same line of resistance right now. It looks like a good possible buy in, but the volume has been heavy selling here lately. Look at this. Look at this, man. Look at them sell that thing. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Well, there's only two green candlesticks in that 10 series run that's attacking it way down. Look at that freaking pecker. And they bring in that thing hard. And right there, it's at a consolidating point. It's capitulating and it's converging. It closed at 0.1469. And now the bid is 1877 and the ask is 1888. What do you know? 1888 they drew it down to, and they're trying to buy it at 1777. YYGH. Hey, I like this one. I'm going to day trade this today, probably. All they did was reaffirm their forward guidance to make their price spike like this, folks. So there you go. YYGH. Next, we're looking at one called out by Buster Brown, LET. That's been called out before, and I don't get it. I don't see any LET. I don't know what's going on with that. People keep putting LET. FOXX is the next one. This was called out by Jayhawk. They had bad news, bad news. They had bad news. And for some reason, they shot upwards. I don't know, folks. I have no idea why it shot up to $6.14 last night on bad news. But look at that thing falling now. Wow. See what can happen sometimes. This is the weirdest thing. This stock was, well, anyway, we'll have to keep an eye on it, man. FOXX. It closed at 286 a share, and now it's sitting at 389 bid. It's up $1 this morning. I'm not sure what's going on. All he said was it's bad news. Jayhawk, what's the bad news on it? The one that closed near the high was STAK. STAK. All right. We're also going to look at LASE, which was getting hammered down last night. LASE was getting hammered down last night. There it is now. Looks like a nice spot right off of that 200, folks. Man, look at that. Right off that 200, folks, just now. LASE. Man, that looks good, folks. LASE right off that 200. 298 bid, 299 ask. Closed last night at 313. Now the bid has risen to 3, the ask is 301. The bid is 3, the ask is 301. LASE. The bid is 298, the ask is 3. The bid is 298, the ask is 299. All right, we'll keep an eye on it. LASE. Now we're going to look at, uh, thank you for calling that out, Darkness Past. LASE, Darkness Past called it out last night. It looks good, but a bid is 297, ask is 298. We'll see where it is. I like that one. I'm going to put a star by that one, asterisk by that. All right. CXAI took off last night. I sold it yesterday. Look at that thing take off. Look at that thing take off. Now, I sold it here and it dropped way down. But look at that take off last night. CXAI. And they did a private placement. They did a private placement and then they acquired a company called Engine Room. Engine Room. They announced a private placement. The price stopped down to here. And then they announced that they bought a company called Engine Room. Engine Room. So this is what's going on with CXAI. Nice little pecker there that they just had, and it came down and pecked right on the 200 day right there, and off she went. CXAI. Look at them, peck that 200. Broke through the outer shell, went for the worm, and boom, right off it goes. CXAI. Closed at 15 cents, sitting now at 27. And folks, I sold this stock yesterday. I held on to it and held on to it. And I even bought a bunch of more shares in the morning when they ran it down lower. And then it started to go back up. And I said, it just stagnated and wasn't moving. And then I sold it and it went up almost 100%. Oh, well, CXAI. I know somebody else, I think it was Kim that had this as well. I think Kim had it too. Look at that thing go up from 15-cent close to 27 cents now. Dang. That is a big banger right there, folks. And I missed out on that one. Oh, well, I only had $70 worth of it. So next, we're looking at RKTO. Oh, boy. This company announced yesterday that they had hired someone onto their board of directors, board of advisory board. And this guy's name, I can't remember, but he is a major general of the military, served, I believe, 30 years in the military. And he's a leader, folks. He's a big time leader. He's led our soldiers in all types of arenas all around the world. And he is a major in the U.S. military, retired major general. And he has been added to their advisory board. And I'm going to guess that that major general, and this company is defense manufacturing. They manufacture weapons, folks, is what they do, and they call that defense. All right. So most people in the world would consider weapons offensive, but they like to call them defensive. Okay, just so you're all aware of that. So RKTO has added to their advisory board a major general. I own some of this. It says here this morning, or as of 6/3 yesterday, it says Rocket One increases at the market equity offering up to 6.83 million in additional common stock sales under sales agreement with H.C. Wainwright and Company. So Rocket One increases at the market equity offering to up to 6.83 million in additional common stock sales under sales agreement with H.C. Wainwright and Company. And it said they appointed Major General Malcolm B. Frost to their Space and Defense Advisory Board. That's the news on RKTO. As you saw, I bought it last night, yesterday at $1.88. It is now sitting at $2.14 on the ask 212 bid. I've got my sell orders in at 230, 238, 243, 249, I think, 248, 255, 266. So I've got my sell orders in higher on this, and the stock is RKTO. And so there you go. Just sharing it with you. I see that if it can get above this line here, it should make a really nice move up. RKTO. And that line it needs to get over is 222 a share. All right. So there you go. RKTO. I provide, you decide. Next stock, RPGL. This stock was called out last night by, I don't know who called it out, but man, look at that thing fall. And this is very interesting, folks. I want you to see something. This is the most interesting thing. This stock was priced at $13.06 yesterday morning. And they're here at yesterday at 2:30 in the afternoon. 2:30 in the afternoon, the price was $11.79 yesterday at 2:30 in the afternoon, and the stock is RPGL. And it fell, folks, from $11.79 to $3. Now, I don't know why it wasn't halted. Maybe it even was, but it fell to $3, folks. All right. From $11.79 to 303. And you can see now where it is. It hit this morning 332, and now it is at 353 bid, 378 ask. 353 bid, 378 ask. But last night in the after hours, it fell to 303. Now this is RPGL. This is Republic Power Group. And I do not see any news. Here we go. Republic Power Group shares moved upwards by 98% to 6.0 during Wednesday's aftermarket session. The market value of their outstanding shares is 12.3 million. I have no idea what happened to this company. I don't know what happened, folks, but that price went from 1179 to 303 in the last minute of the day or just after the market closed. Now, I don't see any news, so I don't know why. But that's a huge drop, folks, from 1306 yesterday morning. 1306 to 303 is a $10 price drop, folks. And I have no idea why. Now, sometimes somebody gets big news on a company and they can call and borrow tons and tons of shares. And once they borrow them, they can start selling them in the aftermarket under low volume. They sell all those shares and they buy in at 303 and get a long position there, okay? Because of great news that's about to be announced. So they run it down first, okay? Now, I don't know that that's what happened. I have no idea. But that's crazy that this stock fell from 1179 to 303 when it was at 1306 in the morning, all right? So this might be a great stock to day trade today, okay? I'm going to put an asterisk by it and a square around it because I think that's the one I'm going to day trade today. We'll see what happens with it. RPGL. All right. Huge red selling candlesticks. Big volume hit it. And that was right at 4 o'clock, folks. Right at 4 o'clock. Right when the market closed, folks. I don't know what happened to RPGL. All right. All right. Let's go here. Next, this is a stock that was called out last night by Jayhawk, and it closed near the high last night. All right, so we're going to go to the 1 day. And by the way, this is RPGL's 1 day chart right now. All right, and it is falling, so just be careful with it. Next, we're going to look at one that closed near the high yesterday, STAK. Aha. And man, did that thing, look at that thing, folks. STAK. Wow. STAK called out last night. Well, right now, I'm going to show you they're trading in a trench here. And this is the low right here. And this is the high right here. There you go. And this price is 390, no, 370. And this one is 318. 50 cents, folks. 50 cents up, 50 cents down. That's a dollar. 50 cents up, 50 cents down. That's $2. 50 cent up, 50 cent down. $3. Nice. Then they narrow the trading range to this. Okay. So now they've got it trading in this trench here. And that trench is 341 to 318. It's actually a little bit lower right there. All right. So this morning or yesterday afternoon, I guess some big news came out near the end of the day or yesterday morning. What is the news on this company, STAK? Shares of oil and gas related companies trading higher amid energy price gains following the Iranian missile attack on Kuwait and Bahrain. Okay. So I guess the stupid Iranians, not that all Iranians are stupid, but the stupid leaders, the stupid military zealots that can't get war off their mind. Uh, that's all they know. That's their whole life, folks. That's just all they know is destruction. Not the Iranian people. If you were to go to Iran and meet the Persian people that are from that area, Persia, you would find out that they are very lovable, likable, caring individuals, and all just want no war. They don't want war. But instead, you've got zealots and religious fanatics that will not let the infidels roam the earth. They are not to be permitted according to the Quran, the ones that are word for word of the Quran, which says basically, hey, if you go out there and try and convert people and they don't convert, they gotta go. They gotta go if they don't convert to your religion. It's rather narrow sighted, I would say, kind of blinders on them, but that's the way that it's taught in the Quran. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. So, anyway, all right, STAK trading in a range, folks. You can see where we are. And that price is right now, and this really should come down just a fraction to about right there. And it's trading right now 338 down to 316. So they're trading in a 20-cent range. Right now, it's in a 20-cent range, just so you're aware of that. So you keep buying it here at the 316, sell it at the 338, buy it at 316, sell it at 338. Do that 8, 10 times a day, and you made $1 a share. All right. Just showing it to you. STAK. No guarantees. Just showing you what it looks like. Next, we're going to look at a stock called out by Wendy last night, CONL. Granite shares 2-time long coin daily ETF. All right. Well, Wendy, it looks like it's trading in a trench. Yep. Right here's the bottom of it. Hold on. So when you look over here and you see them bounce it off this, bounce it off this, bounce it off this, bounce it off this, you wonder why is it so persistent there as the bottom? We'll go back over here and look. It bounced off this as resistance to the top, and it bounced off that resistance to the top. And that which is historically resistance to the top will now form resistance as the bottom. See that? That's why. That's the relationship. That's why it keeps bottoming out here, bottoming out here, bottoming out, bottoming out. Because over here, it topped out there, and then it topped out, and then it topped out, and topped out. So this is the median line right now. And my suggestion to you, Wendy, is to notice at this stage of the game anyway, please notice that this bottom right here was with the 200-day all the way up here. This bottom here is with the 200-day here, Wendy. And this bottom here is with the 200-day right there. So I got news for you. If this thing doesn't break over this 200, the next bottom is probably going to be lower. It's probably going to be right here. The next bottom would be there, one of them. And then there'll be another bottom here to expect, possibly, hopefully. Hopefully it will stop there. And if it doesn't stop there, it's just going to keep falling. So there you go. It's going to go all the way down to here if it doesn't stop at any of those points. Okay. There you go, Wendy. But Wendy, at this point, it looks like it's a safe buy on this price line, which is $5.37. 537, 538. All right, Wendy, good morning. Catfish, thank you. But it looks like you're safe right now. And but be aware, Wendy. Listen, you can see over here there has been a previous line of major resistance right here and right here and right there and right there. So Wendy, and you can see it there as well and right there. So be aware there's going to be major resistance on this line right there. And that price is 550 a share. 550. 550. All right. So be aware there's going to be major resistance at 550 on this stock. So you be smart to sell it at 547, 48, 49, and 550. And expect a small pullback, possibly to this amount right here from there. All right. Right there, which would be 547. So, and it could pull back even more. It could pull back down to this number, which is 545, 545. But I will say, if it goes over 545 right now, it should go right on up to 547. And then it should go on up to 550. 550. Yep. But you're going to see resistance at 550. Okay. If it breaks over 550, then it could go very nicely on up. And it could eventually get to 555. You should sell it at 555. Because I'm telling you, there's going to be resistance at that number, 555, right there. There's going to be resistance there. Now, if it can get over 555, then you got some substantial move where it will go up to this line right here, right there. It'll go all the way up to that line there. And you can see the resistance to it once, twice, three times, four times. Then over here, five times, six times, seven times resistance. That is a resistance line, folks. 562, 562. Then she could run up to right here, right there, 566. Of course, Savannah, look at that line. Look at that line, 566, 566, 566, 566. Breaks over that, and it goes to here, right there, 569. If it can break over this line, which is if it can break over this line here, and that price is 575, then it can make a nice move to here, and that price is going to be 579. If it can break over 580, it's going to go all the way up here, and that price is 585 through 588. All right, now what I'm doing here, folks, this is called mirror trading. Mirror trading. I'm using the way the price fell to determine where their lines of resistance will be as it goes back up. All right, it's called mirror trading. All right, and that's what I'm doing here. If it can get up here, then it's going to go to this line, which will see heavy resistance, and then it will go to this line right here, most likely. Once it breaks this line here, 598, it goes all the way up to here. And that price is going to be at 611. 611. All right. Well, there you go. I just did it for you, Wendy. You know everything about that stock. Next stock we're going to look at that was called out last night. And the stock is PMI. There we go. Jayhawk. We launch. Awesome day, coach. Thank you. Going into that level of detail is very educational. Thank you, Marsh. I appreciate that. Yep. Well, it's called mirror trading, folks, and you can make a lot of money from that. All those points where I put those lines are where you should sell the stock. You could say the same thing for this stock. I mean, look at the way it's fallen, folks. It's going to go back up the same way it came down. Now, however, listen to what I'm saying here. When you herk and jerk and herk and jerk and herk and jerk, herk, jerk, herk, jerk, herk, jerk, herk, jerk, herk, jerk, when you do that, this area becomes fleeced out. Thank you, Jayhawk. I saw that star. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Now, listen, folks, I want you to know that I've been trading for 26 years. And a lot of people want to know, where do I have my experience? Well, it's from trading for 26 years. And if you go over here to YouTube, if you go to YouTube and you click on a search and you put Wheel of Fortune and you click Wheel of Fortune, Tyler, Amy, Joy, and you scroll down right here, you will find a video, I hope, that has me on it. Very interesting that I don't see it now. Huh. Wow. That's kind of interesting. Let me try and try this again. Very interesting, huh? I wonder if they took my short down. Looks like they have. I don't know why. Huh. Very interesting. Well, let me try something here. View your channel. Manage videos. Search across my channel. Wheel of Fortune. There it is. There it is. Hey, everybody, what you're looking at here. So, right here, ladies and gentlemen, what you're looking at is when I was on the Wheel of Fortune. And right here, you can see me on the Wheel of Fortune. I am right there. Catfish Tyler. That's me. And that is my solved puzzle there. And I just wanted to share this with you because it's kind of fun. You can pick up 3,000 more by solving this puzzle. Seconds. Go ahead. Discovery. Yeah, there you go. I was on a roll. Okay, huh? $3,600 got around our big winner, 13,000. All right, and then came crunch time, the bonus round. Fingertip. It is. What a day. I'll never forget. Hey, everybody, what you're. So, right there, ladies and gentlemen, is where my trading began. All right. I started trading after that experience right there. Whoa, Jayhawk, thank you. Thank you for all of your gifts. Nice. Yes, it was fun. It was fun. But what a story that led up to that, folks. You wouldn't believe it. Thank you. Thank you very much, Jayhawk, for all of those jewels right there. Nice. In case you're joining me late this morning, these are all the stocks that have been called out today. Okay. And if you're joining me late, I've already looked up all these stocks this morning. I started up here and I've been all the way through all these. And the ones that have my attention the most are this one here, SCLX, YYGH, LASE, maybe RPGL, which has fallen from $11 to $3. I will be looking at this one too, STAK. Jayhawk alerted me it closed near the high last night. And I always like stocks that close near the high to make another continued move, possibly the next day. But these are all the stocks that I've been looking up this morning, stocks that people have called out. All right. Please hold on here. Let me back up a little bit here. Mark Stevens, thank you very much. RPGL reverse stock split. Okay, got it. Reverse split. Thank you for letting me know that. Hello, R. Richie B. Hey, R. Richie B, I want you to know I haven't forgot you. Your shirt's coming. I've ordered it. I'm waiting. I had to give up Nicole Barbie. She never got back to me, so I had to give up. So your shirt's coming. It's on its way to me now. I have ordered it. And you're going to be getting your green Catfish shirt signed by me soon. All right. Let's get over here. Man, we got a lot of stocks being called out this morning, folks. One Love says NUCK. Hold on a second here. NUCK, One Love. And I'm going to try to get over here and take a look at everybody's call outs this morning. NEIS, One Love. Thank you. All right. Now, I don't know if you're talking to Niecy Jane or not there with that. And Nick Diesel 13, he keeps asking, have you ever had Five Guys wieners or just their burgers? I've seen that enough. Thank you for asking, but please, I've seen it enough. Can you stop with that? Whatever it means. We're first time, good, good, good. Second time, not so good. Third time, not good. Fourth time, removed. All right. It sounds like you're trying to advertise for them on my channel for some reason. So, goodbye. Oh, it was Bass Assassin that was playing GPRO. Okay. I got you, Rusty. Schwab won't allow buying YAAS without calling them. Jeez. Yep, Jayhawk, may we all have a blessed day. That's right. Mr. Mexi Brown calling out one DBGI. Thank you very much. FOXX. Okay. Yep, Jayhawk called that out last night. Said they had bad news, but I don't know. Yes, Mr. Mexi Brown, let's go. Hope everyone has a blessed morning. Yes. All right, here we go. We're going to move up now. All right. Rolling right on up here. Yep. CXAI. Yep. I already went over that this morning. Private placement. And then they bought a company. Acquired a company called Engine Room at CXAI. Yep, they did. They acquired a company called Engine Room. One love to the family. All right. Drop down to 22 cents soon as pre-market opened at 7 o'clock. Just hit 29. Jayhawk, I'm not sure which one you're talking about. Oh, CXAI. I got it. Okay. All right. Jayhawk says if you would have bought CXAI at 22 this morning, 10,000 shares at 22 would have cost you 2,200 for a $70 gain per thousand or 700 bucks you would have made. Would have been done for the day. Nah, that would have been just a good way to come out of the gate, is what I'd say, and then keep rocking with that profit and put it on another hot runner. Jayhawk says, I got in at 22, actually 21 last night, and then some more this morning, so I got my DCA is 24. All right, cool. CC, CXAI. All right, cool, cool, cool. So what is it doing now? CXAI. Okay, man. 27. Okay. All right. Well, good luck, man. Good luck. Hope it continues to rise. Now, I told you last night, Kat, I just called those out because they're started popping in after hours. I did no research on them. Okay. The only one I messed with was CXAI. Okay. And it's up this morning. Kat, which one was that? Yep, I told you. I forgot to write it down. Said hi. I believe you wrote it down. Yes, I did. Brad Fournier's calling out TWAV. Thank you, Brad. Mr. Mexi Brown, LIT. All right. Thank you very much. I'm pretty sure they did the private placement when the price dropped, and then they released the news after the placement was bought. I'm pretty sure it was Assassin that's been playing it. Yep. Good morning, Catfish. Keel is down 7% in pre-market. What do you think? This is getting beat down on no news, maybe just profit taking. Plus, the AI plays are getting the shook up. And KEEL, Alexander, I will. I will take a look at that. It was, I think, BTIF. I think that's who it was, and they changed over to KEEL. I I called out last night when I seen it drop like that. I actually called it right after the aftermarket. I think somebody else called it out yesterday morning though. So I really hope whoever called it out got out of it before it made that drop. Yep. R. Richie B. Good morning. It was halted. Somebody said yesterday. Big reverse split. Tro- Togliatti got Mark Stevens. RPGL. Big reverse stock split. Got it. 1 for 40. Oh, geez. RPGL 1 for 40. Got it. Export shorts to run wildly again after emboldened yesterday, Tyler. Yep. Yep. Gotcha. Ray Costello. Thank you. Yep. Brent oil is steady. Got it. Thank you, Tom. Tony Henry. They're loving PPL and Smart. I have a sister and her mom, whom I love and trust dearly. Tony, I'm not sure what you're referring to. They're loving people and smart. I have a sister and her mom, and I love and trust dearly. I think you might be talking about when I was talking about people from Iran. It is the jet fuel that is affecting our economy. All right, Tom. It is the jet fuel that is affecting economy. Okay, James Jones. Okay. What's the interesting penny coin for the day? I don't follow penny coins. I'm sorry. I can't tell you, World Free Speech. SPRC from 9 to 17 in 7 minutes. Wow. Up 100%. SPRC nearly 100% up. One love. Thank you, One Love. Could be a good day trader. Jayhawk says crypto is crashing. Okay. Great day, tanksters. Yes, we launched TV. XRP, $1.15 down from $1.34, something a week ago. Ouch. Everybody is waiting for the bullish candle on Bitcoin every day. Everybody will be buying it like crazy. It might take newer heights. Okay, gotcha, World Free Speech. Awesome day, Coach. That's right. We launched TV. I think they're doing it on purpose, World Free Speech, just to get more at lower price. Okay, trying to scare people out of it, and then it takes off. Yep. Going into that level of detail is very educational. Thank you. Um, exactly, Jayhawk, and it's shake out for the scare ones because the killing's going on its Bitcoin as erased from the market forever. That means that less than 21 million coins, that all of them. Yep. Tony, yes. Persian, yes. One love, 1329. What does that mean? Yeah. Does it look better on the long term when you think about it that way? Any? Red squirrel, let's take a look at any. All right, we will. By the way, I sold all of my any yesterday. I'm not holding any, any more. There you go. I'm not holding any more. IRGC is the issue. Tony Henry. All right. Now, folks, in case you're joining me late today, these are the stocks that everyone has called out today already this morning. Look at all these freaking stocks. Holy crap. I've looked at all of them, folks. I've looked at all these since 6:48 this morning. Well, I've looked at all these from here down to here. I have not looked at these yet. I haven't looked at these yet. I'm going to look at them now. But the ones that you see where I have an asterisk beside, those are the ones that have my interest the most, okay? The ones with the asterisk, SCLX, YYGH, LASE, RPGL, okay? Those are the ones that I have the most interest in, as it is right now. So we're going to look at right now. IRGC is the issue. And that is, I'm not sure what that means, Tony, but we'll look into it, see if that's a stock or not. And we've got, looks like ASTI, okay. Happy boy, okay. Thank you. I sold some of the 29 cent. Yes, happy boy. ASTI analyst has it rated to $20, okay. $20 target. All right. One Love, heavy dilution history and ongoing losses, negative EPS, high burn. One Love, which stock are you talking about? I see what you said, but there's so many stocks getting called out up above, and I have no idea which one that refers to. All you said was heavy dilution history and ongoing losses, negative EPS, and high burn. Oh, don't worry, Tony. I didn't know that was talking politics. Okay, I got you. All right. Does it look better on the long term when you think about it, Jayhawk? It might be more than a couple days swing trade. Good morning, Emmanuel. Hope your morning is going good. Yes, Emmanuel. Good morning, Emmanuel. Nisi Jane. Jayhawk, I am not in the Telegram. We'll get in. Yes, do that. One Love. Look at ORBS as a swing trade. Okay, that's the one. ORBS. Thank you, One Love. Thank you, Jayhawk. All right, so let's get up here. Like I said, everybody who's with me right now, these are all the stocks. Since 6:48 this morning, I broke down every one of these stocks, okay? I've already looked at every one of them this morning. All right, these are all of them I've looked at. And the ones that look the most interesting to me so far is SCLX, YYGH, LASE, and maybe RPGL that did a reverse split, 1 for 40 reverse split. As I look across all aspects this morning, all indexes, here's what I'm seeing. Right now, I see right here, S&P futures is down almost 0.5%. The Dow is up 7.7577. The Nasdaq down 397, and the small caps up. So we've got a very shaky market here. Very unusual to see the S&P down, the Dow up, the Nasdaq down, and the Russell up. Now, if you may not know this, but right here, ladies and gentlemen, there is in the Nasdaq, this is where all the retail is, okay? Retail investors invest in the Nasdaq. All right? This is where all the people like you and me are in the Nasdaq. All right? Now, I own a lot of Dow stocks, no doubt about it, and those are on my long sheet. If you don't know about this, I don't just day trade. These are the stocks that I hold long right here. And I got to change this BITF to KEEL. Hold on. There we go. Changed it. All right. So these are the stocks that I'm holding long. And on this Google sheet that I've made, I track how much the stock has gone up over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and last year. All right. So I'm tracking 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and the last year. These are the stocks I've been holding over the last year. And I am long on all these positions. Okay. And if you want this list, all you got to do is become a channel member, $24.99. Now, I cannot guarantee you that these stocks are going to continue to perform at this rate, but they're doing pretty daggum good for the most part. All right. So these are the stocks in my portfolio, in my Fidelity portfolio that I've held. And many of them I've held for 25 years, including AMD stock I have been holding for over 25 years. AMD. But if you want this list of all these stocks, folks, just become a Goliath level member and I'll send it to you. And you can add your own data to it as time moves forward. All right. So there you go. Now, if you become a Goliath level member, I won't just send you this list of all these stocks that I'm long on, but I'll also show you this list and send it to you. And these are all the stocks that pay dividends. And again, the way this chart is set up is it shows what they've done over the last 5 days, the last 10 days, the last 30 days, and over the last year. And this chart also shows the market cap of the company and the PE ratio, and it shows how much they pay in dividend, and it shows the percentage over here. So if you become a member of this channel, and you want this list, $24.99 Goliath level membership, and you got it. Not only that, I'll also send you my buy sell sheet right here. And then you'll know where you should put your sells in and where you should buy back. Okay. And last but not least, I will also send you, and this is all for just $24.99, folks, becoming a Goliath level member. I will also send you the code for these awesome Charles Schwab Thinkorswim candlesticks right there. And these candlesticks, they tell a story down here. All right. They tell you, each one tells you more buyers than sellers, more buyers than sellers, more sellers, more sellers, more buyers than sellers, more buyers than sellers, more sellers now. Okay. And if you want these cool candlesticks, volume candlesticks, all you got to do is become a Goliath level member of this channel and you can get them. All right. They only work, though, with Charles Schwab Thinkorswim. They're only compatible with Charles Schwab Thinkorswim. And I will send you the code, and you can insert that code right into your software. All right, we're looking at CXAI. CXAI, there it is. Made a big move last night. CXAI went up huge. All right, so if you're joining me late, these are all the stocks that have been called out today. If you own any GPRO, DeBass Assassin, you need to get out of that company because they have financial issues big time. So this morning, I like SCLX, YYGH, FOXX is down. I like LASE, and I'm going to take a look possibly at RPGL. They did a reverse split, 1 for 40 reverse split, RPGL. All right, so far this morning, I've looked from here all the way down to here. All right. So now we're going to look at all these stocks here and these few that we got called out over here just now. So here we go. What time is it now? 8:30. And we're going to be taking a look at NUCK, One Love called out. That does not have, maybe it's NULK. Nope, that's not it. Sorry. I don't know what that means, One Love, NUCK. Now, NEIS, NEIS. I don't know what that means either. One Love, I don't know what either one of those call outs is. Nope, sorry. Next, DBGI. So we'll put X's through those two, NUCK and NEIS. DBGI. All right. Big time droppage. Yesterday, it was at the closing, $1.23. The bid now is 83, ask 84. Huh. What's the news on DBGI? Why the big fall? 6-3. DBGI CEO Hill Davis makes company's first ever insider open market share purchase. No terms disclosed. Huh. All right. Hill Davis demonstrates short and long term confidence with strategic open market share purchase. Well, they sure killed you after that, bro. They decided, we'll show him. And they drove it down. That announcement came out when? What time yesterday? Let's see, 6:03 right here. 15:30. So at 3:30 yesterday afternoon, they announced that he made an insider purchase. All right. Okay. So that's what made it spike up right there. Boom. And somebody got a call about it early in the morning. Somebody already knew about it early. They got the orange juice futures, folks, is what they got. And they ran it up to $1.29 because they knew in advance. All right. Well, so the guy that's the CEO's buying into his own company, buying on the private on the open public market. DBGI. Thank you for calling that out, Mr. Mexi Brown. Next, TWAV. TWAV was at, look at that number where it stopped at the high for the day, folks. 288, Savannah. You see that? 288, Savannah. And then look where it fell to. 288 to what? 194. 288 to 194. That's a 94-cent drop, folks. TWAV. What's the news? Thanks for calling this out. I appreciate it. Brad Fournay. The news. TWAV. Top pre-market gainers. All right. Well, I don't see anything about TWAV. It says shares moved upwards by 38% to 196. It's now got a 206, 207, 206 bid, 207 ask. The company's market cap stands at 4.9 million. Folks, there's hardly any shares of that stock out there. Says RPGL stock moved upwards by 19% to 362. The company's market cap is at 3.3 million. Well, holy crap. Didn't they just do a 1-for-40 reverse stock split? Why are they up that much? Someone said they did a reverse split, 1-for-40. Well, look, folks, this looks pretty good right here. Bottomed out pretty good. Double bottom right there and looking fairly good. TWAV. Bid 207, ask 208. That's 80 cents down from this morning's high. 80 cents down from this morning's high. Man, I'm going to day trade this sucker. TWAV. Thank you for calling that out, Brad Fournay. I don't see any news on them at all. Why they jumped to 288, I have no idea. All right, next. KEEL. Oh, and it looks like it bottomed out once, twice, three times. KEEL closed at 615. Bid now 581, ask 583. KEEL. Alexander Cohen called this out. Man, that looks good right there. I wish I would have got it 10 minutes ago. when you called it out, probably. KEEL. What's the news? KEEL. What's the news, guy? No news. No news at all since May the 26th. So I have no idea what's influencing this price, but it closed at 615. It's now down to a bid of 581, ask 583. KEEL. Okay, thank you. Alexander Cohen. Now, SPRC, One Love called it out, up 100%. Syspark Limited closed at $9.46. Now it's at $13.32. Wow. And it was at $18 last night. SPRC, what's the news? You know what? Somebody asked me, someone last night, this stock was called out. And I said, no, don't you dare buy this now. Don't you dare buy this. They run these things up and then they'll short them and then they'll sell and sell and sell them. So there you go, folks. Exactly what I said. Don't buy this, I said last night. SPRC. Please hold off on that stock, SPRC. There it is. Let's look at the 20-day chart on it. There's the 20-day chart. And you know what I like? Look here. You see this 5-day average that would stop right there? The 5-day average that stopped there? We're over that, folks. They're over that. All right. They're over this line now. That is good. That is good. Because see here where the 5-day stop there? Look, when they ran it up, they stopped it right there. Then they ran it down. Then they ran it up and stopped it there again. And now she's over that, folks. She's over that. And that's why the breakaway. That's the breakaway. Bid is 1314, ask is 1320. Bid is 1314, ask is 1317. Bid is 1314, ask is 1320 again. Ask just went to 1333. Bid just came up to 1316 from 1314. And now the ask just came down to 1317. Now the ask is 1332. Now the ask is 1316. Goodness gracious. Now the ask is 1325. The bid has not moved. The bid is remaining at 1314. Now the bid rose to 1316. Now back to 1314. And now the bid has jumped to 1321. Now the bid is 1322. The ask is 1333. The stock is SPRC. Man, I already drew this out a long time ago. Someone called this stock out some time ago. SPRC. Let's run out to a 90-day chart on this and see what it does. Holy smokes. Folks, these lines that I put in for resistance, it's over all of them. It's over all of them. And they must go way back in time. Let's go to the 188-day chart, 6 months. Aha, and there they are. See these lines? I have these lines of resistance in here, right there, right there, right there. I have them from a long time ago, folks. And let me tell you something. From this line right here that it just broke above at 1045 a share, ladies and gentlemen, there's been no resistance from there up to here. And that's 1181. 1181. So that's why it gapped up so fast. And now it's sitting at 1301. Let me look at this. 1374, 1270. Well, no wonder it's gapping up so much. Wow. Man, I'm going to have to put more lines in here. I'm going to have to start putting more lines in. There should be resistance right there. There should be resistance, some right here. Little bit of resistance right there. Then there should be resistance right here. Then there'll be resistance right here. Then there's going to be resistance right here. Then there's going to be resistance right here. Oh, then it's going to jump all the way from there to here. Then it jumps to here. Then it jumps all the way up to right here. Right here. Then it goes to there. Then it goes up to there. See that? Man, oh man. And from that line, you go all the way up to here and then there. And then you go into the Nowhereville where it's never been before. All right. So that's the stock. Wow. SPRC. The bid is now 303. The ask is 1303. And it was just 1320 something. Now it's down in the 12s. The bid is 1294 now. Be careful, folks, with this one. Obviously, it's a 1294 bid now. But there it is right now. They've just run it down from here to there. All right. That's where they run it down to. Watch that candlestick. Watch that candlestick, folks. SPRC. And honestly, the 5 day should not stop right there. It should go right up to here. The 5 day should go up to right there. And you know what? It probably was just there, just then. When the price was here, the 5 day was probably there. All right. I'm just saying, this 5 day moving average, it's what I'm using where all these indicators are off the 5 day average. All right. And I'm going to guess the 5 day average just hit that line. And that was when the price was right there. Right there. All right. Well, it's SPRC, folks. The bid is 1294. The ask is 1295 now. Okay. One Love called it out. Next, we're going to look at any ANY. Jeez, oh Pete's, look at any, folks. Nice. Closed at 565, and now the bid is 494. Oh, I'm sorry, the bid is 489. And the ask is 494. ANY. Man, it looks good, folks. Look at that 45 rising off the 50 day. Oh man, and look at the 5 day curving upwards now off of the 10 day rising. Man, I really like it here, folks. ANY. I know it's up yesterday. It went up big time. We made a huge profit on that. You guys, yesterday, any it went from 370 and we could sell it. Some people sold it. I know for what was yesterday's high. It hit 619. 619, folks. Oops, I'm sorry. Hold on. So we got to go over here 370 to $6. Nice, guys. And I honestly had no idea it was going to go that high. I started selling it at 479, folks. It was at 370 and I was up $1.10 and I started selling it. I had no idea it was going to go to $6. But what gain is that? 3.70 to $6. So it was at, what was it? 370, 3.70 times 90%, 703. So probably about 75. 3.70 times 75% plus 647. 3.70 times 65% plus 610. There you go. 65% plus. I'm going to say 63, 62%. 370 times 62%. Yep, that would be 599.40. Perfect. All right, nice one, guys. And the high of it was yesterday. Hold on. ANY was, let's go over here to any, that sphere, day's high. Yep, 619. 619 was the high. Oh, hold on. 619. All right, guys. Well, good job on that stock right there, and good call out, Mr. Mexi Brown. And I still have not figured out. Oh, Darkness Past called out LASE last night, but I don't know who called it out originally. LASE, I still do not know who called that stock out for us that we made a 38% gain on. Thank you for that call out on LASE. And it's worth taking a look at again today, actually. So here we go. This is ANY right now, folks. Any down 12.39% after a 44% run up yesterday. All right, let's go here. We're going to look at IRGC, which is not a stock, I don't believe, but we're just going to see. By the way, the big move that happened on any was because they acquired another Bitcoin company called Cathedra. That's why they made this big run up. It's going to apparently add to their megawatts total power available, and it also makes their business more scalable, from what I understand or what they've said. All right, IRGC is not a stock. That's what I thought. ASTI, Accent Solar. Yike! Wow! Accent Solar, man, what a slaughter. Big spike and then down to the 50, man. Ladies and gentlemen, I call this formation the woodpecker. Okay. It's got the crest on it there for its head crest. Then there it comes down here, pecking on the 50, pecking the 50, pecking the 50, trying to break below that 50 and take it down to the center, to the 200. That's what it's going to try to do. You see, the last time that they drove it down to the 50 right there, it just went down there for a second and gone. So now they're down there hanging out on the 50-day, just building up shares on this nice shoulder building here. Nice shoulder. Pecking away at it. Closed at 691, bid now 690, ask 698. ASTI. Any breaking news? ASTI, let's go see. Only that shares of semiconductor chip stocks are trading higher, possibly on the announcement of Alphabet's 80 billion dollar fund to fund its AI plans. So Alphabet's announcement that it is raising 80 billion to fund its AI plans. I wonder how they're going to how is Alphabet going to raise 80 billion dollars? Well, with a public share offering, folks, they're probably giving you the announcement. They're probably going to do a public share offering. Alphabet, Google, folks. Shares of semiconductor and chip stocks are trading higher, possibly in response to Alphabet's announcement that it is raising $80 billion to fund its AI plans. Well, how are they going to raise $80 billion? The industry may be seeing strength alongside recent optimism about continued U.S. Iran negotiations. All right, well, there you go. ASTI. Be careful because it just broke up the 50-day and it's falling. So watch out with that one. ASTI. Next, called out by Jayhawk. By the way, thank you, Happy Boy. Somebody said that ASTI just had another analyst come out with a $20 price target. So that might be something to pay attention to. Someone said an analyst came out with a price target on this stock of $20. ASTI. Well, there you go. Next, Jayhawk, ORBS. Uh-huh. Well, I've already looked at this a long time ago. I've got all the lines of resistance already put in on this stock, and I did it a long time ago. A very long time ago, I did that. Because I wasn't using the price lines here, I was using the point to point lines. So that's how I know this was done a long time ago. Man, this stock has just been falling and falling and falling and falling, people. Tried to get a foothold at 72 cents. Now it's building on this price right here on the 200, which is slowly rising. The 200 is finally starting to rise. The 50-day has just crossed over that 200. There's where it is, folks. And this is the definition of consolidating a stock. They brought it down from here once, brought it down twice, brought it down 3 times. Now, fourth time, already hit the bottom in the pre-market of 90 cents, and it's sitting at 93 right now. So in the pre-market, they already drove it below the 200. And let me let you guys see something here, okay? Make sure you guys can understand this. If I take some lines here like this, please take notice. This is ORBS, ladies and gentlemen. ORBS. See this low right here? Right there. Now, see this low right here? Twice tapped on that. There and there. All right. Then, and by the way, notice Each of these lows are just stabs at the lows, stabs at the lows. There's no consolidating here. Okay, there's no nut sack being formed here. These are just poking at it, poking at it, poking at it, poking at it. See what I mean? They're barcoding it here, and then just every once in a while taking a pot shot at the low. They're barcoding it here, and then boom, and then barcode it here, and then boom, then barcode it here again, and then boom, down to that line again. Now they're barcoding up here, and they can only boom to here. That's the point I'm getting at. All right. So right now we've got these raising, 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 and now this is the next low level right there. All right. So you got them barcoding here, poking there, barcoding here, poking there, barcoding here, poking there, and now barcoding up here and poking there. And the next poke was right here, right there. All right. That's where the next poke is, right there. So you got a poke here, then a poke here, poke there. Now the poke is here. Now the poke is here. I'm just trying to get you to understand it's rising, folks. Rising low, rising low, rising low, rising low, rising low, rising low. All right. Each low is a higher low, just so you know. This is on ORBS. Closed at 9382. Now the bid 9350. Ask 9389. Doesn't look like it's going to be a big mover very fast. But there's no doubt they have got a steadily rising, very slowly rising 200-day average here. Very slowly rising. And they just keep trading right on it, 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 right on it. All right, that's it. ORBS. 1 day chart. Now we're going to look. There it is. ORBS on the 1 day, finally breaking away. And it may have a triple crossover of the 200-day average. Right now, they've solidified a pretty strong bottom right here. Right? Right there's one of them. Okay, they solidified a strong bottom right there. Yesterday at the closing. And here it is at lunchtime low, probably. Or what time was that? Yep, 12:30. Lunchtime low was right there. Right there, folks. Lunchtime low at 12:30. And now this has broken over that price. Where will it go to? Well, it's got to break over this now. It's got to break over that line. That's that common line of resistance right there. Line of resistance, 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 folks. Line of resistance, line of resistance, line of resistance, 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 folks. It needs to get over that friggin' line. And that price is at 94 cents. It gets over 94, then it probably goes up to here, which is just, no, it'll go up to range right about here. Anyway, folks, this isn't going to move a lot, okay? I don't believe. Let's look at the 20-day chart on it. Holy cow. Man, this is a swing trader, folks. Well, I don't know what to tell you, man. They're right on that line where they've been spending a lot of time. Just have to keep an eye on it. ORBS. Next, STI. STI. Called out by me. Whoa. STI called out by Catfish. Yow. STI. Golly, whoa. Already hit 23.89. And those of you that know about my sell sheet would have sold there. See my buy sell sheet? What does it say right here to sell? Look at those numbers. It says to sell right there. 86, 87, 88, 89. 89, folks. That's sell. Do you believe it now? Does that make you a believer? 23.89, folks. And they dropped it to $20.50 from 23.89 to $20.50, folks. How do you like that? STI closed yesterday at 504 a share. Closed yesterday at 504 a share. Wow. Bid now 21.18. The bid just went to 21.25. The bid just went to 21.27. The bid just went to 21.34. The bid just went to 21.35. The bid is at 21.36. The bid is at 21.43. The bid is at 21.45. Holy crap. The bid now is 21.40. Wow. The bid is 21.32. The bid is 21.33. And folks, this is tight now. Very tight here. 21.27 is the bid now. 21.28 is the bid. This thing is very tight, very tight. 20.29 is the bid. 21.27 is the bid. 21.25 is the bid. STI 21.34 is the bid. 21.34 is the bid. 21.35 is the bid. Getting very tight here. 21.25 is the bid. 21.21 is the bid. 21.28 is the bid. 21.05 is the bid. Oh my gosh. 20.85 is the bid. 21 is the bid. 21.06 is the bid. 21.08 is the bid. 21.13 is the bid. Well, STI, folks, it's kind of all over the place. 21.20 is the bid. 21.15 is the bid. $21 is the bid. 20.90 is the bid. 20.90. 21. Hey, 20.88, folks, is the buy right there. And the next will be 21.20. 20.88 is the buy right now. It says ask is 20.88. And now it's 20.98. And here comes 21.20, folks. Here it comes. You just saw the ask was 20.88. Now the ask is 20.86. Now the ask is 20.90. Now the ask is 20.90. Now the ask is 20.63. Now the ask is 20.50. Oh my gosh. The 20.60 on the ask. 20.73 on the ask. 20.80 on the ask. 20.88 on the ask. 20.87 on the ask. 20.70 on the ask. 20.74 on the ask. 20.79 on the ask. 20.82 on the ask. 20.75 on the ask. Wow. 20.69 on the ask. 20.64. 20.62. 2056. So now we've gone from 2150 down 2389 down to 2052. The bid is now 2056. The bid is now 2064. The bid is now 2095. And the ask is 2114. And I'm telling you, 2088 buy, and there's the ask going to be 2120. Here it comes. Now the ask is 2111, 2108. Now the ask is 2086. Oh my gosh, see, you just sold the 2008 and you get a 2067 is the bid, 2075 is the bid. 2120, there it is, 2120. And I called that. If you buy the 2088, you can sell the 2120, and there it was. And now they're back to 2089. And now the ask is 2143. The bid is 2112. The bid is 2125. So you see that, folks? 2088 buy, 2120 sell. And that's where it is. The bid is now $22. The bid is 2270. Wow. The bid is 2323. The bid is 24. Holy crap, it just hit a new high. The bid is 23 now. Oh, STI, folks. STI. Trade at your own risk. Trade at your own risk, everyone. STI. Golly, I cannot keep up with all this chat, folks. I'm sorry. T-Wave has been called out by Brad Fournet and Richie. Richie B, T-Wave. Thank you. Well, you can see when that was called out, T-Wave, I put an asterisk beside it. I put an asterisk beside it. T-Wave. So I already liked what I saw when I looked at that. Wow. STI. Trade at your own risk, folks. Let's look at that T-Wave now. Yep, I'm watching it. Well, folks, listen. The market is about to open up here in 8 minutes. These are the stocks that everyone has called out this morning since I got up at 6:48 this morning. These are the stocks that everyone has called out this morning. I've looked at every one of these. I've looked at all of them, folks, every one, including these over here too. I've looked at all of these stocks today. Folks, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27 stocks I've looked at this morning already. Wow. Holy cow. I need to go get some more coffee, folks. Now, in case you don't know it, I am a musician, and while I take breaks, I play my original music. So I'm going to play you one now called Thank You, Lord. And I'll be back here in just a moment, folks. But I'm going to play you a song now that's one of my top listened to songs on Spotify. It is my top listened to song, and it's called Thank You, Lord. I hope you enjoy it. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Thank you, Lord, for all you've done. I thank you for your cross done. I know without him in my life, I'd never make it through this strife. I love you, Lord, for loving me taking care of all my needs. As for all you get to do, I want to say thank you. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. For you've taken all my burden, all my pain, and all the burden. My sins have been forgiven by Christ's blood. If you gave your own son, so my soul is redeemed. What a wonderfully precious act of love. So thank you, Lord. Thank you, thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Your story, Lord, I spread it wide. The truth it will not deny, and Satan will not ever conquer me. Should we inherit in your name, we sin and just the same, and in the end, we always sing to thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Until we meet, I'll sing your praise. Lord, I give you these hectic days. My prayer, please hear it. Grant me peace, your guidance. Stay with me. Thank you, Lord, for all you've done, and thanks for all you yet to do. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Thank you. People ask me why I write and sometimes stay up late at night, searching for the perfect words to match a melody I've heard inside my head, running round inside my head. There in my head, I hear a tune and lyrics they'll be added soon. I'll post it, then I'll post it on YouTube. And I'll tell you why that's what I'm gonna do. 'Cause once it's there for good. 100 years from now it could be. Listen to my little song, even though I am dead and gone. Yeah. When they lay me in the ground, my melodies will still be round for years and years and years, you see. It's almost immortality. It's what it means to me. So even though I'm dead and gone, my melodies will carry on. And when I finally pass away, my songs will still be here to stay. Perhaps they'll play them in their cars, or maybe play them in the bars. They may come on the radio. The fact is, I don't really know. really know. But when it's time that I move on, you see, my songs will carry on. My songs will still be here to play. I'll be immortal in that way. Like Elvis Presley and James Brown, songs will always be around. I hope that my songs too remain when I am on a different plane. On a different plane. My songs will still remain. And who knows when I'm beyond the grave, may tune into radio waves to hear a song that I once wrote, and I will know it note for note as long as YouTube still exists. No reason for me to be missed. That's right, I'll always be around. Come hear my lyrics, hear my sound. No, I will never really leave. My songs, they're all a part of me, and they will help me to achieve a state of immortality. Yeah, that's what it means to me. State of immortality. That's what I'm trying to achieve. The state of immortality. That's what it means to me. Take my place in history. Immortality. 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 You know, folks, a lot of people have the misconception that you're only here once and you've only got one time and you're here and you're gone and you're ashes to ashes and you're dust to dust and you're temporarily here on this earth for a short flash of the history of the world and you come and you're gone. But I am here to profess that that is not the way it has to be. And I believe that you can permanently leave a mark on this world, that you can leave an indefinite mark of yourself on the world, that you can immortalize yourself through your accomplishments, through your achievements, through the things that you create. This music that I've got, these 140 songs I have on YouTube, they're going to be there as long as YouTube still exists, like the song right there said. As long as YouTube still exists, there's no need for me to be missed. My songs will always be around. Come hear my music, hear my sound. Yeah, I will never. My songs will help me become immortal. And I want you guys to keep that in mind yourselves. Yep. Good morning, tankers. A musician, what you think I do? Magic? What you think I do magic? I do magic. I've got some magic. TWAV has good volume. Thank you. Ultra Surfer Joe Gamongo, we've looked at your stock this morning. TWAV. Here it is, folks. Just called out right there. TWAV. And ladies and gentlemen, the market is going to open here. It is 9:24. Can you do me a favor at 9:24 and 48 seconds? Can we all hit the like button together, please? That's 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Please hit the like button there. 9:24 and 48 seconds. Thank you for doing that. You can also do 9:25 and 8 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. If you missed it, hit it now. Hit it now, folks. Hit the like button.
That was easy.
See? See how easy it was? All right. So, in case you happen to want to go hear any more of my music, all you got to do is look for my name, Tyler Self, right there. Look for my name, Tyler Self, TYLERSELPH, and search Google Tyler Self Music. You'll find me, I'm sure. You know what? I want to know something, folks. If you want to try something fun that you may have never done before, go to Google, the omnipotent Google, and when you're on Google, put in your name, Tyler, sorry, Self, and search your name and see what happens. Right here is an AI overview. Tyler Self most commonly refers to a singer, songwriter, and musician originally from Lansing, Michigan, known for his original country and folk singles. Depending on your exact interest, there are a few notable people and entities with this name. So right here under that, if you look at images, that's me, ladies and gentlemen, right there. That is me right there. And that is me right there. And this happens to be the video that you just listened to, the song you just heard. Thank you, Lord, on YouTube. And if you go down here on Google, the top Spotify right there is me right there. So that's my, or you can click on more or YouTube. That's me. Look at that. It says 380 plus followers. 380 plus followers. How about 26,000? 380 plus, it says. Oh, this is my other pawn shop. When I had my pawn shop business, that's what it is. This is my other YouTube account. This is my other YouTube account. I have about 5 YouTube accounts. So anyway, there you go. That's me right there. And I'm also, as you can see, on Apple Music. That's me right there, folks. Go give me a listen, okay? And these are all my songs. They has videos, and these are all some of my songs right here. All right. Just wanted to show that to you guys. Do it for yourself. Put your own name in and see what happens. See what happens, okay, when you put your own name in, okay? See what AI has to say about you. All right, find out. What does AI think about you? And can you make yourself immortal? Yes, you can. Right here, here's my music on Bandcamp, right there. You can indeed immortalize yourself, folks. I promise you. You can indeed immortalize yourself through your music, okay? Or through whatever you create. If you write a novel, if you create poetry, if you are an artist, you can immortalize yourself on this world. I do not believe in existence as only the time we spend on this earth. You can exist through eternity, folks, or as long as YouTube still exists, or as long as the internet exists anyway. All right? For eternity. And you want to go over here and you put in uh not just Tyler Self, but the Cube, and you'll find my book right there. And this is another way, folks, you can immortalize yourself. Okay. All right. There you go. Speaking of immortalize yourself, let's see what we got going on here. And the one stock I want to look at here is RKTO, which is not coming up right now. My dollar cost average on this stock is about $1.88. Not sure why it's not pulling up a chart. Don't know what's going on with Charles Schwab Thinkorswim this morning. Pulls up every other chart that I called out this morning. It's pulled them up. Well, let's go look at any right now. What is going on with Charles Schwab? By the way, just so you know, Crispy says my name comes up as a Dutch painter. Nice. See, you had hidden talents you didn't even know. Are you from Pennsylvania area, maybe? Pennsylvania? By the way, RKTO, I want you to know they just tried to take this price down to my yesterday's dollar cost average, which was 203. You guys remember my dollar cost average was 203 yesterday. So today they think that's where they need to get it to, is they think my dollar cost average is 203, but it is now $2. Sorry, Shorty. So nice try, but this isn't my DCA anymore. You guys dropped that price down here and I bought more and I lowered my DCA to $2. And now they take the low today to yesterday's dollar cost average, 203, just now. Just now, they aimed and shot for the low, 203. Now, yesterday's low was much lower than that. And now look at them. Drop the price today to my dollar cost average, 203 of yesterday, yesterday's dollar cost average. And please notice that at 205 a share, somebody wanted to buy 1.3 million shares at 205. Down here, there's only 11,000 shares at 203, folks. 11,000 at 203, but they wanted to buy 1,356 at 205. You know what? I probably shouldn't have just shown them my new dollar cost average because now they're going to go for that. I probably shouldn't have shown them that new dollar cost average because now they'll go for 2 cents below that. You know how they do every day? 2 cent below me, baby. 2 cent below me. It's a rule. Oh, God. And they run it down to 201 now. See, because they know they just discovered my DCA is $2, folks. You know, from now on, I'm gonna have to try to keep my DCA a secret somehow. Maybe I'll get me a piece of black tape and put it over average price there so they don't know. See? All right, Larry Pitt says FOXX. 620 now. Hold on. 635, 630. Holy cow, folks. Take a look at how many shares were already bought down here at 560s, 550s, 560s, and down here at 508, even 509, 511 had 404,000 shares. All right. Okay, I agree. I like this. I'm going to day trade this one. Let me look at the chart on this better. FOXX. I think it's very interesting that RKTO, they've now driven it down from 220 in the pre-market. It was up to 222 in the pre-market. They've now driven it down 20 cents to what was yesterday's dollar cost average for me, 203. So they're sitting again on 203, folks, because that was my dollar cost average yesterday, and they're sitting there again now at 203. Take a look at it right here, folks. RKTO. And look how they're holding it right under 203. This is the same thing they tried yesterday all day long. They held it right there all day. They held it there until the very end of the day. And this is what they've done 2 days in a row now. 2 days in a row, they've done this. And they'll hold it here and hold it here and hold it here and hold it here and hold it here. And then at the end of the day, it shoots up. You saw it happen again yesterday. It's now happened 2 days in a row. And what a strange number to stop it at. And they're stopping it here because yesterday this was my dollar cost average, 203. So they still think that that's where it is, I guess. But my dollar cost average is below this now. So sorry, Shorty. But this is what they did yesterday, the same exact same price. And you guys saw this. Many of you sat here with me all day long watching them. So goodbye. Adios, amigos. Hasta luego, baby. Oh, yeah. RKTO. The game is over already. No holding it there all day like yesterday. No holding it there like yesterday all day. Oh, there she goes. RKTO is the one trade. I'm coming in. RKTO. This is the one I'm going to day trade, folks. This is the one I'm going to day trade right now. Coming in for 20 shares at my DCA, $2. Coming in 20 at 201, 20 at 202, 20 at 203. They're already running from me. Running at 204. Coming in for 20 at 205, where they already got 1,000,003. And that's more than they could buy of any yesterday at any price. 1,000,003. I already know. I've been watching this too close, folks. And I'm telling you right now, this is the one I'm going to day trade today. RKTO. In case you're not aware, they just added a major general from the U.S. Army that had served for over 30 years with the U.S. Army as a major general. And he has been put on their team of advisories. And they are in the defense business. And this company, he is going to have contacts like you would not believe. Now, I want you to understand when I'm showing you what I'm doing here, this is my method of day trading, okay? And what I do is I wait for them to pull these things price down. Listen, folks, I want to explain to you something. When the price is going up, it doesn't just go up, 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 up. It goes up and comes back and goes up and comes back and goes up and comes back and goes up and breathe and it breathes and it breathes and it breathes and it breathes. and I keep staying underneath it for each time it breathes. Okay, that's what I do. Each time it breathes, I buy it. All right. RKTO is the stock I'm waiting to breathe now. Come on back down here. Come on down. Come on back down to me. Come on. Come on. Down here to 204. It won't just run straight up, folks. It won't. It won't just run straight up. And also, yesterday, they tried to stop this price at 210. They didn't want this to go over 210. They had 800,000 shares at 210, folks, yesterday. So I know they want this to keep it here. So I'm going to sell right here at 213. I'm going to sell 20 shares at 213. And I'm going to sell here 20 shares at 212. Okay. And now I just picked up a 209. Here we go. Just got a 208. And what you're going to see is that I'm going to keep myself very well protected by not overbuying. Okay. I'm not ever overbuying. Okay. I just picked up a 207 and a 206. See, they're letting it breathe now. Let it breathe. Probably come back about 6 cents from the 212 to this right here. 6 cents to 206. So now I have 164 shares. I've only invested, as you can see, at $2, 100 shares. I've invested $200, folks, is all I've invested here. And now I just picked up those breathers, and now I'm going to raise these cell numbers higher. Okay, this one's going to go up here to 215. Now, I want you to see something. This is something you can learn from me. You see up here this 223 price? Do you see that 3,500 shares? All right, here's what I'm going to do right now. I'm going to write down that there's a sell order for 3,500 at 223. Okay, and I want to do this next to RKTO. So just give me a second here. And the stock here is RKTO. So I'm going to put down here that there's a fake share sell order of 3,500 at 223. 3,500 fake shares at $2.23. And that is at 9:42 in the morning. Okay? So here's what I'm showing you this for. Because what this price is that you see up here, this is where they believe the price is going to. Okay? And you're going to see that as this price rises up through here, when it gets about right here, you're going to see this number move up. Okay. So, because they're not really going to sell these shares, this is called spoofing, folks. It's called spoofing. It's called a spoof. All right. And you're going to watch this number move around. It'll move up and it'll move down. Okay. Now, this is your number one indicator of what the price is going to do. This is your indicator of if the price is going to be falling in the future or rising in the future. So watch this number at 223. This is your fortune teller. This is your crystal ball, folks, okay? This is your crystal ball. See, they found out my dollar cost average is $2. See, now they all want to buy on my DCA. Take a look though. I don't know how this happened, but now my DCA has gone up to 205. My DCA was $2, but now my DCA has gone up to 205. I don't know how that changed, to be honest with you. I just was buying down here below me. So how it got up to 205, I don't know. That sounds like very strange to me. I don't know how my DCA just went from $2 to 205. But even at that, look how many shares have been bought on my DCA. 1,370,000. Down below here, there's only 116,000. Here, there's only 64,000. But on my DCA, there's 1,370,000, folks. They love to buy with me, man. They love to buy with Catfish Ty. You can't deny it. They love to buy with Catfish Ty. I wonder, well, one thing's for sure, they're not going to hold it underneath me all day like they did yesterday. They obviously don't have the power to do that. But they're going to try. They're going to try. They're going to try to. And you can even see them over here throwing out shares at 203, 2 cents below me. See that? Throwing out shares at 20 shares, 1 share. Uh-oh, now they're tossing out at 204 and 205, folks. This is going to go up. They're throwing out 204s and 205s. And by the way, these are cell phone farms here. These are cell phone farms at work right here, folks. What they got is cell phones all hooked together, and they sell at the same second. See that? They're all selling just in seconds here. And they're selling in groups of 10. And this is cell phone farming, it's called. It is a method which is used by some entities to manipulate the market. If you search cell phone farm and you look at images, you'll see walls and walls of cell phones set up together to throw out sell orders simultaneously in the same amounts. And this is how it's done right here, folks. And you have people who monitor these cell phone farms, okay? And the people that run these things should all be put in prison, in my opinion. But they do, in fact, sit around and they they run these farms. And I usually have pictures of them. I don't know why it's showing me something different now. Let me go to here. Hold on. Ah. I have never had so much trouble typing in my life. Cell phone farm. Okay. Images. There we go. Here's one of them being run by someone right there. This is another one right here. There's another one right there. These are called cell phone farms, folks, and they're used to manipulate the stock market. Okay. In case you've never heard of them, now you know. And there are many, many. Here's another one sitting here doing it here. Look at this guy here. Look at that one. And then you got this guy. They're all over the world, folks. This is where these guys operate. And I'm just letting you know about it. Cell phone farms, folks. There you go. Now you know. when you see these types of orders coming in here, how they're doing it, okay? When you see these strings of red come through all at once, that's how it's being done, folks. And it's being done by people running cell phone farms. And it definitely is very effective, a very effective way of manipulating the market, as you might have guessed, and as you can bear witness to. Now, this stock we're looking at here, RKTO, you can see that somebody wanted to buy a hell of a lot of shares at where I did today. My dollar cost average is right there. And just look at all the shares that they wanted to accrue right there, folks. Just take a look at that right there, folks. Look how many shares they wanted to buy on my dollar cost average, folks. Crazy, huh? Just like yesterday. And in case you're not aware of what happened yesterday, this stock, it sat, it sat right at the same price yesterday, which was my dollar cost average, and it sat there all day long. It sat there just like it's doing today on my dollar cost average until a quarter till four. And at a quarter till four, it shot up to here, up. It just ran right up, folks. But it sat there, you guys watched. It sat there all day long on my dollar cost average or 2 cent below me. They sat 2 cent below me. And if you could have seen yesterday's volume thing, you would have seen that from my dollar cost average down to right here, 10 cents down, was this massive accumulation of shares. And my dollar cost average was at 203 yesterday, 203. So from 202 and 201, there were, just like today, these massive candlesticks right on my DCA and just below me. And then there was this huge mountain of accumulation right here. Huge. I mean, you guys, you wouldn't believe how many. There was like a million here. They finally got 1,900,000 and 900,000, 800,000, 700,000, all right here, just under my dollar cost average. They just they just filled up all day long. And then at the very end of the day, off she went. And I sold it too. That's why I had $700 to buy with this morning. And I started buying it again. And look where my DCA is. And look at how many people, again, folks, are buying on my DCA. It is absolutely crazy, folks. And this is starting to happen every single day. This is starting to happen. And unfortunately for them, they just let me drop my DCA to 204. Uh-oh, shorty. Oh no. That was a bad mistake to give me those buys there. You should have never gave me those buys there at 201, $2. You should have never done it because now you've dropped my DCA below your hoarding number. Uh-oh. Now my DCA is underneath them, folks. Where they bought 1,390,000, my DCA is now below that. Oh gosh, shorty, that's horrible. And now they're going to give me a $2 buy, and I might drop my DCA even more. Come on, shorty. Yeah. Well, I didn't drop it visually, but I did drop it by getting that buy right there. RKTO. Well, folks, I guess maybe they're going to do the same thing now that they did yesterday, and they'll just sit here underneath my DCA, and maybe they'll buy another, 20 million shares right here below me. And then at the end of the day, it just blows up and runs up. That's all I can guess. I can tell you one thing: when they get there, I'm ready to buy it, man. I want to lower my DCA even more here. I'll go for 198. Let's try 198 here. Try and buy some 198 and drop my DCA even lower. Well, yesterday, folks, you saw, if you were here with me, after I made my entry, they sat and dropped the price down to 10 cents below me. So that would be 194 right now. They would, if they were going to do what they did yesterday, they dropped it below my DCA 10 cents, which would be 194. I did just get the 198. That's nice. Thank you. Thank you, givers. Thank you, givers. Well, lo and behold, they're going to try to take it to 194, it looks like. 10 cents below me, just like they did yesterday. I'm trying to buy now at 196. 196. And I believe they will possibly go for 10 cents below me. But I don't care. It doesn't matter. I'm just going to buy 196 here. Thank you, shorts. And here they come for 10 cents below me, folks, just like yesterday. They're trying for 10 cents below me, just like yesterday. Isn't it fun? This is RKTO. RKTO. Shooting now for 10 cents below my dollar cost average for the second day in a row. Here we go. They're 1 penny away. 1 cent away from 194. And they're not going to get it, folks. So they just ran out of shares there at 20,000 at 195. They just ran out of the capacity, 20,000 at 195. All right. So that's all they had was 20,231 at 195. And now they're trying 66,000 at 196. So they got 20,231 at the low of 195. And then they got 69,000 at 196. Isn't that interesting? So only 20,000 here, but three times as many at 196. Isn't that interesting? So they had only 20,000 here at $1.95, but they've got 72,000 they could give out at 196. See? Now the next one's going to come here, and they've only got 19,000 here. And here they've only got 33,000. So pay attention, folks. Right here, they only had 20,231 at 195, and then they mustered up uh 105,000 at 196. Now that it's running on them with only 19,000, 40,000, and 49,000. And here they're at 64,000 already. Well, down here they could have maxed out at 105. So when this goes to 105, it's going to go over 199, folks. And right now it's at 65 and it's already going up. And look, there's 43,000 trying to buy 199, 2,600 for sale. And by the way, that 2,800 fake shares, look where they are now. I just told you about a little bit ago, 2,800 fake shares on RKTO. There were 3,500 fake shares at 223. 223. Now they've dropped it to 210. 210, folks. And again, now I want you to be aware they can only handle 20,000 here, 105,000 at 136, 19,000 at 196 and a half, 40,000 at 197, 49,000 at 198, 68,000 at 199, 82,000 at $2, only 54,000 at 201, and now 74,000, the same as what they got down here when they hit, what was it? Right there, 82,000. So, folks, they've already got 77,000 here at 202. They've already got 77,000 there. And I got news for you. There's a lot of buyers here that bought over my dollar cost average. A whole crap load bought over my DCA at 205. Aha. Then they ran it down just now, and I just got through buying it there. And sure enough, I've dropped my DCA to 204 now. And conveniently, now they're going to sit under my DCA for as long as they can. They ran out again. Look here, folks. Here was the number. They ran out at 82,228 at $2. 82,228. Look where they just ran out here. They just ran out at 81,976 at 202. So you understand the correlation? Down here, they ran out at 82,228. And here they ran out at 82,445. And here they're going to run out at 123. Well, down here they can only get 105,000 at 196. They can only get 195,000. So how many are they going to get here now at 203? They've got 125,000 now. 70,000 more and she's gone. Just like down here, the max they could hold was 105,000. And right here, they're at 126,000. They're already 20,000 oversold. Here, they've only got 97,000. But here again, folks, look at them trying to hold the price at the exact same number they tried to hold it yesterday all day long. Remember, I kept showing you, look at all the shares they've got, and just unending, a never ending number of shares at 201. Yesterday, it sat there all day long. It sat there. And thank God I sold them all when they ran it up at the end of the day. But all day long yesterday, this did the same thing sitting at this price. All day long, like they just had some infinite number of shares to keep selling around and 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 around. I don't know why they do it. I have no idea what advantage it is to them, but they definitely do it. They hold it here yesterday. They held it here for 3-4 hours at this price, the same price. And then at the very end of the day, brrr, up she went. See here, let me show you something about the stock. Okay, let me show you. Notice how they run this thing down at the very beginning of the day, like they're doing now. Notice what it does after. Look over here. Look at them run this thing down 2 days ago. And look what it did after. And look what it did at 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock. Look what it did from 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock. It went up $1, folks, or 50 cents. It went up 50 cents because this timeline here was 190 a share, and it went all the way up to here before the closing, 244, a 54-cent move. 54-cent move from right here at 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock. A 54-cent move from 3 o'clock to 4. Now, the next day, look how they dropped it at the beginning of the day. Then look how they tried to pull it down to the lunchtime low. And then look here at the end of the day, look at the pop. Look at the pop again after they tried to hold it here for 3 hours like they did yesterday. Look at the friggin' pop at the end of the day. Look at the pop at the end of the day from here to there. Look at the pop at the end of the day from here to there after they held it all afternoon on my dollar cost average. All right, folks, just look how long they held it there at my dollar cost average. It was 3 hours, folks. They held it there, 3.5 hours. It didn't make the move until a quarter till 4. And that's the same thing as before. It doesn't make the move until the very end of the day. The very end of the day, it makes the move. The very end of the day, boom. And here they are again, coming at it at the very beginning of the day to run it down. Just like always, just like before. Run it down at the open. Take advantage of the gullible dumbasses. Run it down at the open. Take advantage of the gullible dumbasses. Run it down at the open. Take advantage of the gullible dumbasses. Run it down exactly to the line of resistance that it's been at so many times before. There and there and there and there. Hey, guys, listen. From this line right here, I got a question for you. From that line right there, how far has the price fallen below that? To there. But how high has it gone from this line? To friggin' there. When it came over here, how far did it fall below this line? To right there. And then how high did it go? To friggin' up there. When they got it here, how far did it fall below this line? To just there. How high did it go? To friggin' there. From this line here, where they are again right now, how far below that line has it gone? To the same friggin' line. Well, they're not even at this line now. They're not even here. They're not even there. They're not even at that line. They're not there. They're at this line. They're at this line. And you want to know why they're not at this line? I'll tell you why. Because when they dropped it here, the 200 was here. And then when they dropped it here, the 200 had risen to here. And then when they dropped it here, the 200 had risen to here. And that's why they're not going to drop it to this line now, because the friggin' 200 is up here, people. Understand? Please understand what I'm telling you. They've now reacquired this same line of resistance that they've hit once, twice, 3 times, 4, 5, 6 now. 6 times the same line right there. 6 times there. 6 times, folks. It broke over it once there, then resistance twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times resistance at that line, folks. This line, 6 times resistance at this line. That one, not this one. This line here has only been resistance how many times? Once right there, twice right there, just twice. This line has been resistance only twice. But this is the true line that they want right here. That line is the line they really want is that line right now. That's the line they wish they could get it to. All right. I'm telling you about RKTO, folks. RKTO. But as I say again, when they achieved this drop zone to there, the 200 was down here. Then when they achieved the line again right there, the 200 was here. And now they've achieved the line one last time, and the friggin' 200 is all the way. It's on it. It's on it, people. Let me tell you something. Let me explain. If the price is driven down to this line with the 200 here and then goes up that far, and then the price is driven down to this line again, and the 200 is there, and the price goes up that far, and then the line over here drops down to the 200 again, to the line again, and the 200 is there. Freaking, how high will it go now? If it could go that high with the 200 way down here, if it could go that high, and by the way, that same line, you can see a little hitch and go right there. See that right there? See how they hitched off that line and then it went up? The price had shot up to here, then they pulled it down to right there, folks, right there. Then that thing freaking took off. So you've got 1 point of resistance to where they tried to drop it once. Then they tried to drop it twice. Then 3 times. Then 4 times. 5 times. 5 times to that line. And now the reason it's stopping here at this line is because the 200's not way down here anymore. Like when they started hitting this line. When they first hit this line, the 200 was all the way down here, folks. The first time they pulled back to that line, the 200 was all the way down here. Do you understand? All right. I'm just trying to, again, here, folks, I provide and you decide. Okay. I provide and you decide. The stock is RKTO. They just had a major general take over as their advisory board member, a military who served 30 years in the military as a top military leader, and he is now taken in a position up on this company's advisory board. And they're in the defense business, folks. And look at that thing go now. Oh, yes. Catfish Tyler calls it RKTO. Thank you for buying from me at 215 and 216 and 217 and 218 and 219 and 220. And I'm going to put these orders in at 222, 224, 220. That's right, folks. Oh, yeah, baby. Here she goes. Nice. Nice. STI up $30 now. Yep, I know. I looked at that this morning, and I told people that that might be a good place, a good one. Called out by me. Called out by me. I called that one out. STI. Let me go look at it. STI. Just sold RKTO at 215. Nice. All right. All right. STI up 526%. Oh my gosh. All right, guys. I don't know if you bought any of this or not. 38.15. Oh my gosh. What a great call. All right, guys. Well, I don't know if anybody bought that, but I showed you that about, I don't know, half an hour ago, 45 minutes. STI. Oh, my. Goodness gracious. Congratulations if you bought some of that on my recommendation. All right. On my analysis, if you bought it, congratulations. Up 526%. Wow. And hopefully you know to sell at 38.08 through 38.13. Hopefully you knew to sell there. If you bought into this, you would have known to sell 38.08 through 38.13, and it stopped at 38.15, and dropping it back now to 31.36. Oh my gosh, $7 drop. Wow. Holy crap. Wow. All right. Well, that's STI, folks. I called it out about 45 minutes ago. Now we're going to go over and look at RKTO. Nice. RKTO. Game over, people. Look at that flat top green. Look at the 5-day coming over the 50-day right now. Flat top green, folks. Flat top green. No wick on it at all here. Little bit of a wick there. RKTO. Little wick on it there. Little bit of a wick. Now we're going flat top again. Uh, just give me a second here. RKTO. Here's their latest press release. RKTO. It says here, former U.S. Army Major General brings decades of national security, strategic operations, and defense leadership experience to support Rocket One's expansion into AI infrastructure for space and defense applications. This is the news. They've got a new major general with decades of military experience. It says that he's going to help them out, and General Frost brings nearly 4 decades of military, national security, and leadership experience, including 31 years of distinguished service in the United States Army. Throughout his career, he held senior operational, strategic, and communications leadership positions across the Indo Pacific, the Middle East, Europe, and the United States. That is the news upon which they drove this stock down to get in before he takes the helm and helps guide them to very, very good. I'm going to guess he has a lot of good contacts in the military to help this company out with what their endeavors are, which is to go into space technology and defense in the area of defense, the Defense Department. So this is why I think the stock has been played so heavily. And as I said to you yesterday, it was very interesting how they held this thing in check right below my dollar cost average for 3 hours. And today, that certainly didn't happen, did it? And now, this is the same number where they tried so hard to stop it from breaking yesterday, 210, 210. And they were heavily, heavily engaged in this stock, RKTO at 210. They listen, folks, I'm telling you, RKTO at 210, they bought 880,000 shares there yesterday at 210. They kept holding it at 210 yesterday. That was the high. That was the high until the very end of the day. And then it shot up and I sold some at 213 and I think 218. But yesterday, this was the number that they sat at, 210. And they seemed to have an endless number of shares to sell yesterday at 210. So you guys saw me actually sell shares at 210 when I saw that. I said, all right, well, I'll just let them buy from me at 210 because they're obviously they have a big budget and they're going to keep buying it at 210. All right, that's what I said to you yesterday. They've got a massive budget, and they're going to keep buying at 210, and they've got a limit to just keep buying there. They're under someone else's instruction, or I don't know who is doing it, but someone has a dedicated keep it at 210 no matter what the cost. All right, no matter what it costs them. And so I am going to sit here and sell at 210 because I know this already. I already know this. I saw them do it yesterday, folks. Okay. I saw them do it with this stock yesterday. Yep, SPCE. I told everybody, man, trade that thing at your own risk. I told everyone 45 minutes ago when I looked into SPCE, it was called out by One Love. I said, man, you if you're going to trade that stock, you trade that at your own risk because that thing was radical. That thing was radical, man. That is high risk, high intensity. Well, now the same line in the sand has been drawn at 210. They're being very adamant about this stock. Somebody is not going to let the price go over $2.10, folks, no matter what. Okay? They made this point clear yesterday, and they're going to re-establish that point again today. Someone is dead set against letting this price cross 210. They probably called up their cell phone farmers and they said, look, start selling now. Start selling now at 205. Here you go. Dump a bunch of shares out at 205, even though they could have just sold them 5 minutes ago at 210. Now they've decided to be dumping all these shares at 205 from the cell phone farms. And look at the numbers of shares they're selling: 7,000, 4,000, 3,000, 8,000, 6,000. Now, grant you, they could have just sold them at 210, 209, 210. They could have sold them here, no problem. They could have sold those. But somebody's paying them to start selling 5,000 at 209 and then sell 2,000 at 2095 and then sell thousands of shares at 209, and then we'll pay you to sell thousands of shares at 207, and then just hundreds at 207, then more thousands we'll pay you. There's 8,000 at 206. Yep, there you go. All cell phone farms, 4,000 at 206 and a half, 1,500 at 205. Cell phone farms kicking in big time here: 6,000, 205, 203 and a half, 3,000. SoFi farms doing their job. 203, look at them all pouring in. All the cell phone farms coming in to get to my dollar cost average again. Oh, yeah. Cell phone farms ran it all the way down from $2.16 back down to $2.02. And they did it in less than 10 minutes, folks. In 10 minutes' time. And now they're sitting 1 cent below my dollar cost average. Well, now you know why I just sold those shares up there. I know how they are. I know how they are. I know how they operate, folks. I got their number. I got their number, people. Look how many shares they bought here. 1,500,000, 1 penny over my dollar cost average. And then I dropped my dollar cost average to 204, and now they're at 203. It's beautiful, beautiful. See how many shares they bought earlier on my dollar cost average? Look at that. Look how many shares they bought on my dollar cost average. Why would they do that? Well, listen, if they buy 1 million shares and then they run it up 10 cents, right? Alexa, what is 1 million times 0.10?
1 million times 0.1 is 100,000.
So they just made $100,000. See how easy that was? They bought 1 million shares, 1 penny over my dollar cost average, and then they ran it up 10 cents and made 100,000. Then they short that position, and then they short it, and then they sell all the shares that they ran it up and bought. All these shares that they bought, they've got now to sell. See? So they buy all these shares at this number. They get 1 million of them. Then they run it up. It actually went up 12 cents. So they made 120,000 on that. Then they shorted it and ran it back down 12 cents. And now they've made $240,000 in 10 minutes. You understand? That's how it works, folks. And they're going to do it again. They'll probably do it again. Why not? I mean, it's an easy way to make $200,000. And now if they run it back up to 216 again, they'll make another 120,000. Then they run it back down to my dollar cost average, and now they've made $440,000 on it. 480,000. They just need to do this 2 or 3 times during the day, and they'll rake in $500,000 doing it. All right. So now you know how it works. And just look at them sitting 1 cent below, just like they did yesterday, 1 cent under my dollar cost average. But you know what? Instead of just waiting all day long and then running it up at the very end of the day, like they did yesterday and the day before, they decided today to run it up right then. And yeah, why not do it twice instead of just at the end of the day? Do it, do it at 10 o'clock. Run it up at 10 o'clock, then run it back down, sit and accumulate and buy up another few million there, 1 cent below me, and then do it again at the end of the day. Run it up 10 cents like they did yesterday, right at the end of the day in the last 15 minutes. You guys saw this that were trading with me yesterday. I had all these shares and I sat on them all day as they accumulated right below me, 2 cents below me and a penny below me. And then at the end of the day, it just ran right up. Mysteriously, at the end of the day, it ran up just like it just mysteriously ran up just then. So somebody's controlling this big time, folks. Somebody's really working this thing. RKTO. Working it good, folks. Working it good. And almost identical to yesterday. Not only did they get it below my dollar cost average, but yesterday they got it below my cost average 10 cents exactly. And today my DCI was 205. And so look, they ran it down 10 cents exactly. Just like yesterday, the exact same thing. The exact same thing they did yesterday, folks. They're doing it now. Isn't it interesting? And just so you know, look here at the very low of the day, they only had 45,000 shares, folks. That's only $90,000. That's the same as yesterday, folks. They only had 90,000 yesterday at the low of the day. It's the same amount. It's the same amount of money. It's the same amount of money, folks. And you guys watched yesterday, they sat here below my DCA and they just bought shares here. They bought hundreds and hundreds of thousands of shares yesterday there. They just sat here and bought hundreds of thousands. They had 700,000, 800,000, 600,000, 700, 900,000, 900,000. They even got 1 million. They even got 1 million. And they just sat all day like they're doing right now, right below me. And they just sat and bought and bought and bought. And they got every one of these right here candlesticks out to 700,000 shares at each one. Minimum was 500,000, I think. Well, look at them doing it again today, folks. The same thing. Sitting here creating a massive wall right underneath my dollar cost average, just like they did yesterday. The same freaking thing, folks. Witness it, history repeating itself again. And I wonder what just made the price jump all the way up. It did not do that yesterday. It didn't do it yesterday. Well, maybe I can lower my DCA a little bit more. I'm waiting on them to bring it on down here. Come on. If you guys had any real balls, you wouldn't just take it 10 cents below me. You'd take that thing down 30 cents below me if you had any real cojones. Yep. Here's the deal, I guess. They're trying to get it to 194 now because they want it 10 cents below me. Uh-oh. Well, that isn't going to happen. So now let's see how much they've got accumulated here. Well, we know that they got 1,000,005, 1 penny over my dollar cost average. Well, that was because that used to be my dollar cost average, 205. So they bought 1,000,005 at my dollar cost average today, folks. 1,000,005 at my DCA. Now down here at the low, they could only get 48,000 shares at the low of the day. Then the next number, they could only get 205,000. Now I think they've got to hit 450,000 before they can print a number. Yesterday it seemed like it was 450,000 or so. So at 196, they're aiming for that 450,000, I guess, like they had yesterday. But they had that 10 cents below me. So they've only got here now 205,000 and they've run out. And I know that because they just put out the KY flag at 196 and a half. There's the KY flag, folks, at 196 and a half. When you see that, I call that the KY flag. That's the concession flag saying, "Oh shit, we're about to take it up the yang. We better get some KY." So there's the KY flag flying at 196.01. The KY flag at 196.01, where they've now bought 217,000 shares. Now that's very similar to yesterday's low, around 200,000 right there. That's almost identical, as I recall. And now here at 197, they've only got 191,000 shares. Now notice the fake shares, which is the amount of 3,500. Where are the fake shares now? Well, they've got some fake shares at 214. They've got some fake sell order there at 214. So right now, that's where they think the price is going to go to next. The market makers believe the price is going to go back up and it's going to go to 214. And they've also got a fake shares 2 cents below me at 2,800, right there at 2 cents below me. They got fake shares there. As a matter of fact, they're throwing out fake numbers here. Look at the number here. Watch this. There's 39,000 want to buy. Look at the sellers. 39,000 want to buy. Look at the sellers, 200. There's not even 3,000 shares right here to 198, but you got 39,000 wanting to buy. Oh, wow. Just watch this, folks. Now watch them throw out a spoof number here. Uh-oh, they're raising these. They just raised the 2,800. Watch out now. Watch. 40,000 want to buy, 700 want to sell. 40,000 want to buy, 700 want to sell. 42,000 want to buy, 700 want to sell. Huh. But I just saw tens of thousands for sale there. Well, what do you know? It's going up. When 42,000 want to buy and 200 want to sell, it's going up. Watch this fake sell order 2,800 at 202 move up. Watch them move this up. They'll move it up in a moment. Because this thing is going to rise, folks. I have no idea how it even sits here with just 2,600 shares here and 41,000 want to buy. Look at this KY flag at 196.01. RKTO, ladies and gentlemen, is the stock. Here it is right here. RKTO. You know, I think somebody realized, holy crap, this thing is about to eclipse and it's going to take off. Let's get in on it first before we let it ride, before we really let it fly. Let's run it down 8% today and shake out those freaking shorties. Let's shake out the freaking weak hands. Shake out the weak hands. And here they are, 195.5, where they've now accumulated 282,000 shares. Here, 291,000 shares. Here, 203,000. Now, you guys know yesterday that they sat here just like this yesterday below me, and they filled out to 600,000, 900,000, 800,000, 600,000, 700,000, 700,000, 900,000, 1,000,000, 2 cents below me. They got 1,000,000. But today they bought 1,000,000 already at 205, where my dollar cost average used to be. They already bought 1,000,000 there, folks. Already bought 1,000,000 there. You know, I find it interesting. How do they keep generating these shares to hold it at 196 right here? They must be borrowing them. Somebody said yesterday. I said, yep, I guess they are. They just keep borrowing, just keep borrowing. Just go call them up and borrow more, and then call them up and borrow more. Well, they just broke out. It just broke out. 305,000 is all they're going to get there. They did not get a printable number. They usually want to print at 400,000, and they did not get it, folks. So this thing is done, and now 298,000. They've already got it 198, so it's going to rise above that too. Here it goes. And watch the fake shares move up. The 2,800 shares at 202 is going to move up. They're going to move it, folks. They're going to move it right now. Watch it move. There it goes. It just moved. See that? 2,800 at 202 just disappeared. The 2,800 at 202 just moved up. They moved it up to 204. They moved it up to 204. All right, you see, it's called spoofing, folks. It's a spoof order. And watch, they're going to move this up too. Oh, they've moved this 3,500 now up to 223, folks. So they believe the price is now going to go to 223. They just moved it up to 223, folks. The 3,500's at 223. Let me write this down. 3,500 fake shares, 223. At what time? 10:38 a.m. Oh yeah. So here we go, folks. And look how they've moved up the fake shares, the 2,900. Oh, and look, now all of a sudden they fabricated 9,000 shares at $2. They never had that before. They didn't have jack crap there. What are they doing? They're spoofing this too, folks. Watch this 1,300 buy up all these shares. Watch them. Watch them. 1,300 is going to buy all these. It's just going to disappear, folks. And let me let you know right now, this movement of this price from the 212 up to 223, that's a big jump on that 3,500 fake share order. That's a big jump up. And look, they just moved up the dollar here to there. Watch them move all these numbers up. Watch them move them up. I often wonder, are there any real shares for sale here, or do they just keep moving these up and keep moving them up? We'll see. But look at that. Well, well, well. Now they've gotten how many shares here? Let's keep track of what they're accumulating here. So now they've gotten here before they ran out of them. 297,000 here before they ran out. 305,000 and they ran out. Then here 203, that's weak. Here 314, that's better. Got 305,000 here, 314,000 there. That's better. 198. Now, how much did you get here? 265. That's weak. That's weak. Down here, you're talking 297, 314, 265. That's weak. And where are you here? 266. Oh, my. And you're going to run out of those now, too. Ran out here at 265, run out here at 266. Hey, Kim, were you holding CXAI still last night when it shot up? You said break even. Okay. Because CXAI, I think you were in on that with me. Man, that thing took off yesterday on news that they bought up another company. CXAI announced news that they had bought another company and they shot up. They acquired a company called Engine Room. All right, so Shorty's trying the same thing they tried yesterday, trying to hold this RKTO at $2, folks, just like yesterday. And you saw them yesterday hold it there and hoard up a bunch of millions of shares here. And then at the end of the day, in the last 15 minutes, the thing skyrocketed, just like the day before. So this is the third day in a row. They're trying the same stunt, folks. It's worked so well for them. And in fact, they even let it take a little 10 o'clock run from below me all the way up to 216. They gave me a little 10 o'clock jump up to sell some. I sold some at 213, 215, 216. So then they ran it back down below me and down to 195 again. And now she's going to go back up over $2 because all this is oversold. And I guess they don't have as much power as they did yesterday, because yesterday, 10 cents below me, they were able to get, well, about the same number of shares, but here they were able to get 400,000 and 600,000 and 600,000, 700,000. So yesterday, they were able to get a lot more shares down here at these prices yesterday. They bought a lot more. So I don't know what's going on and why they're running out of shares here now. I guess yesterday, when they were throwing out the fake shares, a lot of people like you and me bought it, and we want it to go way up, so we're not going to sell it now. So they must not have as many fake shares available because we bought it all up yesterday. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe everybody that was watching this channel was buying RKTO with me at this price, and now they're holding it long, and there's just not enough shares for them to hold it to get 600,000, 600, 500, 700, 700. Maybe they just can't do it today because this is weak compared to yesterday. 297, 208, 314, 265, 304, and they ran out at 304. They ran out at 304. And look here, folks. The 5,800 shares is now sitting up here fake at 208. 208. Oh, yep, 5,800 shares at 208. And the 3,500 shares fake. I want you to see something, ladies and gentlemen. Earlier this morning, they had the 3,500 shares, fake shares, at $2. I want you to see this: 3,500 fake shares at $2.23. And here, 3,500 fake shares at 10 o'clock this morning at 223. And now the 3,500 fake shares are still sitting at 223. But I'm here to tell you, when this price rises right up over all this, which it will, when it gets up around $2.20, this fake share order will move up. They'll move it up. You'll see it move up. Let's just watch. But just like yesterday, man, they seem to have just a countless number of shares they could sell at $2, 201, 202, 199. We're seeing the same thing, a repeat of yesterday. But it's not really a repeat of yesterday, because yesterday, as I said, they were able to get 600,000, 700, 900,000, 600,000, 800,000. They were able to get way, way more shares yesterday. Way more here at this price. We'll see how long they can hold it here now today. We'll see how long they can hold it here like they did yesterday. RKTO. Now, there's plenty of other stocks that have been called out this morning. Here they are right here. Please take a look at these, especially the ones that I had an asterisk beside: SCCX, YYGH, LASE, RPGL, reverse split, 1 for 20, I think it was. SPRC, I told you, was very, very radical, so watch out with that one. Trade at your own risk. SPRC, very radical. Let's go see where that is now. SPRC. Wow. SPRC. Oh man, there she goes, folks. SPRC. And look, the 5-day just broke this line of resistance I showed you earlier. And I told you if it went there, that it could go as high as this line. And I'm telling you now, when this 5-day gets to this line, you need to sell a little, which it probably just was there. And they hit it right there. You should have sold. The 5-day was probably right there. And that's where they're running it down from. So let's see how far they pull it down now. SPRC. It's up 61% right now. So you should have sold it just then at 1574, 1574.75. Because I had a line of resistance right there saying, hey, sell it right here, sell a little bit. Sell a little bit there, then look for the pullback. And there it is. Sell a little there, pullback. Yep. There it goes. And now watch. There's the buy. There's the buy. This is the next line of resistance. The buy is going to be right here on this line. Or maybe halfway between. Right here might be the buy right now. Between here and there. Halfway point. Yep. SPRC. Bid is 1474. Ask is 1510. Wow. The bid is 15 now. The bid is 1485. The bid is 1488. The bid is 1469. The bid is 1452. The ask is 1497. The ask is 1472. The ask is 1486. I told you this thing is totally radical. The ask is 1486. The bid is 1479. The ask is $15. The bid is 1472. The ask is 1482. The ask is 1481. The ask is 1491. The ask is 1480. Jeez. Wow, people. Be careful with this one. It's up 55%. Man, SPRC, folks. I don't know. I'm going to stay clear of it, man. I'm going to stay clear of it. I'm staying clear of it. I feel safer with RKTO. All right. Especially seeing him try to get it down to the 200 there. Look at him twice on that line now. Boom once, boom twice. But the 200 never stops rising. And neither does the 50 and 45. So I'll stick with that. 200 days steadily rising. Every time they've hit this line of low, the 200 was here. Then they hit this line low. The 200 was there. Now they hit this line low, and the 200 is up here. Holy crap. Yeah, I'll stick with this one. I'll stick with this, folks. Look at this. Notice where the price is here, right here. That price is 194, folks. All right? That price is 194. Where that line is, 194. I want you to pay attention. 194, okay? Now, take a look at something. When this price was dropped over here to from right here down to 194, where was the 200 day? Right here. Now, the next time the price ran up from there down to this line again, 194, where was the 200? Now it's here. The next time the price was run down to this line, 194, where is the 200? Right here. The next time they ran it down to this line, where is the 200? It's right there. The next time they run it down to this line, right here, where is the 200? It's freaking above it. It's above it, people. So ask yourself, if the first time they ran it down to it here and the 200 was here and it went that high afterwards, and then the next time they ran it down there and the 200 was here and it went that high afterwards, and the next time they ran it down to this line and the 200 was here and they ran it that high afterwards, and the next time they ran it down to this line and the 200 was here and they ran it that high afterwards, and the next time they ran it down to that line, the 200 is above. How freaking high is this thing going to go now? That's what I want to know. How high is it going to go now off of that line again? With the 200 having gone from all the way down here, all the way up to there, how freaking high could this stock go? And maybe that's why, maybe this is why they're trying today to pick up so many shares before it freaking launches. All right. And right here, you can see they have gotten 1,570,000 shares right there at 205. And there's my dollar cost average right there. 1,580,000 shares now at 205. From what I just showed you, you should consider buying a few shares of this stock right now, folks. All right? That's my suggestion. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. The 200-day is now up over this price. No wonder they wanted to gather so many shares there this morning. And notice it's now gone from 10 cents below where my dollar cost average was. And they're not holding it today like they did yesterday, folks. It's out of here. She's already running. Did you know that this company just announced? Did you know that this company just announced that they just hired a U.S. Army Major General brings decades of national security? They just appointed a Major General Malcolm B. Frost to the Space and Defense Advisory Board. This guy has tons of connections throughout his career. He has held senior operational positions, strategic and communications leadership positions across the Indo-Pacific, the Middle Europe, and the United States. General Frost's experience leading large-scale military operations, strategic planning initiatives, and national defense programs makes him an exceptional addition to Rocket One's advisory board. Folks, their company deals now with intersections of artificial intelligence, advanced computing, space infrastructure, and defense technologies. His leadership and insight will help guide our long-term strategy and strengthen our relationships across the defense and national security ecosystem. Nice. So I'm here to pump this stock today, and I'm advising that you might want to pick up a little bit of it because I don't think it really needs any pumping at all. I think it's going to do it on its own merit and on announcements that are going to be coming soon. I believe that this is a great move and advancement for this company. It says here in his final Army assignment, General Frost led the Army's initial entry training enterprise, overseeing the transformation of approximately 130,000 civilian volunteers into soldiers annually, while helping lead the Army's holistic health and fitness modernization efforts. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this is a good investment. I believe it's been toyed with long enough. I believe whoever wanted it this morning bought 1,500,000 shares at 205, and they're going to sell them right now. They're going to sell them at 215, folks, and 214, and I am too. And they're going to sell them at 216, and here we go, folks. And I'm selling at 220 and 222. All right, here we go, folks. Nice. I'm going to sell at 218. Just sold 219. Just sold 220. Just sold 220. Now I'm going to sell 225. I'm going to sell 229, 230. And she's gone, folks. Oh my gosh. And I do believe I hear a train. I think the train is leaving the station, selling 233, 237, 238. Oh my gosh, folks. I hear it. I know I do. I'm pretty sure I hear a train. Whoa. Nice. This is RKTO. RKTO. All right. Yeah, baby. Yes, yes, yes. Congratulations, all of you that believed in me. Oh my gosh, look at this thing go. Nice. Just sold 233. Please sell 230. Just sold 230. And we're going to sell 237, 238. We're going to sell 240 here. Sell 243, 244. Nice, guys and gals. Nice, nice, nice. Mr. Mexi says, yes, I was right in the trench with you, Cat. Oh, the ticker we're on is RKTO. RKTO. Now I want you to buy it back, folks. Put your orders in at 208. 208. Put in 211. Come on in here at 213 right now. 215. 214. All right, I want you to buy here. They're going to run it back down here. They're going to come back down here. They want 216. I know they do. Yep. We're going to make a bunch of money on this today, folks. All right, Ernest Green. Hello there. CXAI went up in the after hours yesterday. Yes, they did. They acquired another company, a company called Engine Room. They acquired a company called Engine Room. They announced that yesterday after the market closed. Here's your buybacks, folks, coming at you. 216 right there. I'm going to get this right now. There we go. Got it. Now I'm trying for 215 and 214. Here we go. Come on back down. Come on. Let's work it, market makers. Come on, run it down. Come on. There we go. Come on now. There we go. Got it. Got it. 214. Come on down. Come on down. 213, 211. Come on. Now, what you're witnessing here, folks, is the way I trade. I have a buy sell sheet. It tells me certain numbers where to sell. I'm using that buy sell sheet right now. So I just got through selling at these numbers that you see. I just got through selling, and it says over here to sell at the 29 through the 30, 31, 32, 33. Buy back after that at the 13, 13, 14, even as low as the 11, maybe even 7 or 8, 7 or 8. Okay. That's what it says. Buy back over here at these numbers. So that's what I'm doing right now. That's what I'm doing. I'm just using my buy sell sheet. And I never underestimate the power of the market makers, what they can do. They could take this thing down again now under my DCA right now. And I wouldn't be surprised to see them do that at all. I wouldn't be surprised to see them do it at all. Because if they can run it up and down 15 cents 4 or 5 times a day, they'll end up with $400,000 if they're investing at 100,000 at a time. They'll make 400,000 off this stock by the end of the day. If they can take it down to 207, back up to 230, down to 207, back up to 230, they'll make a fortune off of it. A fortune, folks. You know, it's interesting. This is 2 days in a row that I brought up the information about the major general taking on the position, and the stock shot up after that. 2 days in a row, folks, that I made that announcement. That's right. 2 days in a row that I made the announcement about this company taking on the new major general, and this stock popped afterwards. Kind of interesting. I'm just throwing it out there. Just throwing it out there. Now, what they're going to do here now is they're going to trade in a 6 cent range, possibly for a little bit. So we're just going to drop this sell order down from 219 to 225. And we're going to drop this to 224. And we're going to drop this to 223 and drop this to 222 here now. Okay. Now, the reason why is because I just filled, by the way, at 216. So watch now. This is going to trade in a 6 cent range for a while. It's a 6 cent trench. I've seen it many times. And if they can run it down 6 cents, then up, then that's 12, then down, that's 24, then up, that's 30, then down 36, then up 40, 42. Folks, they can make a fortune doing this. They can make a fortune doing it. And so that's what I'm going to do right now. And you're going to witness me do it. 6 cent range, folks. 6 cent range. 6 cent trench. Well, that's how this works. Come on, Shorty. Let's go. Let's show them what I know what I'm talking about. Well, I guess all they could get was 1,500,000 at my DCA. And now my DCA has gone from 204 up to 209 just because of what I'm doing here. So here we go. Here comes the run. Here comes the next leg up. Now, where is the fake shares? Where's the fake shares? Where is the 3,500 fake shares? I don't see them. I don't even see 3,500 fake shares anymore that they had for so long. They've got 2,100 fake shares at 237. I see that. And they've got 2,800 shares at 225. Those are fake as well. So now they've got 2,800 fake at 225. 2,800 fake shares at 225. And that is at what time? 11:07. RKTO. 2,800 fake shares sitting at 225 at 11:07. All right. So they believe the price is going to now go to 225. And look, they just moved them up. They just moved them up to 227. They just moved them up to 227. So watch this. This is the precursor, folks. This right here tells you where the price is going to move to next. And I just sold 220. Watch the fake shares. They're going to tell you where the price is going next. So the price is going to go up to 227 now. So I'm going to move this up to 226 and 227. All right, because the fake shares are there, folks, at 227. And because of that, you can, oh, there it goes. There it goes. See that? Look at it and watch. The 2,800 just jumped to 231. Watch that. See, they just jumped to 231 now. 2,900 at 231. So they just moved it up from 225 to 230 moved it up to $2.31. See, that 2,800 fake shares is now sitting at 231. And I just sold 226. All right, and watch. Here we go. Now they're going, and look, the 2800 has gone to 235. The 2800 has now moved up to 235. And now they've risen it even higher, folks. We're going to sell 237 now. Going to sell 237 now, folks. And the 2800 fake shares is now at 237. So we're going to 237 now. Pull up these buy orders here at 223, 220, 219. I hope you guys are learning something. RKT up 3% on my platform. Yep. RKTO went up. Yep. Yep. Yes, sirree. Now listen, whoever's been manipulating this stock for the last 3 days, they have a lot of money and a lot of power, folks. So don't underestimate them. All right? Don't underestimate them. Trust me. They have a lot of power, folks, and a lot of money. Now I'm selling at these numbers 229 and 230. They're on my sell sheet. Boom, I just got out. And the fake shares are now where? Oh, 23,000 shares they now have at 227, folks, somehow. Look at that. Talk about spoof bidding. There's a spoof right there. 23,000. You don't have 23,000 shares for sale at 227. What a spoof bid, folks. Look at that. 23,000 folks at 227. See how powerful they are? Powerful at lying to you, folks. They're trying to lie to you. They're lying to you. They don't have it there. They don't have it. They don't have it. Spoof bidding 101 right here, folks. Spoof bidding 101. And the 2800 is now at 231. Yep. The fake shares are at 231. Oh, now the 2800 is going to move up higher. Oh, yeah, baby. See that? Where did all those thousands of shares go? Where did that 28,000 shares go to that was just spoof bid there? Gosh dang, folks, this is beautiful. Look at this desperation on the shorties' part. Holy cow. I'm loving this. Man, I'm loving it. Yeah, baby, come on down. My dollar cost average now is at $2.18. I want to thank you all for being here with me. I hope you're learning something. It is trust the cat on this stock, people. That's right. Yep. Who's going to sell this now and for what reason? Why? 6 cent range, baby. 6 cent trench. 6 cent trench we're trading in. Where's the fake 2,800 shares now? Oh, look, they've got a 3,400 fake share order at 260. Wow. They got a fake share order at 260, people. 3,400 fake at 260. And that's at what time? At 11:13 a.m. 30 3,400 fake shares at 260, folks. Somebody thinks it's going to go up to 260 today, and it dang sure might. Come on, drop it down here to my DCA now. Drop it on down to my DCA. They're going to want to buy now for sure. 2 cents below me for sure. So let's just go ahead and put it in at 218, 217. At lunchtime, they'll come down to 216, 215. Lunchtime low? Yep, sure they will. Oh, yeah, they'll come down below my DCA. You know they will, folks. You always know they do. They always do. And they'll try to even get it 10 cents below me at 210 because somebody has Mark at 210, folks. I already know that. Somebody has a deep desire to get this price to stay at 210 or below today. I know that already. I already know it. And here they come, 2 cents below me right now, or at least on my DCA. Come on, Shorty, get on down here to me. Come on down here. I told you 210 is what they want. 210 is what they want. Sheepers. They can't even get a penny below me, folks. Dadgummit. Weak. Well, I just bought market 223. RKTO. No desire to sell any more shares here, apparently. Yep, no desire to sell here. Here we go. Back up now. Now, in case you're not familiar with my process, when a stock is going up like this, it doesn't just keep rising. It doesn't just steadily rise and rise and rise. Every once in a while, it needs to breathe. So as it runs up, I sell these highs and then I sit down here and wait for it to breathe. And I catch these lows. That's how my name is Catfish. I buy the drop, I buy the nut sack. So here you go. They dropped it again. I got my orders there because I know they're going to drop it. They don't just let it go straight up and keep climbing. They don't do it that way.
No, it's a nut sack. Nut sacks don't work like that.
Oh, you guys hear Miss Cat? She knows how nut sacks work. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
That was easy.
Oh, yeah.
That was easy.
My wifey Pooh just came in here with a delicious breakfast sandwich. Oh, you know what that means? That means it's time for some music, people. Time for some music as they accumulate now at 225. They've got 251,000. Down here, they can only get at 214, 252. And here they can only get 249. So they're maxed out here at 225. Okay, understand? Look what I'm showing you. Down here, they can only get 252,000. Here, they can only get 249,000. And here at this price now, they've got 259,000. All right? Okay, they have limits. They have limits. Down here at 205, they got 1,500,000, where my dollar cost average used to be at 205. Now, because I'm day trading, my dollar cost average is 221. All right. So, guys, in case you didn't know about this, I'm not just a day trader and long term stockholder. I am also a musician. I have a ton of songs. I'm going to play one of them now to you called Smoke Filled Bar. I have over 120 songs here on YouTube, folks. And while I eat this sandwich, I don't want you to listen. You can just watch me trade here. I'm going to trade on this six cent pattern. And you guys just watch and I'll be eating my sandwich, and you guys can listen to my song where I'm doing some song called Smoke Filled Bar. And I hope you enjoy this song by me. My official artist name is Tyler, last name Self, Selph. And I invite you to come over and listen to all my music on your music platform. Here we go. We're going to play the song now, Smoke Filled Bar. Smoke filled bar, one night. Took a ride back home in your yellow lights. I can feel the heat rise as I look in your eyes, and I wanted you to know it was into bright, and I had to be cool. You said, "How about my spot? Take a dip in my pool." I said, "What do you think?" And before you could we were there. I sat down in a chair, started to slip off her dress. Well, I stayed like a fool. As I stared at her body, my temperature rose. I started to tear off my clothes as she dove in the pool. We swam for a while into her room. She lit those candles and smelled of perfume. The scented my nose, but my temperature rose even more. What you did on the night, so I'll never forget. You both held on tight, wrapped in sheets so wet. And I started to think, man, she'd make white Hawaii. Did she kiss me goodbye? And never goodbye. We smoked through the fire, we met one night. All right. Hope you enjoyed that, everybody. What makes a day? All right. Mm-mm-mm. Well, well, well. 2 cents below me, baby. I called it. 2 cents below me, baby. Hmm. Wow. Nice. So predictable, aren't they? So predictable. Folks, I got to finish this sandwich. I'm almost done. I am going to play you one more, ladies and gentlemen, one more song I got for you. And I hope you like this song. It's called Dickertown. It's one of my wife's favorite songs, and I'm completely kidding when I say that.
Well, the other day, standing on my fine fell, yeah, I saw the dog. So I stopped for a while to check it out. Was the bar for sale? A young man stepped down. He said, go ahead, take a first spin. I said, now wait till you go back in. He drove like a dream, out of my range, but the sale said that price would change. Well, the police inside, he sat me down with the long and all for a came around. With the price he said that blew my mind. That's not why I've been here, so just stand by. Oh no. Well, that's okay, was his reply. And he went on to tell me why. Since you your ship run all around, the locals call the place to her town. So go get your wife and bring her on down, bring her on down and get her down. I want me to be understood. When you get her here, we're gonna dig her good. Dig her down, yeah, me dig her right. Dig her all through the day, dig her all through the night. Dig her down, yeah, that's where we live bound. So come on down, come on down to Digger Town. Let's get ready to do it slow, and we gotta know where else to go. We'll Digger Town, but I say it right. We got a few days, we'll Digger all night. We'll Digger up, we'll Digger down, we'll Digger till the sea. We'll have fun, we'll Digger King. Get your wife and bring her here. She's kind of shy, we're in the mirror. Get her for me, I'm gonna take her done and take her down. We'll have fun. Yeah! Take her down. Yeah, me take her right. Take her all through the day. Take her all through the night. Take her down. Yeah, that's where we live down. So come on down, come on down to Digger Town. Come on down, come on down to Digger Town.
Oh, yeah. Digger Town. Hope you enjoyed it, everybody. Hope you enjoyed that little bit of songage. Well, look where they're sitting. 1 cent below my dollar cost average. How do you like that, folks? It doesn't matter where my DCA is. They're going to hang out and accumulate on my DCA, folks. Look at them accumulating now. Down here, when my DCA was at 205, look how they accumulated 1,581,000 shares. Mr. Maxey, my platform is ahead of yours, Cat. We might be able to use it to your advantage. All right, cool. Well, guys, earlier today, my dollar cost average on this stock, RKTO, was right here at 205. 205. That was my dollar cost average this morning. 205. And just like yesterday, they tried to sit on my dollar cost average and they bought 1,581,000 shares on my dollar cost average. Then they ran the price down, typically 10 cents below my dollar cost average. They could only get how many shares there? 10 cent below me. They could only get 10 cent below me 66,512 shares at $1.95. So $120,000 worth right there. 66,000. And then they could only get 389,000 and they ran out of it. Then they only had 307 ran out. Then they had 335 and ran out. Then they had 297,000 and ran out. Then they had 563 at exactly $2 where they were trying to hold it, obviously. They did not want it to go over $2, but it did. They only could hold 563. Here they could only hold 141, 172, 396, 626, and then 204. Then they got 1,000,005 on my dollar cost average this morning. Good job. And now they're trying to do the same thing up here and accumulate 10 cents below my dollar cost average, 220. So they just tried to get it at 210. There's too many there trying to buy here now. Golly, at 215, 5,900 want to buy. Yeah, there's too much. Look at this. There ain't shit for sale up here, folks. Nothing. There's nothing here. They got the fake 2,800 shares there at 223 now. They were there earlier, 223. Yeah, honey. Oh no. You mean Jim? Are you talking about honey? Are you talking about Jim and Jean? All right. Well, ours was acting weird last night too, honey. Sort of. I might have to change the batteries in it again. I think those double A's might not be, or triple A's might not be all that good. Um, well, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to know, just word to the wise, that these Duracell batteries have been getting stored in warehouses because they have an oversupply of all this merchandise that came in that was all backed up in California a year ago. So all the Walmarts and the Sam's, they bought all these warehouses around the country, and they're storing all this products in these warehouses that they came in finally from California. So they don't have room in their stores for all the merchandise that they have. So they've been investing lately over the last year. If you go back and look over the last 2 years, they've been investing in both Walmart and Sam's, which are same ownership, buying warehouses. They've been buying warehouses. Their number one growth expense has been buying warehouses to store all these products in because they don't have room for them in their stores. If they put all this product out in the stores, you'd all know that there's a plethora of shit and the price would come down. So they've got all these warehouses around the country now that they've been building over the last year and a half, and they've got them slam full of merchandise. So these batteries have a long time before you get to the shelves with them in storage, and now they don't hold up. So when you buy these batteries, be careful because sometimes you put them in and they go dead on you real fast. And you can call, I'm telling you this because I know I had it happen to me. You can call Duracell and you can tell them, hey, I bought these batteries. They're not holding the charge and they're dying. And then they'll ask you, like, where do you store them? You know, if you have them in cold temperatures, that's bad. And you're like, no, no, no. I know not to store batteries in the cold. So they Right, right. You can also spin the battery package around. Look down on the corner. You'll see a date, a manufacturer date. Okay. So this is the information when I called Duracell, and they took that information down from me, and then they sent me a voucher for new batteries. They sent me a $22 voucher in the mail that I could take in and buy and get fresh batteries. So I'm just sharing that with you in case you don't know about all these batteries, especially at dollar stores, folks. If you're buying batteries at dollar stores, the length that they'll hold up will be hardly anything. Hardly anything, folks. They just won't hold up. So be aware of that and act accordingly, okay? Also, these non-stick pans that give these guarantees, they say they won't get scratched. They have commercials where they won't scratch and you can cut on them and all this other crap. That's all bull crap. You can get that pan if you keep your receipt. Call them up, tell them it's scratched. They'll send you another one. No problem. Just get it for free, folks. They'll tell you when you're on the phone with them. Of course, it's someone from overseas, and they'll tell you that you can't cut on these really, and you should not take them right out of the oven, and you shouldn't do this and you shouldn't do that. And they'll tell you all this stuff, and they make sure you know it, and then they'll send you another pan. And anyway, I like to use stainless steel pans for all of my cooking. Stainless steel, but you need to be careful because a lot of this stuff is not actually stainless steel. It's becoming plated stainless steel, and it will not hold up. Okay, folks, be aware that a lot of these pots you see specials on that are from overseas, they're not real stainless steel. They're not stamped 440 or whatever it is they're supposed to be stamped. They're not stamped, and that has to be the reason they're not stamped is because they're not real. They're only stainless steel plated, and they will not hold up over time. Okay, I guarantee you, they will start tarnishing on you, folks. So don't buy those cheap things. Make sure you're getting real stainless steel, or if you can afford it, buy you. Hang on a second here. Buy cast iron for the best cooking. And by the way, if you want to cook steaks and not have to go out on the grill, because in the wintertime it's so cold here for 7 months, we can't cook outside. So when we want to cook steaks, though, you have to have, or you should acquire, a very nice, get yourself one nice cast iron pan, because you can heat up a cast iron pan like no other, and you can get that outside of that steak seared so nicely on a cast iron. You can't do it on any other type of pan. You cannot get the same kind of searing on any other kind of pan than cast iron. I'm just letting you know. All right, so what are we doing here? Looking at them holding this stock price 2 cents below my dollar cost average, and they've even put in now the KY flag at 1.5 pennies under my dollar cost average. Look at this, folks. They got the KY flag. They got the KY flag in here. 218.5, a penny and a half below my dollar cost average. Isn't that funny? Now I'm already up big time on this stock, and this is just my paper money account. But yeah, I just sold at 233. I sold at 230, 231, 230, 233. You saw me sell there. Now I'm getting to buy back here. And I wouldn't be surprised to see him try to take it down to 210 again. Because, ladies and gentlemen, I noticed yesterday that this 210 number, they really, really, really did not want this price to go over 210. Yesterday, they sat here at 210 and they manufactured like magic hundreds and hundreds of thousands of shares at 210. They actually got up to around 880,000 shares at $2.10. Now, today, they didn't have that much energy to hold it back because they only sold their 366,000. But yesterday, at $2.10, they sold 888,000 shares at $2.10. So I would not be surprised at all to see what happened yesterday and see how hard they tried to hold 210. I wouldn't be surprised at all to see this price come down to 210 right now during lunchtime. Lunchtime low, my call is 210 or even maybe 208. All right. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. The stock I'm on here is RKTO. Now, if you guys are late joining me, these are all the stocks that were called out today. The ones that I have the asterisks beside are the ones to me that were the most interesting. All right. These are the most interesting. Okay. T Wave, T Wave, LASE, YYGH, SCLX. Let's go see how those have done now since the market opened. So we're going to start off with, we're going to get to the 1 day chart. All right. RKTO. We're going to start off with the one I liked a lot, SCLX, called out by Ultra Surfer Joe Gamongo. SCLX. SCLX. Silex Holding Company. Well, boy, howdy, they came out of the gate and they nut sacked that thing. Look at that. One head fake, two, three, four, five. Five of them, folks. Holy smokes. Oh, man, look at them trying to hold it under that 200 day, though. That thing, they don't want that triple upside crossover to happen. But look at the 45 rising off the 50 here, folks. The stock is up 4.6%. Guys, give me a minute here. I'm going to take a break. And I want to, I'll take a break here. I'm going to give you one more of my songs that you'll hear me playing. And I performed in a band out of Orlando. And this song is called The City. I hope you enjoy it. And give me a minute. I'll be back in 5 minutes. And we're going to go back to RKTO.
Speaking of driving, let's kind of stay on that subject a little bit. And if you live in the city and you have to deal with I-4 or any other freeway in your city, you'll know what this is all about.
All right, guys, I'll be right back in about 5 minutes. This is RKTO. RKTO. And this is me right here, ladies and gentlemen. In 1996, 1997, 1998, somewhere around there.
Stuck again in city traffic. Another Friday afternoon. Everyone's in such a hurry. Cause the weekend will be over soon. I'm looking in my rear view mirror. That guy is riding way too close. I think if he gets any nearer, I'll hit the brakes and he'll be toast. Hit the brakes and he'll be toast. Hit the brakes and he'll be toast. Why is he in such a hurry? Why is everybody else live our lives in such a hurry? Why do we always push ourselves? I guess it's living in the city. I guess it's just a city way. I think I'm gonna leave this city. I think I'm gonna get away. Get out of the city. I think I'm gonna leave today. Yeah, yeah. Cause when you leave the city, everything slows down. When you leave the city, you can get unwound. But if you never leave the city, then you'll never know what it's like to leave the city. Let your problems go away. Pushing, shoving, standing in line, and almost everywhere you go, feel you're wasting so much time. Where did another day just go? I think of living in the country. I think of living in a farm. No need to lock my doors and windows. No need to have a car alarm. I can do the same alarm. No need for a car alarm. No, no. Even if I left the city, the train will follow. Know that I'd be back in my city. Yeah, I know I'll be back someday. Because I don't succeed. Even if I went away, I know that I'll be back one day. Yeah, I know it's city. I know that I'll be back one day. Even if I don't succeed, know that I'll be back one day. All right.
Okay, folks, there you go. A little bit of music by me, Tyler Self. And I'm back. And he's making the move, okay? Thank you for letting me know. RKTO 212 now. Nice. Coming off the bottom right there, folks. Look at her turn. There's your bounce right off the 200 day. Boing. All by design, folks. Right off the 200 day. Doing. Look at that flat top green candlestick right there next to that rundown. Look at that. Holy smokes. RKTO. It was down 8% this morning. Now dead even. 1 penny down from yesterday's close is where they are right now. 1 penny below yesterday's close. So they're just trying to hold it in the red, folks. And notice the number they're aiming for here, 213. What do you know, Savannah, that they would run it down from where I just sold it back down to 213, Savannah? Huh? Isn't that interesting? Oh, yeah, they did. They ran it down just below me. Because that's what they love to do. Well, I don't see them hitting at 205 anymore, which was heavy duty this morning, 205. I guess now it's just try to hold it so it doesn't go green on them. I don't think they're going to be able to hold it here, folks. I just don't. And I'm going to take a look at the news press release. Rocket 1 appoints Major General Malcolm B. Frost to their advisory board. RKTO. And as I look here, I see the following on this the trading pattern. And what I don't see is any shares that are available from 207, 208, 209, 210, 211. I just don't see any shares. I see them trying, but there's just never been any shares here at 211, only 93,000. Here, only 236,000 at 212. And here at their favorite number to accumulate, they've only got 170,000. I find that a little bit odd that at the favorite number that they like to maintain a price, 213, they've got such a low number, only 170,000. Why? I wonder why. This is RKTO. Now, we're going to look at some other stocks. This morning, these are the stocks that were called out by all of our members that are using sophisticated scanning equipment. I looked at every one of these stocks this morning, every freaking one since 6:45 this morning. I looked at all these stocks today, all of them. And the ones that got my interest were these: SCLX, YYGH, LASE, and any. So here we go. Let's go look at these. SCLX. How did it end up doing? I haven't bought it, but it looked good to me. Down near the low. And they got 81,000 shares at 743. Huh. Well, if you look here at my buyback sheet, it says right here, one of the numbers in the center, buyback 4344. 4344. So that's one of the buyback points. And there it is. They bought 81,795 at 743. So that is a common accumulation number that I'm here to teach you about today. Now, my name is Catfish Tyler because I buy on the low. I do not usually buy stocks that have taken off and are exploding to the upside. I watch those. I'll sometimes buy them, but with just following along below. Because what happens as these stocks take off is you'll see here, I'll show you a chart of one. And that would be, for example, this one here, RKTO. We'll look at the 20-day chart. All right. So when a stock begins a triple upside crossover like this, that means that this 200-day average, the longest term line, has been crossed over by the current price, the blue 5-day, the orange 10-day, the red 50-day, all crossing the 200-day. When that happens, pricing can get explosive, but very volatile, as you can see. Very, very volatile. Now, what I want you to note is that this entire duration, the 50-day, has gotten higher and higher and higher and higher. But what I'm looking to do is I'm looking to sell at lines of resistance and buy back at points that I know it will drop to. All right. So I would sell here, buy back there, sell here, buy back there, sell here, buy back there until they ran out of steam there. Then it breaks loose. I sell here, buy back here. Why do I have a line here? Because this line correlates to the past, to back in the past, folks. If I go to a longer term chart, you'll see what I mean. Let's go to the 180-day. Oh, this is RKTO. I'm sorry. So RKTO. Huh. I'm going to take the time frame to 90 days. So this stock has only been in existence. It's a new release, and it came out with an IPO right here. And you guys always ask, do you buy IPOs? No, I don't. I never buy into IPOs. And here is why. Look at that thing go all the way up to 277 and fall all the way down to 161. $1.18 or so. $1.18, folks. That thing ran up and down. I don't have anything to do with those. I wait for the dust to settle, and the dust is settling now. And right now, look at how they hurt and jerked this thing all through this range. Oh, they fleeced that out, completely bald. And now we're running, folks. It looks good. RKTO. This is what it looks like right now. Sure, they're trying to suppress it right here, but they've done that often during the middle part of the day. We've seen that before. But then we've seen this stock be very explosive at the end of the day. Yesterday, we saw it make a move right at the end of the day, a very nice run up to right there. 222, folks, yesterday afternoon. Now, the day previous to that, look at the run up from lunchtime to the close. The price was here at this price, and that price at lunch at dead noon was $1.50 a share. Look over there where the white line is, 150 a share. This is 2 days ago. 2 days ago. $1.50 for the low. And by the close, the price has gone all the way up to here. That price line is 244, folks. It went from $1.50 at lunchtime to 244. Up 94 cents, folks, in the afternoon, this stock. Look how they ran it down in the morning, too. See how they ran it down in the morning, just like today? Fleece it out in the morning early. And then after lunchtime, try to run it down at right before lunch here a little bit, pull it back off the top down here right before lunch. And then, gosh dang, look at that thing fly. And look how much it went up in the last 15 minutes, folks. That candlestick is a 1 hour candlestick. Folks, in the last hour of the day, that thing went all the way up to here, folks. 244 from $1.50, folks, from $1.50 at lunchtime. And that's this stock, RKTO. So 2 days ago, it went from $1.44, $1.50 to 244 from lunchtime to the end of the day. And then yesterday, it went from here, lunchtime low, 186, lunchtime low, 186, and it hit this price before the close, 222. And as I often tell you, buy the 188, sell the 220. Right? I always say that. Buy the 188, sell the 220. You guys know that. It's like a slogan I have. Buy the 188, sell the 220. Now we can see here, they just ran this price down and bounced it right off the 45-day average almost. It almost got there. But you can also take something else into consideration. I want you to look back here. See where this low was right here? That low was at 181. And look at the crossover occurring. Here comes the 50-day and the 45-day right up over the 200 on that last dive attempt because they saw it happening. They saw it happen. And they said, dang, let's go buy on this line. And that price, $1.81. Coincidentally, my buy sell sheet says to buy back over here, and the number reads 182, 183. Buy back 182.83. So that would have been, if the price was dropping, that would have been a good number to come in on right there. All right. When the price was dropping, that would have been a good number right there, 184. And I'm sure it was probably actually 182. What does this say here? 185. What's this one here? There it is. There it is. 181. 181. So here's what I want you to see. The first line of resistance was there at 181. Now, the next line of resistance was here, right here. So you go from the first line of resistance, 181, to the next line of resistance, which is 185. Now, the next line of resistance was here, which is at 191, 6 cents higher, 191. Then the next line of resistance is here. And that price is 195, folks. 195. That is 4 cents higher than the last low achieved. And now the lunchtime low is here, or pre-lunch low is here. And that price is 202, folks. 202. 202. And here they are again now at my previous DCA of 203. Pretty cool, huh? And some of you just saw me selling this at 230, 231, 229. I did it for a reason, folks. And I hope you did too. You know what? I want to know something right now. And I'm going to ask it in the questions. I'm going to go over here and click in the start question. Ask a question. I want to know, did you copy my cells of RKTO when it reached the 230 range? Or what was it? Yeah, 230 range. That's what I want to know. In the 230 range. All right. Did you copy my cells of RKTO when it reached the 230 range? Start poll. One Love says those are not stocks, Cat. I know they're not. I know that, One Love. I see that now. I tried to look them up. NUC and NEIS. Well, why don't you tell me what that means? Port Bears calling out SBEV. Darkness Past said Sea-Doo's looking good. Thank you for the help on that. Thank you for letting me know. SIDU on the run. Thank you. Oh, yeah, good deal. I expect it to recover and go all the way back up in the 6 and 7s by the IPO of SpaceX. Take a look at this, folks. Right now, the S&P 500 regaining all of its losses of yesterday. Look at the Dow up almost 2%, 1.68. The NASDAQ, the only thing barely red, and the small cap Russell's up big. Now, they lost 1.4 yesterday, but they're up. They're going up, going up. Small caps recovering. If you're new to this channel, what we do here is we have a whole bunch of different traders that are on here with me, and they're using all kinds of trading tools, Webull scanners, tip ranks, Iris, bar charts, charting lens, Victor Vest, FinViz, Robinhood screeners. We've got all kinds. And this is all of the users here that are here. A lot of them you hear here right now. You've already seen them in the chat today. And they call these out and they use software to guide them to these stocks. That's what we do here. Then I just analyze each one of them and we go from there. There goes RKTO again. And she's off and running. And who knows how high she may go now. Because here's what you need to understand, folks. When this is driven up on supply and demand and desire, then when it's borrowed shares and artificially sold off, artificially, folks, it can only reach a certain low, and then the demand takes over again. And the artificial borrowed shares that they use to get back down to 203, my dollar cost average of this morning, they got it back down there. Now they got to buy those shares back up. They've got to buy them back up, folks. And it's to their advantage to do this. Short here, borrow shares, short the shares, sell all those shares, run it down here, then go long, get a little double ta-ta, go long, ding dong, and then run it right back up. Run it right back up, returning all the shares, buying them all back up, going long and buying it all up again. And then they get it up here again. Then they go, all right, now we're going to start borrowing shares. We've returned them all. Let's borrow them all again and sell them again. And they sell them and sell them and sell them and sell them. This is how stocks get herked and jerked, folks. That's the method. That's the process. That's how they abuse retailers, gullible retailers. Get annihilated, get wiped out this way. Gullible retailers. All right, half my viewers almost said they did sell RKTO. And what that means is that they're following my lead, and I like it when you do that, folks. And I said to you already, too, when they got up there, don't be surprised how far they can drop this now. Whoever's in control of this. All right, I am back, folks. As usual, every once in a while, I get a notification that I'm getting reconnected by YouTube, but they don't really reconnect me. So fortunately, I'm watching the stream over here and I can see it just spinning. And I knew, they've got me disconnected still. They said I was reconnected, but I wasn't. So I had to go into my photo phone. I had to click photo and go change the settings. And then bam, I came back on. And they knocked out 12 of my viewers by reconnecting me. 12 of my viewers just got knocked off by reconnecting me. They said they would reconnect me and they didn't. Nice, huh? Yeah, they give me a little notification that says we're reconnecting. and I get this little spinning thing that happens for a couple of seconds, and then it shows, okay, you're up and you're live and you're good. And I'm not really good. I'm not really streaming. I'm the screen is still sitting there spinning. Fortunately, I'm watching it, I'm monitoring it. And all right, here we are. So we're watching RKTO. And just look at all of that selling right there. See, did they borrow, 100 million shares just to sell it off just then during the lunchtime and get the lunchtime low? Is that what they did? Looks to me like that's what they did. And now it looks to me like they've got to buy them back. Look at the wick on this thing getting shorter and shorter now. Watch this, folks. This is RKTO. There it goes. It's almost gone. It's going to flat top, folks. This thing's going to flat top. It might jump all the way up to here. Look at that big sell off attack right there. Look at that sell over that last 1 hour period, folks. Very heavy selling over the last hour. 90% sold right there. That means to me they borrowed a bunch of shares, folks, to sell right there and get that low they just got. And look, it's flat topping now. It's flat topped. It's flat topped. There's no wick on that thing. No wick at all. No way to pull it down. Buyers coming in. Flat top. Watch it jump up here. Here it comes right here now. No wick at all. Oh, there's a teeny wick now on it. RKTO. RKTO. Look at it go. Oh, yeah, she's going to go, folks. She's at 209, 210 now. Now, listen, yesterday they tried to hold this stock at 210, and they tried again today to hold it at 210 as well earlier today. And I even called it an hour ago or a half hour ago. I told you they were going to take it to 210 a share. I told you so. They're going to try to hold it at 210 like they did yesterday. See, hold on a second. So yesterday, just so you're aware, yesterday the stock took off from around 203 and it went up and up and up and up. And it went up to this price, 210. And at 210 yesterday, it stopped. And you guys were watching me yesterday morning when it got to 210. I sold it at 210. And I told you, oh man, this is obvious. Somebody is very, very, very sternly going to hold this below 210. So I said, I'm just going to sell it to them because they're ready to buy it there. They're going to keep buying it. They're not going to stop buying it at 210. They're going to buy it until there aren't any more shares. And then they're going to start selling those. They're going to short the position and start selling them. That's what I said. And sure enough, that's exactly what they did. So I sold at 210 yesterday morning, just like I wisely sold this morning when it was over me. I sold at 210, and then they drove the price down to 190, 190. And my dollar cost average was here at 203. That's where my DCA was, 203. So then yesterday, after I sold it at 210, and you guys watched me do it, then it fell to 195. And then they brought it up and they sat at 201. But let me tell you right now, yesterday, after it ran up here and it was getting 300,000, 300,000, 400,000, 600,000, 300,000, 500,000. It got up here around 300,000, 400,000, 300,000, and here 880,000 shares were at 210. Okay. This was yesterday, folks. I'm telling you what happened with this stock, RKTO, yesterday. So, yesterday, after it opened up at $2 or so, it went all the way up to 210 and was halted there by massive, massive buying. Okay. So I knew that number meant something to someone somewhere. Okay. Because they weren't going to let it go over that number, period. They weren't going to let it happen. And it's no coincidence now that they're sitting there now trying to protect it again today, folks. See? But at the same time, they're going to make a bunch of money by running it down this morning and buying at 195, 196, 97, accumulating, a few million shares. They got 389, there's 600, there's a million right there. They got a million at 196, 97, 98. They got a million shares there. And at $2, they bought another 500,000. So they got about, million and a half here. They got a million and a half. And then they geniusly let it run and get retail jumping in, get all the stupid retailers thinking it's going to the moon, going to the moon. And they run it all the way up to 235. Now they've made 35 and they were buying it at 95, 40 cents on 3 million shares. Alexa, what is 0.40 times 3 million?
0.4 times 3 million is 1.2 million.
Now, Alexa, stop. Now they've made $1.2 million, and then they short this position and they drop it back down 30 cents. Alexa, what is 0.30 times 3 million?
0.3 times 3 million is 900,000.
So they've made $1,900,000 now. And they've got the price right back to where they were trying to hold it yesterday at 210. Isn't that amazing? It's amazing, folks. It's genius what they've done. And I give them kudos. Great job, whoever's controlling this stock. And let me make sure you're aware of this. They don't like me showing you this. They don't like you to know what they're doing. They would prefer you be a naive retail trader and just fall victim to everything that they do. But I'm here to show you how to take advantage of their manipulation of the stock price. Okay? That's what I'm here to do. And you can take it or leave it. I do not make any promises, I make no guarantees. But what I do here every day is I expose the method of which they go about taking advantage of retail investors. It's as simple as that. And I think the reason I've gone up to 26,000 subscribers at this point is because of the information that I'm showing like this. Because I think many of you can understand what I'm saying. It makes sense what they're doing. No wonder they wanted to hold this price at 210 yesterday morning. But hey, they're smart, man. They're smart. These people, they get rich doing this every day. All right. And now they're going to sit here after they've shorted this position and run it down now to here. You can see they're obviously accumulating the crap out of it on one of their favorite numbers, Savannah, 208. 208, Savannah. One of their favorite numbers to accumulate. And I tell you now, as I often say, buy the 188 right here, buy the 188. I tell you, buy the 188, sell the 220. Buy the 188, sell the 220. I tell you this all the time. Buy 188, sell 220. How many times have I told you that? How many times have you guys heard that? Anybody that's here, if you've ever heard me say, buy the 88, sell the 20, I want to see a heart on the screen. If you've ever heard me say, buy the 88, sell the next higher 20, there you go. There you go. See how many people on here? I say it all the time, all the time. Then they get jobs in the SEC. Mr. Mexi Brown, I live by the sell sheet. Yeah, I hear you, DeBass Assassin. CXAI. Nice. Nicely done on that. Yep. Ultra Surfer says, I'm getting rid of my 2 sheds. I'm taking the tools, hunting, etc., then calling a junk man to come and get it. All right. Run it on Facebook. Somebody might want to come and disassemble it and put it together in their backyard. Don't just give it away. Run an ad on Facebook. Shed free. $20 donation. Kindly accepted. Mike Schultz said 1,250 at 197. Sold 215. There you go. I'll be back someday. Yep. SBEV called out by Port Bear. Any making the move. Any making the move. Niecy Jane says, hoping it's a nut sack she sees forming. He sees, she sees. Niecy's got one of those names you can't tell, like Mr. Mexi Brown. We know who that is. That's a him, right? Or a hell of an imposter, someone disillusioned. DeBass Assassin, yeah, I moved over to YYGH, can't trade them all. I got you. Good job, man. Good job. Uh, Taking a look at a stock that was called out last night, ACCL. It was up 25% in the after hours last night. ACCL. This was called out by Jayhawk. Let's take a look at it right now. 194. Good call, Jayhawk. ACCL, folks. There's the chart on it right now. ACCL. This is the 5-day chart. This is the 5-day chart. Why did they stop it right there? Well, they stopped it once there before. Right there, they stopped it before. So that's why they stopped it there again. See, folks, I tell you, when you see these lines of resistance, you better use those and know to sell at that line. You better, when you see it climbing, go back and look at the history and see where it stopped there before. You'll know where it's going to stop now. So there it goes. It stopped there before. Now, listen, if this goes back up over and breaks that, it's going to go to that point right there. I'm just saying, it's up 30%, so that might likely not happen. But then again, take a look at what it's doing. Now it's up 32%. And let's look at this on the Charles Schwab. Oh, wow, look at that. Oh, we've seen this before. Look at that pair of ties. Holy smokes. Listen, guys, we've seen this pretty often. And when it gets over here, there's really nothing to contain it because there's never been any shares for sale through this region. So once they get this big satchel, man, this thing can go right back over this area so fast. You've seen it before. And then since this is also oversold, then it blows over that right back up. You've seen this many times, guys and gals. You've seen this. And therefore, I'm going to start buying it right now. And I'm going to get over to my RKTO. There we go. And they're 10 cents below me right now. But I want to sell. I've got a lot of shares and I'm up. I'm green on this stock right now. So just let me sell some of this because I actually believe that they'll hold this here for a good while. And I'll be able to make a run up on that one to move the profits back over to this at these prices or lower. So that's what I'm going to try here. All right. That's what I'm going to be trying right now. And I'm not worried that I'm letting them get some shares at 208. They already bought 1,700,000 at 205, my previous dollar cost average. Lots of shares being thrown out at 207 by the cell phone clan. They're eager to sell their shares at 207. The cell phone clan. But I do again believe this price will not be here very long. There we go. Thank you. And now I want to move this over to ACCL. Here it is, ACCL right there. Now what I'm watching here is I want to watch that this is the lunchtime low, by the way, too. So I want to watch this right here. Right here. And I want to see this wick getting shorter right now. Shorter, 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 shorter. That's what I want to see. But one thing I sure like, seeing this curvature of this 45-day and this 50-day curving like that. I like it. So I'm going to buy this now, trade ACCL. Now let's go see how much it's up. It's up 26%. But folks, it's at the top of this wall. It's at the top of this wall. So I'm going to try to buy here where they've only got 466,000. I'm going to try to buy there because I know they want a quota filled here of 500,000 probably. So they got 500,000 at 188. They're still shy here at 189. They've only got 466,000 there. So I do believe they're going to come back down here at lunchtime and try to get 500,000 at 189. So I'm going to try there and I'm going to try to buy 190. And I'm going to go back, pardon me, over to RKTO. Setting it on what was previously my dollar cost average this morning. Look here, folks. They also have an endless number of shares at 1,700,000 at this price, 205. They have an absolute endless number of shares for sell or buy at 205, whatever you prefer. They're endless, folks, endless. Endless number of supply. They just it's like a well of shares there, a well of shares, an absolute well of shares, folks, at 205. They got a factory, they got a share factory. It's located at 205 Main Street. And they're cranking out shares as we speak at 205 as fast as they can crank them off, folks. Cranking off shares at 205 at the 205 factory. Now I'm going to get rid of these sell orders. I'm out of there, out of there, out of there. Goodbye. And this thing's about to take off, folks, because they've reached their quota at 1,700,000 there at 205. I think there's no more room in the inn. I'm sorry. No vacancy. No pueda dormir por aquí esta noche. Nope. Es no más. No más aquí. 205. Sorry. Can't get it ever again. They ran out, folks, at 1,784,787. Oh, it's a 787, folks, and it's taking flight. 787. Boeing 787 taking flight. Let's go see. Do they make a Boeing 787? By the way, before I leave this page, if you want to buy my book, there it is, folks. And if you send it to my post office box, I'll autograph it for you. All right, there's my book, The Cube, right there. Enjoy it. It's a good airplane flight book. It's only an hour long read, folks, and you've arrived at your destination, and you've enjoyed a nice, interesting story called The Cube, written by me, Tyler Self, right there. Music artist and published author. If you'd like to know what it's about, I'm sort of going to give away a little bit of it now when I show you this, but I'm going to show it to you anyway. This is what it's about. It's called The Cube. It's a secret cube nobody can figure out, but I'm going to show you the secret right now. Thank you, Dad, for all you've done. By the way, I have a patent on this. It's called the Hidden Element Puzzle. I sure am glad you've been the one to help me out when times got tough. I don't think I can say enough, but think this cube is one cool way to wish you happy Father's Day. And you put your Father's Day gift inside, and then they get two gifts in one. And that's just one element of my hidden element puzzle. My hidden element puzzle. This is the first. This is the first one that I ever drew. That's the first one that I made when I was in the fourth grade. And then I got it patented later on. And I turned it into stuff like this artwork. See, it says, "You are wise to consider all the angles." And there it is. This one here. "For God so loved the world." Hope you enjoy stuff like this. If you do, I hope you'll consider subscribing to this channel where I'll keep it coming, folks, not just trading, but all kinds of other stuff. And now I want you to know, if you're listening, R. Richie B, this shirt is on its way, baby. I've got it ordered and it's ready to go. I'm just waiting on it to arrive here where I can sign it for you and then send it on its way. All right. Now, regarding, for just a moment, if you'll give me a minute more to deviate from the stocks, I want to talk just briefly about my music. And I want you to know that, as you can see here, where all my music's being played right now, I want you to realize, come and check out this song. It's called Singing the 3 Minute Song. And come and give it a listen, folks. If you give it a listen, you're going to learn that this song is perfect for when you're in a hurry. Okay? When you're in a hurry, folks, this song is your solution for when you're in a hurry. If you're stuck at a red light, play this song. If you're standing in a line, play this song. If you are waiting in an airport, sing this song. If you are, and these are all the places around the world that this song is being listened to, and come and listen to it with the people that are listening in ID, India, I think, Italy, JM, I don't even know where that is, Jamaica, maybe, Mexico, I don't even know, NG, NO, I think one of them's Norway, Pakistan, Paraguay, anyway, Puerto Rico, Russia, Sweden. Here it is, Singing the 3 Minute Song. And come and check it out, folks. And then come check out all my other stuff too. I got a lot of other music, but this song here, everybody loves this song and they're singing it everywhere, apparently. People that are in a hurry, people that are in a hurry, they love this song. JM is Jamaica. Oh, thank you. Do I have enough large Catfish tank shirts? No, I'll have to order some more. I need to order some more. But my guy that was making them for me, he started up an insurance company. And anyway, this is my music all over. They're playing it on Tidal and on YouTube and Apple Music, Amazon Prime. It's everywhere. My music's everywhere. Come check me out. My artist name is Tyler, last name Self, Selph. Right there, Tyler Self. That's moi. All right. Now we're going to go back over here, back to the stocks. Lots of accumulation now on RKTO at the number 208, where they've cranked out. They guess they ran out at the factory at 205. I guess the 205 factory looks like the 205 factory, folks, ran dry. They ran it dry, tapped that well for so long, it ran out of shares. I don't know how they finally sucked it dry, but I guess the shorts just sucked on it long enough, and then there wasn't any left at 205. And then, surprisingly, even though they could acquire 1,786,000 sucks off that one, that's how many That's how many licks, folks, that it took to get to the center of the recto recto sickle. All right. RKTO, folks, recto. So at 205, folks, 1,786,371 licks was all it could take to get to the center of the rectopop. And now they've run out at 511,648 sucks on the 206. And they ran out there, and that's way less than the 1,000,007, and that was 511,000. Then they licked this thing dry on a KY flag at 206 and a half, folks. Look at that. Licked it dry at only 236,806 licks. Then at 207, a penny below one of their favorite numbers, they could get 447 licks to the center of the rectopop. That's right, folks. Now down here, where they got the 1,000,007, above that, they were able to get how many? 511,000. But here at the 207, they could only get 447,000. Even worse, at 208, which they just ran out of, they only had 215,000. That's their favorite number, folks, and they only had 215,000. You know they're in trouble when they run out at 215,000, and below that they had 1,786,000, folks. They're in trouble. And now they've already surpassed 1,000,007, and now they've reached this number, 209. They've already accumulated 421,000 there. Now, yesterday, that's the same amount they had there. And at 210 yesterday, they had 880 something thousand. At this number, where they're sitting right now, yesterday, this number was 887,000. And it stayed there right up until the last 15 minutes of the day. And then the stock shot up just like it's done every day the last 3 days. At the end of the day, this stock always makes a surprising little run, doesn't it, everyone? And I'm telling you about it now that this stock is most likely going to repeat the same chart pattern that it always has. Okay? And this is RKTO. And why I'm showing you this 5-day chart is for this reason right here. Okay? I want you all to take notice of the fact that this price of this stock has been incessantly manipulated. And what I mean by that is that every single morning, right out of the gate, they crash the price. Every morning, right out of the gate, they crash the price. They're making a fortune doing this, folks. They crash it right out of the gate. Then they run it up. Then at lunchtime, low. And then off she blows. The next day, they crash it right out of the gate. Gets to the lunchtime low, and there she friggin' blows. The next day, they crash it out of the gate. 10:30 run up to the 200-day almost, stop it there, and yank it down below the rising 50-day. Textbook there, textbook, lunchtime low right there. Lunchtime low, and then boom, off she went. Next day, run it down right out of the gate. Then run it up to 11, lunchtime low right on the 200, converging with the 50-day, the 200-day, and all of the 10 and 5 right on that line. And I tell you guys, consolidation, capitulation, and convergence favors longs. And there you go. Off of that right there. Wham. Now, what does she do? She jumps up to right there and then pulls back to right there. Do you see that? After she reached there and pulled back to right there, she ran all the way up to there. The 5-day average went all the way to there. That light blue line went all the way to right there. RKTO, ladies and gentlemen. But I want you to notice that in the morning early, just like every day, they attack this stock down in the first 15 and 20 minutes every day. And you can take advantage of this, folks, if you see the pattern. So this is the pattern. Run it down right out of the gate. Take it up until 11:30, down and get a lunchtime low. Run it up the rest of the afternoon. Down at the beginning of the day. Take it up a little bit. Take it down at the lunchtime low and run it up the rest of the day. Down at the beginning of the day. Take it up to 11 o'clock. Run it down the lunchtime low. Skyrocket to the end of the day. Take it down at the beginning. Run it up. Take it down to the lunchtime low on the 200 and run the frickin' thing up $1.50 by the end of the day. Yesterday, take it down at the beginning of the day. Run it up. Take it down at the lunchtime low and run it up at the end of the day and close it right here. See that? Here we are. Take it down, beginning of the day, run it up, bring it down for the lunchtime low, and we're almost at the 200 here. By the way, notice here, look how far this was from the 200. When it bounced off this number, look how far it was from the 200. Look at that. And now they bounce it, and look where the 200 is. My gosh, at the lunchtime low, they're this far away from the 200. The 200 is now gone from here when it was there to up here. Wow. Listen, these market makers, they know what they're doing, folks. They know what they're doing. They've been doing this to retail on this every day. Collapse it at the beginning, run it up the end of the day. Collapse it at the beginning, run it up the end of the day. Collapse it at the beginning, run it up at the end of the day. Collapse it at the beginning, run it up at the end of the day. Collapse it at the beginning, run it up at the end of the day. Collapse it in the beginning. I'll let you guess. I'll let you guess what's likely to happen today by the end of the day. I'm just going to let you guess. Okay? It's as simple as that. I'll let you guess what's about to happen with this stock this afternoon after lunchtime ends. There it is on the chart right now, and you can already see the recovery's begun. They must just be borrowing shares to make it collapse and selling those borrowed shares. Then they got to buy them up, and then they sell them again at lunchtime, and then they got to buy them all up. And it's working great for them. It's working great for them. It's genius. ACCL going down. Okay. DeBasson says, come on, why GH don't fail me? Well, let me look at it. Hold on. No, you're good. You're good. You're good. Oh no, you're good. You're good. You're good. No, it's the same thing, man. Looks good. Looks good. What are all the markets doing? Hold on here. Let's take a look at the broad picture. Come on. What are the markets doing right now? What is the broader market doing now? Oh, the broader market looks great. S&P rocketing. Oh, Dow rocketing up 930 points. The NASDAQ about to finally go green right here. Down, look at that, 0.13, folks. Down 0.13. Down 0.13, they're trying to hold it. The Russell making back a big gain from yesterday's drop of 1.5 points. Nice. Everything's moving, folks. Everything's moving. I wonder how things are going with the money markets right now. Let's go look. How are things going with the money markets? Money market funds chart. Oh, yeah. See, we need to see, all we need to see, folks, we need to see this money keep reducing in these money market funds. If we can see these numbers keep reducing, we're going to be in good shape, folks. We want to see this keep dropping, dropping. The reason we do is when you see money market money leaving, look here at May 31st, 2020. Look at the money market drop. And that was May 31st, 2020. Now go over here and look at the NASDAQ market overall. See this? The NASDAQ. And go look at the NASDAQ, and that's today's NASDAQ right now. But go look at the NASDAQ all time and notice this date right here. We're going to go back to May 31st, 2020. All right? And it's right there. This is, ladies and gentlemen, April of 2020. Look where the stock market was in May of 2020. It was at 8,273. May of 2020. And now look here, when May of 2020, right there, May 31st, 2020, when money started leaving the money market accounts, look what happened to the NASDAQ, ladies and gentlemen. Look here at the NASDAQ from May, right here, May of 2020. And the NASDAQ was sitting May of 2020. It actually says 7,500. May of 2020. What did it go up to after that? It went up to frickin' 16,000. Do you see that? And the reason that it went up so much from May of 2020, 7,500 to almost 16,000 was because money was finally leaving the money markets during that time, finally pulling back. And I show you this because now you can see once again, finally, money is starting to leave the money markets, which right now, the money market funds are holding about $8 trillion. $8 trillion roughly is in the money market right now. 8 trillion. And if that starts to become liquid and moves back into the market, we're going to see an incredible gain from the stock market overall, folks, if it keeps doing this right here. We need to see this keep reducing, just like it did right here. All right, that's what will be great, folks. Then the market will really go berserk. And I'm not kidding you either. T Wave, yep, I called that out early this morning. I'll wait until RKTO hits $3 tomorrow. Oh, it might. It's definitely going to go back up here this afternoon, folks. It's going up right now. You can see it rising. Look at it rising. 2095, 210, up 210. I'm looking forward to 11 right now. I'm over to 11. RK2 right now. You can buy it to 11. We got it to 10. I'm looking at 209, 209. We're going to 210 right now. I'm gonna move for 210 right now. I'm gonna move for 210. I'm gonna 210, 210. I'm gonna be looking for 210 right now. I'm gonna RKTO. I'm gonna hope you're gonna get some dough. We're gonna get ready to go. The sucker's getting ready to blow. Here we go. Here we go. Everybody knows she's gonna fly. She's gonna go like Catfish tie. She's gonna buy. Here we go. 210. Looking for 210 right now. I'm gonna 210, 210. We already got 29. Sorry, get rid of that flag. We're looking for 210. 210 and you ain't getting in. 210 and you ain't getting in. Come on, everybody. Gotta ride this train. Get on here. Giddy up. Time to ride the horse. Let's go. Ride, Captain, ride. Ride with Catfish tie. Here you are on RKTO, folks. Watch it go. Folks, I want to indicate to you one more time with this stock, YYGH, it is starting to make a move. Get a little flat top green action on it, crossing back over the 200 now, possibly. I want to bring your attention to it. YYGH. I think it's worth a nibble here. 172 would have been where I would have considered getting in. It even hit 15. It was at 15. It's at 177 now. I would have thought about 172 because I like to get that number. All right, folks, this is YYGH. Next, we're going to take a look at ANY. And I keep hitting ABY. Sorry about that. Any. Holding its ground on the 200, huh? All right, I see what it's doing. Now I want to look at some other stocks that were called out this morning that I put asterisks beside. One of them was SELX, Simulex. SELX was called out this morning in the pre market. The price was 39 cents. It's now got up to 43 cents. So good job if you own that SELX. I thought that would be a good one. That was called out by Ultra Surfer Joe Gamongo. And I really kind of like it because that 50-day is moving up nicely against that aggressive push down at lunchtime. There it is right there, folks. Look at that 50-day. That 50-day, man, it's moving up very nicely against that aggressive move towards it. That's a shorting porpoise right there, folks, right there. Watch the bottom of this candlestick. Watch the bottom of it. Look at the bottom of this candlestick here. The stock is SELX. SELX. They are at 42 cents. Let's see if they've ever done any reverse splits. Let's see if they're a threat for reverse splits. So we'll go over here to favorite reverse split history. SELX. No, they do not. They've never done one. I don't know how long they've been around, but they've never done a reverse split. Okay, that's important to know that, folks, because some of them make a living doing it. The stock we looked up the other day, LCFY, did one on December 8th, but we've seen others that have done. We've seen others that have done 4 or 5 reverse splits, including the one recently we looked at that had done 2 reverse splits in just 4 months' time. And you don't want to be around those stocks because they're making a living off of shareholders. We don't want to be around those. Kids Fishing just called out VIVK 100 million oil deal. Bismarck, SoFi in the S&P one day. Yep. T-Wave got halted, huh? That sucks. Hey, I do like this SELX here. And let me tell you something. If it can get over this line, it's going to make a nice move on up, folks. It's got to get over this line right here, though. Hold on. It's got to pass this line. It's got to get over that line. It's got to move over that red line right there. All right. And you can see that line has been resistance many times already. This line here has been big time resistance all freaking day, meaning somebody just a flat out doesn't want it to go over that line. They just don't want it to. Let's go look at previous chart and see what that means to them. Why is that such a big deal? 44.26 or 44.13, of course. Hold on, guys. There it is. 44.13. I wonder if that goes back even further. Let's go and look at the 180-day chart. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That number comes into play big. 44.13. Oh, yeah. They've been all over that. I'm trying to get it right on 44.13. It's almost impossible. That's close enough. Look at that number, folks. They've revisited that number one time, two times, three, four, five, six, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, geez, 12 times at that number. And you wonder why they stop it there. On the 1 day chart, now you know why they stopped it at that line right there. Now you know why. They don't want it over that line, folks. Man, they've shown it time and time again, too, haven't they? Well, that's what you got to get over on this stock, SELX, folks. 4466. See that, Savannah? The number that line is on is actually 4466. It's right there, folks. 4466. What a coincidence. Look at how many times they've stopped it there. Look over here how many times they've stopped it at that number, 4466. All right, I'm just letting you know that's what it's got to get over before it can make a run. SELX. Now, another one that was called out this morning I like was YYGH. The Bass Assassin, I think, is on this. Oh, look at him consolidating that right now. Whew. Man, that thing is completely consolidated, completely capitulated. YYGH. Man, somebody just doesn't want to let that go, though. Look at that heavy sell against that run up and crossover. See that? We need to see some big green come in on this right here when they try to do that. And this is very common that they try real big red and then they use very little red to try to keep forcing it down. They start with a big chunk and then they use a tiny chunk comparatively to try to keep forcing the momentum down. Oh, geez, man. Here they come after it right now. Hey, this might be it, man. I'm telling you, that was it right there. That might be the end of it right there. And look where they were able to get to before with the stab right there. Just a short little candlestick to get to that number. Here they had to dump a bunch of shares to get that same number. And they didn't get the same number. They didn't get it. So that's good. That's good. That's good for you. Yep. YYGH. Well, they're not just going to let the 50-day average just cross right over the daggum 200-day. They're going to smash these all together first. Yep. This is where the crossover began. They attacked it down with a bunch of selling. Then the crossover began again. Then they attack it with a bunch of red candlesticks. Then the crossover actually occurs. They throw one stab at it here. It did nothing, just a waste of money. Then it gets away and they go, man, we got to peck this thing. So they pecked it right there. There's all the big red, and they're pecking away with their little pet. There's the woodpecker's head, and there's the woodpecker pecking. Oh man, and look at that thing recover right off of that. Boom. That looks good. It's up 19% today, right now. Oh, yeah, and the next candle started here, folks. Unenveloped. Oh, that looks good. Hey, DeBass, that looks very good right there. They finally did envelop this now, but they're just enveloping it down to the 45-day. And look, it's wicking off that 45-day. That's good. That's very good. We need to see that wick up more. Get off that 45. Let's go. Wicking up. Wick it up. Wick it, 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 wick it. Ah. Wick it, wick it, wick it, wick it. Uh-oh. Flat top bottom now. Flat bottom. Trying to push it to the 50-day. That doesn't surprise me. Take it off the 50 there. That doesn't surprise me at all. Now they're trying to break below the 50 and they're trying to block below. Very, very hard to, going to be very, very hard for them to barcode below the 50-day. Very hard. It's fairly easy to barcode right over the 50, but below, very difficult, especially with the 200 up here as well. It's very difficult to barcode underneath the 50-day average with the 200 above. It's pretty easy if the 200 is down below here, but with the 200 above and rising, that just carries too much weight with it. It's too heavy, and this is also carrying weight, the 50-day rising, coming up to the 200. Folks, it's going to go right on over, just like it has already here once and twice. This is your third, this is the final offer, a final chance. The last dance with Mary Jane, folks. All right? I have it right here.
You know what? Don't worry about it. I'm just gonna give them their real thing because honestly, I don't need it.
Oh,
I can just give them those.
okay.
I've got a little copy if I need a little copy of them.
Last chance. All right, sweetheart. Well, I wish I could have got a kiss from you right then. Sorry. She says, oh, well, sorry. You're lost. All right, dadgummit. Come on, YYGG. YYGH. Man, I'm watching it because it might be a good place to buy some of this. That looks like a friggin' short eating porpoise to me. It's up 16%, folks. Man, they're trying to tap that line again. Well, I hope that it goes on up for you from here, my friend. I can't keep watching this one, though. Let me get over and look at my RKTO here. All right. Trading in the trench, baby. Buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell. 209 to 206 on 3-cent trench. Wonder how long they're going to stay there. They already did that this morning. Sell, buy, sell, buy, sell. Sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, buy. Wow. You know, you do that enough times, 3 cents, Look at how it adds up. Look at how it adds up. Just keep doing it. That's 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 24, 32, 45, 54, 60, 66, 72, 79. I mean, just think about it. Just keep doing it over and over. 3 cents. Do it once, twice, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24 times, 20, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37 times 3. 37 times 3, folks. And you're over $1. And you've done it with $100,000. So you've made $100,000 over a 24-hour period, buying and selling in a 3-cent trench, 30 times doing the same thing over and over and over, while gullible retailers never realize what you've been doing the whole time. And it's just a 3-cent move. And they know that that destroys retailers. They know that destroys retailers because they get so fed up because the thing just won't move. It's just not moving. Well, no, it's moving all right, but it's not moving enough for retailers, but it's moving perfectly for big fish. It's moving perfectly for them. That this is exactly what they'd love to see happen. Just keep doing it, what they've been doing. Look at that, how long it stayed between these two lines. Look at how long it stayed. And they're that's just the minimal amount it's moving. I'm not doing the deepest parts and the highest parts by far. I'm not doing the deepest parts. I'm just doing the small area that they've been keeping it in. But they're making even more money off this drop to here and the pop to there and the drop to there and the pop to here and the drop to there and the pop to here. Oh man, that's getting real money there. They're killing it on retailer here. 202 up to 216, 14 cents up, 13 cents down, 13 cents up, 13 cents down, 10 cents up, 8 cents down, 3 cent, 3 cent, 3 cent, 6 cents down, 3 cent, 3 cent, 3 cent, then up from 209 to 225, 225, folks. 209 to 225. So if you got a 15-cent pop and then a 10-cent drop from 225 down to what? 215? 210. So 15-cent drop, 10 cents up, 8 cents down, 3 cents up. This is probably another 15-cent drop from 218 to what? 203. Yep, 15-cent drop, folks. Again, get used to it. 15-cent drops. Look at this one here. 208. I bet it's 15 cents down. 208 it'd be 193. I mean, yeah, 193, right? What's the low right here? Whoa! I missed it by a penny. 194. 194 right there. I missed it by 1 penny. And then from there, what did they go back up to? 215 again. 20-cent pop, then 20-cent drop, then a major from the 195 again, 194, 195 has been it over and over, 195. They went up to 235 where I sold it. Man, that's the biggest one yet. 40 cents, man. This thing's getting radical now. Man, it's getting radical. 40 cents. And then from there, they ran it from 235 down to 202. 35-cent down. Man, they're making a freaking fortune on this. Now, how high is it going to go now? How high is it going to go? Are they going to stop it here again at this line and then pull it down and then up and then down and up and down? Or are they just going to let it fly and let it run right back up? It's going to probably just, this is what they've done several days, is the big drop, the big pop. I never seen them do this before. Usually it's just down. Well, I have seen them do this, but not to this degree. Man, this is getting wild, folks. I like what I see. Here we are at 116. Well, one thing's for sure. They're not going to let this get over 210 if they can stop it from that. I think they proved that yesterday. They proved that yesterday when we saw all the shares at 210 yesterday. At least they tried to hold it at 210 as long as they could. And then it shot up at the end of the day. Now, the reason I'm talking about this stock, folks, RKTO, is because I want you to see a very similar pattern that's been going on. And what's been going on is a major drop in the morning, then a rise, then a drop again, and then a rise at the end of the day. And here you see it again, major drop in the morning, then a rise, then another drop, and then a great climb, end of day. Then the drop in the morning, the rise, the drop midday, and then the major climb going into the close. Over here, the drop in the morning, the rise, the drop again, and then a major climb to 2 o'clock, and then a drop until 3, and then till the closing, this thing went up $1.50 at the end of the day before the close. So are you starting to see the pattern? Yesterday, the drop, the raise, the lunchtime low, and then it went up at the end of the day to right there. It closed here at the end of the day, folks. This is why I'm showing you this stock now. There's the drop, there's the pop, there's the lunchtime low. And now, will it just do the same freaking thing again? It might. And notice that all the time, all this herking and jerking and dropping and popping and bullshit has happened. The 200 has just kept climbing the whole time. The whole time, the 200s kept climbing. All right, I'm just letting you know. This is like a tsunami, folks. This is like a tsunami right here, and it's coming ashore, baby. And the water's going to get shallow, and it's going to shove that stuff right up. This is a tsunami, folks. I'm calling it. And I want you to notice that previously on this line, when they drove the price down to this line, the 200-day average was down here. Understand? So when they drove it from here, right here, look closely with this. When they drove this thing down to there the first time, the 200 was down here. When they drove this thing down to that line the second time, the 200-day was here. When they drove this thing down to that line again, the 200 was there. When they drove it again down to this line, the 200 was here. And when they drove it this time this morning down to this line, the freaking 200 is there, folks. Are you understanding what I'm saying? Over here, when they first time drove it down to this line, the 50-day was down below it right here. The first time they reached the 50-day was here. Now they reached that line this morning, the same line, and the 50-day is up here. My gosh, people. There's a lot of energy here, folks. There's a lot of energy here. I'm telling you, RKTO. And no matter how hard whoever it is trying to hold this in place here, this is a lot of energy. And there's eyes on this stock. RKTO. Is any like RKTO? No, not really. No, because any just made the big spike on news of an acquisition of another company called Cathedra. They bought out another Bitcoin company called Cathedra, which they claim is going to expand their company and give them all kinds of benefits and increase their megawatt power capacity and all other kinds of things. But I'm not sure if it'll sustain and hold its run up on that big news about that acquisition. But this company here, it's got, I think, more news coming soon now that they've got the major general who just got onto their advisory board. He's a major general with almost 40 years of military experience. So I think he's going to push this RKTO in the right direction real quick. I think he's going to demand performance and he's going to be a good strategist for this company's success. RKTO. The news that they just released was that they hired on RKTIO, just hired on former U.S. Army Major General. Major General brings decades of national security and strategic operations and defense leadership. Yes. Okay, I'll go pick it. Did you water the garden? Hello? We got a lot of asparagus in the garden, apparently. I got to go pick it. Anyway, that's what's going on with RKTO. General Frost brings nearly 4 decades of military, national security, and leadership experience, including 31 years of distinguished service in the United States Army. Throughout his career, he held senior operational, strategic, and communications leadership positions across the Indo Pacific, the Middle East, Europe, and the United States. General Frost's experience leading large scale military operations, strategic planning initiatives, and national defense programs makes him an exceptional addition to Rocket One's advisory board, said Rob Kanai, Chief Executive Officer of Rocket One. As we pursue opportunities at the intersection of artificial intelligence, advancing computing, space infrastructure, and defined technologies, his leadership and insight will help guide our long term strategy and strengthen our relationship across the defense and national security ecosystem. And, folks, 2 times I've read that story, and right after I released that news, the price of this stock has shot up. So let's see if we can make it 3 for 3 now. Okay. Let's see if we can go 3 for 3 and we can skyrocket this again now that everybody knows what I just disclosed. Let's see if this thing suddenly sees more volume, more buying, and pops the top off of it this afternoon, like it has done the last 5 days in a row. Everyone, I'm showing you and cannot guarantee it will do the same. But what I'm showing you right now is information that you have to be the judge what to do. And do you believe that it's possible that this stock, that every single day from the middle of the day to the end goes up, from the middle of the day to the end goes up, from the middle of the day to the end goes up, and from the middle of the day to the end, will it go up? You have to decide that. I mean, again, from each of these moves, the 200 was here. From this move up, the 200 was here. From this move up, the 200 is even higher. So, how high could it go now? I don't know. I don't know, but man, this thing looks like it's getting ready to get uncorked. They keep popping it and popping it, pop and fizz, pop and fizz, pop and fizz, pop and fizz. And I think next, pop again, okay, with this 200 rising steadily. And the 50-day is now up above the number they're trying to achieve. So let's just see what happens if I'm right or not. And I make no guarantees, folks, none at all. But I find it interesting that yesterday they sat here at the same time of day and they were accumulating at $2 a share and 199 and 198, 197 yesterday at this time. And then at the end of the day, it hit 222, 229. So I think it's interesting now that they're not accumulating at $2 and 199 and 201 like they did yesterday. Now they're accumulating at 206 and 207, just below their favorite number to accumulate, 208. So let's see what happens, because you've seen the proof. I've shown you every single day. This stock runs up near the end of the day. This stock runs up near the end of the day. This stock runs up near the end of the day. This stock runs up near the end of the day. This stock is likely going to do the same thing today, but with no guarantees, folks, none whatsoever. I'm just trying to show you. And it's always interesting that at each point after the lunchtime, they try to curve it here and then it goes. Each point, see how they try to curve it there and then it goes? Every time, try to curve it down and then it goes. Try to curve it down midday, then it goes. Try to curve it down and then it blows. Then they try to curve it down and then sideways all afternoon, accumulating like now, just like now, doing the same thing now. This is what they did yesterday. And then at the end of the day, boom, in the last 15 minutes, up she goes to there. We'll see what happens. They're doing the same thing now they tried yesterday. The drop out of the gate, the rise to the pop, the nut sack at lunchtime, the sideways action, and then the springboard in the last 15 minutes. Drop at the beginning, up she goes, double drop it, crest it off, woodpeck away, and then we'll see what happens. I love it that the 200 has just broken over this lower level of resistance right here. Right here, folks, the 200-day average has finally crossed a major, major line of resistance for a long time to this price. Okay, there, see that? This has been a major, major, major war zone right here. This is the front line with this stock, folks, right here. This is the battle line. This is the hardened battle line. And the 200-day just crossed right through it. You like that? I hope you like that. I like it. Cobra says RNG has gained over $4 since I have mentioned it. Dang, Cobra, I hope you own it. Is any like RKTO? Well, I'll show you the any chart right now. Just hold on a second here. Oh, gosh. There's the any chart. Yeah, it is similar, isn't it? Look at the rundown in the morning. Look at it take off the rest of the day, close out low. Look at the rundown in the morning. Then it takes out, close out low. This morning, yesterday morning, no rundown, just freaking fly zone. This morning, there's back to the same pattern. Run down in the morning, run it up, shake it out at lunchtime, right to the line of resistance there. I like the 200 being up above now. Yep, I like the 200 having gone up this high. But whether or not it can sustain right now, it needs to. It needs to bounce off this line right now. It needs to go off that line. They're trying to take it down right now, though, that's for sure. But this is a day trade stock, folks. This is not on my long list. It's just a day trader for yesterday. I sold every share of that. I'm out of it. It's visual. I just watch it now. I don't day trade. I don't day trade the same stock. I get in, get out, and I'm done. I'm sorry. That's what I tell everybody on this channel. Don't you buy into these stocks long. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. You'll end up regretting it. They're 1 day runners, and then you make the money, and then you're out. Then you move over to another one that we call out on this channel. Don't ever double tap, okay? Don't double tap. You can get zapped when you try to double tap, and you will feel like crap when you try to double tap. Which, by the way, Spinal Tap is a movie you must see. A classic rock and roll movie that I would highly recommend. Spinal Tap. It was produced by the guy that was Meathead on Archie Bunker and All in the Family. Meathead produced that movie. I think he was the director too. I'm not sure. Spinal Tap. Yep, he's dead. That's right. All right, let's go back over to RKTO for a minute. I'm expecting to see this thing blow up eventually here. Any moment now, folks. And by the way, there will be no more barcoding below the 200, okay? That ain't going to happen. No freaking way. And look, as soon as the 200 broke through that area, look at it rise, the pitch increase. It's still rising. It's going to shove this right up. It's going to shove it up. They always shove it up every day at the end of the day. Well, at least they almost all. Well, every time, the last 5 days, this stock has gone up in the afternoon. So I'm depending on it to do it again. I don't see why they'd stop this strategy. It's working too well for them. This has been working very, very well for them. Please take notice that just like yesterday, they got 1,700,000 shares here now. If they make this thing go up 20 cents, they'll make 200,000 by the end of the day, and they'll cash in again. You see what I mean? That's right. This is what they've been doing every day. But yesterday, it was interesting. You saw yesterday, they got 500,000 here, 500,000 here, 600,000, 700, 700, 600,000, 600,000, 500,000. Then they had 1,000,000. Then they had 600,000, 700,000, 500,000, 400,000. I mean, they just reached 500,000 at 209. I don't know why they're not showing the number. Yesterday they were showing it at 500,000. I think they had to get it was right about 400,000 is what they had to get to show a number yesterday. But right here at $2, they've only been able to get 563,000. And here at 203, my dollar cost average, they could only get 464,000. Here they mustered up 179,000, 1,790,000 at 206, folks. How did they muster that up? Uh-oh, here it goes. Now watch, folks. If this goes over 210, it's going to break out. And they've got the fake shares now where? At 215, 5,600 shares at 215 fake shares. So let me write that down. I like to keep track of where the fake shares are. So right now, They've got the fake shares at, they've got 5,600 shares, 5,600 fake shares at 215, and the time now is 1:35 p.m. All right. Now, the reason I'm telling you about this, ladies and gentlemen, the reason I'm telling you about this is because what they do is they have a bunch, it's called spoof selling, folks. It's called spoofing. And they put in sale orders that they don't actually physically intend to sell. They have the shares to sell, but they put in spoof sell orders to make you think there's a large wall of resistance at 215. But what you will notice is as this price rises now and gets close to 215, they'll move the 5,600 share order up to 220 or 218. Okay? So I keep track of it so you guys can see how they do it. So this number, this is your true indicator of where they think the price is going next. And the shorts now believe the price is going to go to 215 right now. Okay? So you can learn from this, folks. I'm not kidding. Right now, we're going to see this price go from 208, 209, past 210, even though yesterday they tried to stop it at 2010, 210 so bad. Well, they're not going to make, maybe they already made all their money on this thing this morning when they ran it up to 235. Maybe they've already made their money and now they're just going to try it again tomorrow. I don't know, but I don't think so. Yesterday, they sat here and sat here and sat here for hours and hours until the end of the day. And at the end of the day, it just shot up and I sold. I had $700 to buy back in this morning after I sold at 230, 31, 32, 33. Now, I wanted to know, did you copy my sales of RKTO when it reached the 230 range? 27% of my viewers said yes, they did. All right. Hey, Alexa, what is 64 times 27%?
64 times 27% is 17.28.
All right. So 17 of you tanksters today sold this stock when I sold it in the 230s to 235 range. Congratulations. And now, ladies and gentlemen, if you're wise, you'll probably buy here with at the 208 where they've been hoarding for about an hour now. And then most likely this thing is going to run. It's going to run like the friggin' wind, folks. It's going to run like the wind. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And right now, they're trying to re-achieve the number they reached yesterday at this time. And that was 197 yesterday. At this time, at 145, the stock price was at 197 yesterday at this time. And then it ended up going to 221 at the end of the day. So right now, we're at 205. So if we went from 197 to 221, that's 24 cents up. So from here, we should end up at 230 before the end of the day. 230. We should end up at 230 by the end of the day if they do the same thing today that they did yesterday. We'll see what happens. We're watching it closely. and we will all see what happens. ACCL is tanking. Okay. I hear you. I am down $9.20. I only bought 20 shares. I only bought 20 shares of it. I've only got $25 in it or so. So I see it though. 143. Well, it's only down 6%. That's major. That's no big drop. 6%. That's nothing. That's really not tanking, my friend. That's just a drop. It's down, no doubt, but that's not tanking. Let's go look and see where it is now. Oh yeah, it's the low of the day. Looks like they might have halted it too. Look at all the sellers here. I think they halted it. Drop before the pop? It could be, but I think they halted it. I think they halted it. It looks to me like it's been halted. Down 6.5%, they halted it. Well, they're not going to let the manipulators just manipulate it down. I guess. But look at all that selling at 143, folks. 1,500, 500, 100, but a lot of small stuff. 5 shares and 2 shares. A lot of small stuff. Man, they poured in there. The cell phone farm started at 150, folks. The cell phone farms started here when it was in the 160s. Oh, yeah. That's when the cell phone farms stepped in. 166. Look at that. 170, 172, 176. Oh, my gosh. 180s up here. Wow. 180s, 170s. Look at the cell phone farms working their magic. Look at all that cell phone farming going on. 177, all in the same second, folks. In 1 second, 1338.27, 1338.27. All 1 second to get it down to 177 from the 180s. Still in the same second here, 176, 175, 170. In the same second, now 173 in the same freaking second, everyone. Now they're at 172 in the same second. It's the same second. It's a cell phone farm, folks. 172. Now they're at 171, and we're still in the same second. Now 170, 169. Good Lord, all in the same second. In 1 second, it's fallen 10 cents. Now 165, and in 1 second, folks, this is probably why they halted it. This is probably why they halted it. It's all in 1 second, folks. All of that drop from 179 to 162 in 1 second. It's still in 1 second, and now it's down to 161. And now there's a second, and it's at 162. And then it's the third second, it's at 163. Then it's at 163.5 for another second. 3 seconds later, 163.5. And then here comes the sales again. 160, 160, 160, 500s, 300s, 500s, and all at the same second, all in the same second, all in the second. Now, 159, same second, 157, still in the same second, 157. What is the coincidence that everybody would decide to sell at the same exact second? Then at 138, 7 seconds later, they attack with 155 sells. Then they're still in the same second, 1338.45. Oh, what? They took it off the screen now? They don't want you to see this? What just happened? What's happening? What happened just then? Wow. Well, you see how it works, folks? You see what they're doing? You see how they're manipulating? In 1 second, they drop the price 20 cents almost. Just loading in sell orders on their cell phone farm walls. That's right. They sit there in a room like this with a bunch of cell phones all hooked together, and they get them all to execute at the same second sell orders on the stock. That's what they do at these cell phone farms, people. Here's another cell phone farm operator at work. Here's another one at work. Cell phone farm operators. Here's another cell phone farm right here. And this is how they can get all those orders to fly in at 1 second and decimate a price. Ladies and gentlemen, in case you didn't know about this, they're called cell phone farms. And they're everywhere, people. They are freaking everywhere. This is not a cell phone selling store. They're not selling. They're not selling phones here. They're trading stocks, folks. Okay, they're not selling phones at these locations. I'm just here to show you how they do it. And then if they can flood it like that in 1 second or 10 seconds, they get a halt. They get a halt, which they just did with ACCL. They've halted it now, I can tell. Cost to borrow increased to over 350% on YYGH. Ah. Stock is up 9.53, now up 9.6, now up 9.53, now up 9.53. Stock is up 9.53 still. 9.53. Doesn't look like it's moving much. Not like SPRC. That's for friggin' sure. I wonder where that stock is now. This morning, that thing was so radical. SPRC. One Love called it out. SPRC. Look at that ACCL. SPRC. Good Lord. SPRC. Man, that thing's been all over the place. This morning in the pre-market, 1842, then down to 1181, then back up to $15 and then down to 1107, then up to 1230, then down to 1155. And that is a number that is on my buy sell sheet, folks, 1155. And that is a pretty good number to accumulate on. Right here it is, right here in the middle of my screen. Buyback, the 54, 55, 56, right here. So you might want to consider nibbling on that right there now at the 55, okay? Oh, somebody else just did. Someone else did. Oh my gosh. The bid is 1146 and the ask is 1120. Holy smokes, there's a 74-cent gap between the bid and the ask. A 74-cent gap between the bid and the ask. The bid is 1146 and the ask is 1220. Whoa. Wow. SPRC. Enter at your own risk, folks. The bid is 1146. The ask is 1220. Bid at your own risk. The bid is 1146. The ask is 1220. Goodness gracious, folks. Wow. SPRC. Oh man. The bid is 1146. The ask is 1220. Let's look at this on the trade chart. Hold on. Well, there's been a lot bought at 1170, 1180, 1190, 1195, $12, 56,000 there, 1340, 371,000 at 1340. Jeez, that's a lot more than they're getting now. Right now, they're only picking up 8,000 shares now at this price. Look at this thing jumping around, folks. Look at this. You can make some money on this if you put your sell orders in right now at $12 and you put your buys in at 1140. Put your sell orders in at 1188 and your buy orders in right now at 1155, 1140, 1140, 1181, 1168, 1186, 1168. 15-cent gaps. 1168, 1189, 20-cent gap, 21-cent gap. One share and two shares, folks. 21-cent gap. Watch this close. SPRC. Trade at your own risk, folks. SPRC. All right. RKTO. Well, there it goes. RKTO. There she blows. They've already achieved this low this morning twice. Right here. And the thing that's sad about those two lows is that the previous lows were here. Okay, because I have marks there. All right. So the reason I have these lines here is because these were previous lows from the past. All right. And they could not re-achieve those previous past lows right there. That was as low as they could get it. They could not re-achieve this low that they had yesterday or the day before or a week ago or whenever it was. They could not re-achieve that low. All right. Now that price is at 194, 194, 195. All right. So all they got was 195 is all they got. Now, over here, this is another previous low that I got from some time ago. And you can see how the 5-day got to it again once and jumped. And there it is again. Except this time, the 5-day did not get down that low. It only got there, folks. So this thing's going to run, I think. The 5-day was here. The 5-day was here. The 5-day is here and turning already. And I think it's going to run, folks. That's what I think. I think it's about to run off this line. Right off that line. And the reason I say that is because, well, I quite frankly don't see any correlation to that low. I don't even know why they're trying to get to that low. I don't see any correlation. Now, what I'm going to do is back this out to a 5-day chart and see what does that line have to do with the past. What I want to look at now is what does that line have to do with the past? Where was that line before? Right there. Right there. Huh. I was just wondering why they decided just then to run the price down to that line. Where is the semblance? Where did they do that before? Well, they did that a lot before. They've done that a lot, that line. As a matter of fact, at one time, that was exactly where the 50-day average was. And if you go back even further in time, you'll find out that it has something to do with this. Probably has that written all over it right there. There you go, folks. There's your line right there. Right there. Boom. And there it is again, right down to that line. And then boom. Let's go out to the 10-day. Ten-day, please. Let's go to the 90-day. Well, this stock has only been around for 6 days, folks. It IPO'd right here. It IPO'd on the 28th. This stock has no trading history beyond 5 days ago. Well, 5 trading days. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 trading days. Now 6. And look at that 200-day average rising. RKTO. And there's a big sell effort right now against it in the last 30 minutes. This is a 30-minute candlestick, but you better look at where it hit that line and look at it come back up and wick off that. Look at it wicking off that line. And now it's wicking here. It's going to go green. It's going to move up, folks. It's going to go up. Oh, yeah, there it goes. There it goes. Watch it rise. And what you're going to see here, folks, if you watch this long enough, is you're going to see this next candlestick that's going to form right here. It's going to be green. And you can look right here. Look up there and look at this candlestick. Now, I've been showing you guys that this stock goes up every day at the end of the day. And this is the drop before the pop. Okay? This is the drop before the pop right now. This is the final fleecing effort right now. And watch this candlestick rise the top of it. Oh, yeah, it's wicking the bottom. Bottom is wicking. It's going to come up flat. It's going to come up flat. It's going to be a disc. It's going to be a top. Just hold on here. This is RKTO. Last chance to get it at $1.99 a share, folks, just like yesterday. They tried this same thing at the same time yesterday. Man, I'm not falling for it, folks. I'm buying here. RKTO. I'm coming in here. I'm coming in at $1.99. I'm just going to come in at $2 because I believe it's going to fly from here. I just bought $2. Thank you, market makers. Trying now for $1.99. I already know they've never had jack crap down here for sale at these prices. At the low of the day, all they had was 66,000 shares. And that's the same amount they had yesterday at the low of the day. And it was the same low, folks. The same low, 195. It's just this, hey, folks, they're just doing the same program. It's the same thing they did yesterday. And you know what? Yesterday, when they ran it down there, I bought it the same way because I told you, man, they've never had jack crap down here for sale. They're not going to keep it here now. And I bought it, and sure enough, they didn't. They ran it right back up to 222 a share afterwards. So let's see if this is just a repeat of yesterday, folks. A repeat of yesterday. I can tell you what, I think there's a reason they bought 1,800,000 shares at 205 today. And you want to know what it was? Because this morning, that was my dollar cost average. Go back to this morning, and you'll see my dollar cost average was started out at $2 a share. And then they ran the price way up, and I sold it. And then they dropped it back down, and I started buying it. And you can see that this morning, my dollar cost average was at first $2 a share. Then it went up to $2.05 a share. And now my DCA is at 220. But I already sold all of the shares I had here in the 230s. So I've already made a bunch of money on this stock once. And I still think I'm going to make a bunch more, especially if I can get it here at $1.99 right now before the run up, the afternoon run up. Now, do I know for sure it's going to run up like it's done the last 5 days in a row? No, I don't know that. But what I can do is I can show you that what's happening right now has definitely happened before. And I can show you now on the 5-day chart so you understand. Please take a look over here. Every day, they run this stock down, and then right here, they run it down at this period. And then they run it up. Over here, they ran it down here, back up, run it down, then they run it up. Over here, run it down at the open, back up, down at lunch, and then up by the end of the day. Over here, down in the morning, up at lunch, down at lunchtime, and up at the end of the day. Over here, down in the morning, then up, then down at the lunchtime, then sideways, like they're doing now, sideways, and then up at the end of the day. Now, I don't know that it's going to go up at the end of the day, but when it went up at the end of the day here, and it went up at the end of the day here, and it went up at the end of the day here, and it went up at the end of the day here, and it went up at the end of the day here, and it went, well, I'm going to guess it's going to go up from here. Another thing I want you to be very well of, every time that they've run it up at the end of the day, the 200 was here. Then they ran it up at the end of the day, and the 200 was here. And now the 200 is here, folks. 200 is here. So you think about what the likelihood is of what's about to happen. Okay? I'll just put it that. I'll just show it to you that way. This is what they've done with this stock every day. Down, up, down, and up. Down, up, down, down, up, down, and up. Down, up, down, and way up. Down, up, down, up, down, up, down, and probably now that the 200 has gone from here and from here all the way up to here, it's going to probably go up off the 200, folks. All right, I'm just saying it probably is. I mean, look how far it went off this line here up when the 200 was way down here and the 50 was way down here. Look how high it came off of this line. And they finally gave me the 199 I wanted. Thank you, Shorty. Thank you. And this is where I bought it earlier today, and it was 8% down. Same thing now. It's down 7.48%. So thank you for giving me one more opportunity to buy at today's previous low. And I plan on selling it at $2.30 at the closing today. We'll see what happens. But I'm sure not surprised to see them running it down now. Because, ladies and gentlemen, this is the name of the game. Run it down at 2 o'clock and beat that thing right back up. Run it down, shove it up. Run it down, shove it up at the close. Run it down, shove it up at the close. Run it down, shove it up at the close. Run it down, shove it up at the close, people. Now, again, I make no guarantees that that's about to happen, but I wouldn't be surprised at all to see it happen. And now I look over here and I see at the low of the day, they had only 66,000 shares. And do you see the fake shares now has moved to 206? The 2,800 fake shares has moved to 206, folks. Where was it earlier? 5,600 they had at 215. And that was at 1:35 p.m. 5,600 at 215. They had a sell there. Well, they sure don't have that 5,600 at 215 anymore, do they? Nope, they took it off. Now they've got a fake 2,800 at 206. 2,800 fake at 206. And then what time is it? 2:10 p.m. See, I keep track of this, guys, because I want you to know that at this stage of the game, the market makers are planning on the price to go up here to 206 now. Okay. And they have this is called a spoof order. And they put out a spoof order here because they want you to think they've got 2,800 shares here to sell at 206. But when the price soon goes back up over here and gets to there, you're going to see this fake share order move up from 206 to 210 or 209. So just watch here because it's going to come back up over all this and it's going to come over 206. It's going to go over this number where they got 1,800,000 shares. There's a reason they bought all those shares there already in the first place. The reason they bought 1,831,000 shares at 205 is because that this morning that was my dollar cost average. Isn't that crazy? This morning 205 was my dollar cost average. 205 this morning. And that's why they bought 1,800,000 shares there, folks. That's why they did that. Because this morning, if you go back to this morning at 9 o'clock, you'll see my dollar cost average was 205 a share. And they bought 1,800,000 shares on my dollar cost average. Isn't that crazy? And right now, what they're doing is I guess they're going to try to get a printable number here at $2. I don't understand why they're not showing this number. They've already reached 800,000, 809 at $2. Now, yesterday they were showing us numbers on the 500,000 and 400,000. Why aren't they showing a number at 800,000? Do they not want us to see that? Yesterday they were showing right here 500,000, 600,000, 700,000, 600,000, 900,000. They showed 600,000. And today they've got 800,000 at $2 and they're not showing it. What is up with that? Why? Why aren't they showing that like yesterday? I don't get it. Well, I can tell you one thing. There must be somebody out there that believes even they're buying this 199 like crazy. They're filling their coffers now at 199. They must be listening to me and they think it's going to go up like I do at the end of the day. I don't know why they would think it would do that. It just does it every freaking day. So I don't know why they would think that and why they'd want to buy at 199 right now, but they do. You can see that there's plenty of buyers at 199 right now. And now they're even buying 500 shares at a time at $2. Yep. Oh yeah, they're giving away, folks. They're giving away. Look at that. Look at all the hundreds of shares sold right there. And then notice on just a one share order, it's at $2. 20 share orders, it's at $2. Look at all the dumping here. Look at all the dumping trying to stop this. Holy crap. Look at all the dumping of shares at 199 and a half, trying to stop this from breaking over, just like yesterday. It's exactly the same as yesterday, folks. And like I said, yesterday, the price was up to 222 by the end of the day after they tried this stunt. And look at them trying it again. The same thing. Got their little cell phone stations going, all selling in the same second. Oh, man. And now they don't have as many. See, they don't have as many. They're only able to do it for just a little fraction there. No more stringing it out for 1 second. No, 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 no. Nope, nope, nope. Nope, nope, nope. No, no, they just don't have the shares now to do that. They don't have them. They don't have them. In fact, they're getting so thin on shares, they're throwing out onesies now. Onesies at 199. Holy cow. Market makers are giving it all they got, folks. Got the KY flag flowing at 19997 now. The KY flag flying at 19997 because they've already gotten 569,000 at 199 and 820,000 at 2. They're going to max it out, folks. The ship is getting overloaded. It's going to start sinking on them, folks. The ship is overloaded and it's about to start sinking. They're going to have to throw some cargo overboard, folks. They're going to have to throw away some cargo that they got. The cheap cargo, they got to throw it away and keep the more expensive. That's what they're doing now. 2,000 shares at 199.01, and 9 shares later, it's at 1 share at 19,999. Look at that ridiculousness. 2,000 at 199.01, and then 1 share at 19999. Oh my gosh. Dumping 2,000 shares at 199.01. Goodness gracious. Cell phone farms going to be ringing off the hook today. All the way up until probably again, like yesterday, 345. They held it at just below $2 until 345, and then the freaking thing took off yesterday. Yep, just filled at 199. Somebody got a partial fill. Granny panties formation forming on Sea-Doo on the 3-month part. Thanks, darkness pass. Well, look at that baby go. And they've already completely oversold all this, folks. Everything oversold here already. Looks very good, folks. Hey, look at this right here. This is SIDU, totally oversold there. All completely oversold. Oh man, did they hoard that thing up right there? Hoarded it up big. Look at all that from 455 up to 475, 20-cent range. They just loaded that thing, overloaded it. And the most they could get here was 1,000,007 at 470. And now they can only get 986,000 at 476. Folks, this thing could really make a move here, SIDU. It looks very good to go right on off. And I don't know why it would stop here, to be honest with you. I have no idea why it would stop here. They haven't been able to hold it here since 1,000,007. Here they didn't even get a million at 471. They got a million, got a million, got a million three, a million four, and here they couldn't even get a million, folks. And this looks very good for it to break away from them. Now, don't worry. They'll probably try to get the dumpers to come in and dump it down to 466 again, real quick, right before the close. But who knows for sure? Man, this thing looks like it's about to break free of this bullshit right here. That is bullshit, just like they did all day yesterday with RKTO. That looks just like yesterday on RKTO. But you're not seeing this on RKTO today, are you? No, you're not. It's a lot less volume today. Uh-oh, she's back over $2. Oh, shucks. They ran out, I guess, here at 897,000. And now look, 20001. 914,000 folks at 20001. Oh my gosh. Wow, folks. 20001. 920,000. Just like yesterday, folks, we saw this same number, 920,000. We saw it here too. Folks, this thing's about to go just like yesterday, I think. I think it's going to make the same move just like it did yesterday. We saw the same numbers there, 900,000, 900,000. And it took off after that, folks. There was no holding it after 900,000. It was over. And this might be why they're not showing you the number today. They don't want you to see that. Maybe, I don't know, but it seems awfully suspicious to me why yesterday they were showing 400s and 500s and 600,000s here, and now they're not showing us 900,000. Why not? Why not? Why aren't they showing that? 904,000 there. Yesterday they were showing off 400 and 500, 600, 600, 700, 7, 8. Uh-oh, she's gone. There she goes. She's broke away. And they've only been able to get 358,000 here at 201 and even less here, 326. I think it's going to go, folks. I think we're going to go. Here she goes. She's cutting loose on them. And listen, listen, after it goes away from 2, they'll have no reason to hold it there. They'll go long on this all the way up to 225 like they did yesterday. The same thing. They'll go up and try to protect 225 now. Now that they know they can't hold it under $2, they'll just go long. They'll take up a long. Ding dong. Shorts go long. And they'll take it up to 225 a share. You just watch. Watch and see if I'm not right. You watch and see if I'm not right. And here at 201, they've only had 350,000 shares. Yesterday, they could get about 600,000 there. But not today. They have less capacity today. They're running out their strength. RKTO, just watch it fly, folks. And it's something they tried the exact same thing they tried yesterday. They took it down to 195 again. 195. Except yesterday, they took it down from 203 to 193. Yesterday was 193 where they had 900,000 shares at 193. So they're not even close to that. They only got 66,000 at 195. What a coincidence. 66,000 at 195. And then they could only get 389,000 at 196. Then they could only get 307,000 at 197. Then they could only get 423,000 at 198. 660,000 at 199. Coincidentally, 6 number there. And then at $2, 906,000 at $2. And then they run out at 924,000 at 2001, folks. 2001. They got 924,000 at 2001. Now they can only hold 443,000 at 201. So they're done there. And now they're at 202, where they've only got 329,000. Oh, yeah. She's going to fly, folks. This thing's going to fly. Here she goes. She's getting ready to leave right now. All right. I hear a train. Oh, I hear a train. All right. And now we're at 202, and they've never had crap here before. They've only had 329 here. And notice down here it broke away at 389. From 196, it broke away at 389. And now they're at 202, 329. 329. Well, when it gets to 389, it's going to bust through that too, folks. That's my call. If it even gets to 389 at 202. Isn't it funny? This is the exact same price where they were yesterday at this time. Does anybody remember that? If you remember that yesterday at this time, the price was right here at 202, show me a heart on the screen. If you remember yesterday at this exact same time, the price was right at $2, and then it show me a heart on the screen. I want to see if anybody remembers that. Let's get over here and see. I guess nobody else remembers that. Cup and handle on the 12-day chart, David DeLumba says it rose from 78 to top and formed a cup. I believe in handle now, Cat. Is this correct? Let's look and see. 12-day chart. Well, I can do a 15-day chart. And I think you mean RKTO, don't you? You put RYTO, but I think you mean RKTO. Oh, man. Well, this sure looks very interesting. Oh, yeah. Here we go, folks. Here we go. Oh, yeah. Here come the buyers. Here they come, folks. RKTO. We're going to see a repeat, folks. I smell a repeat of the last 5 days. I smell a repeat of the last 5 days right now. I smell it brewing, folks. Now, if you guys don't know about this, over the last 5 days, this stock has commonly, I've been showing everybody, over the last 5 days, it goes up at the end of the day. It goes up at the end of the day. It goes up at the end of the day. It goes way up at the end of the day. It goes up at the end of the day. And here it's going to go up at the end of the day, I believe. I think it will. And you notice, look how far it went up at the end of the day when the 200 day was here. Look how far it went up at the end of the day when the 200 was here where the line was. Look at how far it went up at the end of the day when the 200 was here. And now look how far up it will go possibly with the 200 here. My gosh. Wow. Well, I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I think this sucker's about to friggin' take off. And there's the chart to prove it, folks. There's the chart to prove it. The foolish. There it is. Look at this and watch this candlestick become a flat top. Watch it, folks. No wick on it at all. And now the candlestick starting here, folks. Starting here. Watch it jump up here. Watch it jump up, folks. It's going green. Just watch it jump. Man, look at that 5-day rising now. Nice. Look at the buyers coming in down here versus sellers. Watch this rise right now. I want to change this from these candlesticks. I don't want these candlesticks. I want longer term, shorter term candlesticks. 1 minute is what I want. Oh, yeah, baby. Nice. RKTO. Just like every day, folks, run it up at the end of the day. Run it up. Oh my gosh, look at that friggin' thing. It's a crossover. Nice. The current price gone. The 5-day over. The 10-day over. The 45 is about to cross the 50-day here. This is going to be a red belly blueback in a minute, guys. It's going to be a red belly. Alexa, call Sweetie Petey.
Calling Sweetie PD's mobile.
This is who I'm talking to right now. Hey, Sweetie Petey.
Hey, I just wanted to tell you that gas at Costco right now is $3.75.
Whoa, gas at Costco, folks, $3.75. Hopefully it's
In
not that.
Michigan.
Hopefully it's not that ethanol mix.
It's got 10% ethanol, it says.
All right. Okay. Good. Good. Good.
Is that good?
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Yeah, so it's $3.75.
All right.
Probably really $3.75.9, so probably really $3.76.
All right, honey bunny. Well, I've got your picture up on the screen right now where we're streaming, so everybody
Which
can see.
one?
So everybody can see. Everybody can see you.
Which picture?
It's one that you'd like a lot, I guarantee you, because I have on a scarf that's 4th of July scarf, and you've got on your beautiful chain that you got from Mrs. Shack.
Oh, okay.
All right,
Which is
guys.
broke again. Which is broke again,
Oh
and I need to
gosh.
fix.
All
Okay,
right.
well, I'm heading into Aurora to give them the stuff,
All right.
and then I'm heading to work. And I do not get out till 9 o'clock tonight, so you're on your own for dinner.
All right. I'll think of something.
And you might turn my tub up at about, I don't know, 8, so that it's warm when I get home, because I'll probably want to sit in it.
All right. Yep.
Okay. All right. Love you.
All right. I love you.
All right. Bye.
Bye bye. Alexa, stop. Hey, look here, folks. Look at this freaking stock. Look at this thing freaking breaking the 200-day average, folks. And like I said, it's about to be a red belly blueback, folks, right now. That 45. Thank you, Jayhawk. I see what you said to Bass Assassin. The guy that tests gas and stuff on YouTube did Costco gas. Very cloudy, just for your information. Thank you. But I'm sure that's not the same in every single one of them, because I don't believe that they get gas from the exact same place all over the country. I don't believe that. They have to have different suppliers. They're not going to transport gas all across the country. I don't believe that. I don't believe it. I believe that they buy from their local distributor. But I don't know that for sure. Thank you, Jayhawk. I see that. All right. Well, look where we're at now. Sitting up here at the same number where they were yesterday, 205 a share, 108, a million eight now. 1,852,000 shares at 205. Oh, look at it rising, folks. And I bought the last shares at 199. I bought the very last shares at 199. And you know what? Now I'm going to buy the very last shares at 204. I'm going to buy the very last shares at 204 that are available today. I'm going to buy them right now. The last share at 204. I already bought the last share at $1.99 about 20 minutes ago. You guys give me a second here. I'll be right back. I'm going to send this picture to my wife. All right. Hold on, guys. All right. Hey, am I back, guys? My camera just said I was reconnecting, but before they said that and I never reconnected. So let me see if I'm still reconnected, if I'm still connected. Hold on. Let's see. Yep, I'm up and running. Good to know. Good to know. Good to know. Thank you very much, Mr. Mexi Brown. Well, 1,860 shares, 1,860,000 at 205, folks. Man, just like yesterday, they're just hoarding this thing up until the end of the day. It already rose from 199 to 205, and it won't be here long, and it'll go right over that. It's going to go over that, folks. It won't stay here forever. I promise you. All right? It will not stay here forever, especially when you have people buying 500 shares at a time at 205. That isn't going to hold up, folks. No freaking way. No way in the world is that going to hold up. And I see a lot of cell phone farming trying to stop it, but it isn't going to stop here. And it's going to soon say 206 on your screen, especially when you have one share orders filling at 205. You got all these dumps of 1,000 shares at 204 and a half, and then one share and it's at 205. See that? 2,045 shares at 204.25. Look at this. Someone just dumped out right here 1,000 shares at 204.5. 1,000, folks, and then one share filled at 205. One. And soon you're going to see 206 in a minute. Here again, 247 sold at 204.99 and one share, and it jumps back to 205. And by the way, who wants to sell a share here when you just saw the price just moments ago was at 199? I mean, just a little while ago, the price was at 199, folks. I know for a fact it was. I just bought it there. That's how I know. So look at them dump out 6,000 shares at 204, and then one share fills 204 and a half, and then one share at 5. Look at that. Look at this craziness. 4,000 shares dumped out at 204, and 200 shares, 204 and a half. See that? Oh my gosh, they're buying 2,000 shares at a time now at 205. It won't last. It won't last, folks. It can't last. It can't last. 1,877,000 shares. Are you kidding me? At 205? Why? And why can't I get one measly order to fill at 204? Huh? Why can't I get one measly order to fill at 204? And by the way, they still got the fake shares now at 209. 209, 4,700 at 209. Earlier they had 3,400 at 2. What was that? 11:13 a.m. Hold on. Here it is. They had 5,600 at 2:15 at 1:35 p.m. They had 5,600 fake shares at 2:15. And then now they have none there. They got them at 209. So they've dropped them now from 215 to 209, the fake shares. But when this price, watch them move it up now. Watch them move it up, folks. Listen to me. Watch them move these fake shares up. They're going to move them up. They're going to move them up. They're not really for sale. Watch them move them up. 5,300 is going to move up here somewhere. Watch, folks. Here they come. Here it goes. 209 is going to disappear. Oh, they got them here at 214 now. 5,800 at 214. Watch it rise. Look, they raising it, folks. Watch them raise them. Watch them raise the fake shares. Watch them raise them up. And here it goes, folks. This bullshit is done. 1,000,009 at 205. It is over. Over. And here, 690,000. That's like yesterday. 613,000. That's like yesterday. They're not showing the numbers today, but I'm showing them to you. And many of you remember what they were doing yesterday. They had 600,000, 700,000, 600,000, 500,000, 600, 700, 800,000, a million, 700,000, 600,000. And today, the same numbers, but they're not showing them. They're not showing them. They're not showing them. And watch it just keep rising, folks. I told you. I told you so. Look at all the buys now at 207. Just think about all these orders that were just sold at 204. Look at all this lying bullshit. 1,000 at 24 and a half. Look at this, folks. All this bullshit. 800 shares at 204 and a half. Look at that. Who in the hell would sell those shares? 6,000 shares at 204. Bullshit, folks. And look at it now. 207, 208, 209. Here we go, baby. Here we go. Ride the train. Ride the freaking train. I'm telling you, man, I hear it. I hear something out there, I think. Oh, yeah, I hear it. I can hear that whistle blowing. Oh, yeah. I sure do hear that thing, folks. I'm telling you, she's getting ready to come off the tracks. She's going to come off the tracks. And up here, they've only got what? 622,000. You know, down here, they only had room for 660,000 at 199. And now they're pressing 622,000 at 207. Here they can only get 660,000 at 199 and 906,000 at $2. Here they can only get 449,000 at 201, 400,000 at 202 because they were getting weaker. Then 512,000 at 203 because they tried to buckle up there. And then 455,000 at 204. And then almost 2 million at 205 somehow. I don't know how. And then only 691,000 at 206. That's the same as down here, 660,000 at 199. So there they are. And now they throw the KY flag in because they're overloaded here, 691,000. And they throw in the KY flag at 206 and a half, folks. The desperation KY flag, because they know they're about to see the same thing that happened yesterday and the day before that and the day before that and the day before that and the day before that, a run up. And so they're waiting for KY now. They're flagging for KY. Oh, yeah, they got that KY flag of flying, baby. It's that multicolored KY flag flying. They got their little rainbow flag flying right now, folks. And they're looking for the KY. That's right, Jayhawk. I hear a train a coming. It's coming around the bend. I'd say it's coming around the bend over, is what I'd say. And I sure as crap ain't going to buy no more 204. So let's try to get 205. No more 204s, folks. I guess I bought the last one. I know I bought the last 199. I know I did that. And there's the KY flying proud at 206.11. 206.11, flying that crown now just as proudly as they just flew it at 204. They're throwing the 206.11 just as proudly as they had the 204, folks. They're waving that 206.11 way up high so you can see it because they're looking for some KY love. They need some KY, baby. Cat, SDOT went nuts this afternoon. Wow, YYGH and Buru. All right, the best assassin. Well, look at that RKTO, baby. Oh my gosh, buy the sack, right? You got to buy the sack. You got to buy the sack on that thing. Holy crap. Wow, look at that thing. Look at that massive sack right there. And now the run up, folks. Let the sucker run. And just like I said, look, folks, it's a red belly blueback. It's a red belly blueback. I called it. I called it. There it is. The blue has now crossed up over the red, and it is a red belly blueback. And I told you guys it was going to happen. I told you guys. Oh, yeah. The 45-day moving average has now crossed the frickin' 50-day as the price of the 5 and 10 break the 200. Wow, look at them. Did the old Humpty Dumpty right there, and then off she goes. Oh, yeah, baby. Afternoon delight right there. Watch this thing run up, folks. Watch it run up. I'm calling it, man. And the reason I'm calling for a run up is because of the last 5 days on this stock, people. Every single day, this stock has run up at the end of the day, run way up at the end of the day, run up at the end of the day, run hugely up at the end of the day, run up at the end of the day. And now bouncing twice off the 200-day. And what do you think it's going to do? What do you think that's going to do now? What do you think it's going to do? Huh? Anybody want to guess? Anybody want to take a guess? 6 days in a row of climbing at the end of the day. And I mean, sometimes drastically climbing. You watch it, folks. RKTO. You watch it, folks. RKTO. It's the daily routine. And yesterday, it really didn't make its big move until about quarter till 4. It was 15 minutes before the bell that this thing shot up from $2 to 222 yesterday. Don't be surprised to see it again, folks, today. Don't be surprised, I'm telling you. And I make no guarantees, but man, this stock has just shown this every day to be doing this every day, and you might as well learn to take advantage of it, is what I say. Look over here. Look yesterday at the end of the day. The price was at 194 and it shot up to 217. This is the very last candlestick, the last 15 minutes of the day. The price went from 194 to 217. And 15 minutes before that, the price was at 194, and it went all the way up in 30 minutes from 330 until the closing bell. It went from 195 all the way up to 217. Yep. Now, I want you to look over here the day before. Look where the price was at this time of day. Again, 194. It's the same stunt they tried today, 195, about an hour ago. It's the same stunt, folks. And it went from 194 day before yesterday at the end of the day. It went from 194 up to what number? 244. 50 cents up. 50 cents up. What about the day before that? It went from $1.26 to $1.50, 25 cents up at the end of the day. How about the day before that? It went from 119 to 166, 47 cents up before the end of the day, folks. This is what this stock does every day from lunchtime to the end of the day. From lunchtime to the end of the day. From lunchtime to the end of the day. From lunchtime to the end of the day, to the end of the day. I'm trying to show you a repeated pattern. And here you go. It's happening again. It's happening again. It's going to happen again, folks. It's going to run up at the end of the day. No matter what they try, it's going to go up. Most likely. Most likely it is. No guarantees, but it sure seems likely. All right. Based on what they've done every single day. And you better look down here at these candlesticks because every freaking one of them is buying more than selling right now. Every freaking one. All of them. Way more buyers than sellers here, 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 and here. Every one of them, folks. Look at the buyers versus sellers right there. Look over here. Look at the buyers versus sellers right there. Buyers versus sellers right there. And buyers versus sellers right there. Are you getting the picture? Buyers versus sellers right here. Every single 15-minute candlestick of the last hour has been more buyers than sellers. Every single 15-minute candlestick, more buyers than sellers, more buyers than sellers, more buyers than sellers, more buyers than sellers. Every one of them, folks. Let's change these candlesticks to just, instead of 15 minutes, let's go to 5 minutes. Oh, oh, my. Look at that chart. Another day of a run up at the end of the day, folks. Another day of a run up at the end of the day. Well, I mean, at least it looks that way to me. Holy smokes. Look at all the green down here, folks. Look at the buyers versus sellers in that 5 minute period at 2:20. At 2:20 p.m. Look at the buyers coming in. Here at 2:25. Look at the buyers coming in. Right here at 2:30 to 2:40. Look at the buyers coming in on this stock. Look at the big single sell. Try to stop it. But instead, the buyers are here equal to the sellers. As they try to dump it down, the buyers just bought them all up. They just bought them all, folks. This is RKTO. That's the stock I'm on. And I've been telling everybody to watch this stock because every single day over the last 5 days, they have run the price of this stock up anywhere from 20 cents to 25 cents to 50 cents. And it happens in the last half hour of the day or the last hour. And they've been doing this, and I'm showing everybody the pattern so they understand it, okay? This has been happening, like I said, every single day for the last 5 days. And I'm taking advantage of it, is what I'm doing. And I suggest you might do the same, okay? You might do the same. And again, I can make no guarantees that this is going to happen, but I sure am seeing a pattern here of a rundown in the midday and a run up at the end, and a rundown midday and a run up at the end, and a rundown midday and a run up at the end, and a rundown and a run up at the end, and a rundown and a run up at the end, and a rundown and a run up. I'm guessing today, again, I'm guessing because every one of these where they ran it down, the 200 was here and it went back up. Here they ran it down and the 200 was here and it went back up. Here they ran it down and the 200 was here and it went back up. And now they've run it down and the 200 is freaking here, people. It's probably going to bounce. Okay, I'm just showing it's probably going to bounce. It's probably going to bounce off that. Okay, and I could be wrong, but I sure as crap don't think so. And the chart shows it right now. The chart shows it. The chart shows it. All right. So you can either just watch and maybe learn, or you could get in on this and buy a few shares because there are more buyers than sellers on every single one of these candlesticks now. Everyone's buying it. There are more buyers than sellers here. There are more buyers than sellers here. There are more buyers than sellers there. There are equal buyers and sellers as they try to stop it. And here you're going to see up now there's more buyers than sellers. It's going to get tough on them to try to drive this down with all these buyers versus the sellers. And again, I could be wrong, but this is what I've been seeing with this stock every single day. So after a while, I try to get people to take advantage of patterns like this. And again, I could be wrong. Maybe today they reverse the pattern, but I don't think so, people. I don't think so. I think they've made so much money doing this every day that they're going to just try again to hold this still until 345 again today, and then it'll fly. Or maybe 330. I don't know when it's going to be, but I sure am skeptical that they can run it down when they haven't been able to do that for the last 5 days, the last half hour. So let's see if they can prove me wrong. Let's see if they can prove me wrong, Shorty. Prove me wrong, Shorty. Come on down here and take it down to $2 where you bought 906,000 shares today. Let me see you do that again. $2. Show me what you're worth, Shorty, and I'll buy it. Prove to me you can take it to $2. I don't believe it. And you got your fake share sell order sitting. Where's the 5,800 fake shares now? I don't even see that anymore. 2,800 at 211. Okay. So right now, folks, they expect the price to climb to 211 right now. They're waiting on it to climb to 211 where they've got 2,800 shares right here. That's the first place they expect it to go to is 211. And then when it gets to 209, 210, they're going to move this order up to 217 or 16. We'll see it. We'll see it happen. And I guess we're just not going to get to $2, huh, Shorty? Pretty sad. Yesterday at this time, I know that you were at 195 a share. And then it went all the way up to 222. Yep. Yesterday at this time, they had this stock down to 195 a share at this same time yesterday. 195 a share yesterday at this time. And then by the end of the day, it had run up to 222 a share, or 218. I'm sorry, 218 yesterday. I sold at 218. So, how high will it go today? Well, from 195, it went to 218. So that's 13 cents up. No, I'm sorry, 23 cents up. 23 cents up. So from this price now, they go up 23. They're going to be at 230 a share by the close. 230 a share by the close. If we see the same run up they did yesterday, they should be around 230 a share by the close. All right, here it goes, folks. And there will be no $2 buy for me. So I'm going to move this up to 203. Move it up to the last share at 203. I'll try to buy the last share at 203 right now. Uh-oh. And they're throwing out, their cell phones are throwing out 204 now. Cell phone are throwing out 204. Now they're throwing out 20307 and 20309. And a lot they just threw out at 204. And the buyers just came in at 205. How many shares are they going to have today at 205? 1,960,000 they've reached now. I sure wish I could get this order to fill for me at 203 right here, Shorty. Come on, man. Get that 203 one more time, you wimps. I mean, they're selling 1,700 shares at 205, and they're selling 1,000 at 203 and a half, and they're able to sell 200 at 203 and a half. So why can't you just come down another half cent, Shorty? Come on, I'm sitting there at 203. Can't you muster up a 203 sale now for Catfish, Tyler? Please? I'm asking nicely. I'm asking real nice like. Can you give me a 203 buy, please? But you know what? There's just too many people buying it at 204 now and 204 and a half even. So dadgummit, I'm gonna have to try 204. Weak ass shorts can't even get a 203. And pretty soon, we're not going to have any 205s either because they've already sold 1,968,000 there. And that baby is that you can only tap it so many times, folks. You can only tap it so many times and then it goes dry. You can only suck on it so long and then it goes dry. That's right, folks. And if any of you naked shorters are out there shorting this stock, I want to show you what's going to happen to you. You keep trying to keep getting in on this stock, but eventually what happens is, and it's just like SoFi in the past, pretty soon the milk's gone dry. Okay, just like SoFi, I wrote here one time a long time ago, how long until or how long before the $7, $8, and $9 shares run dry? And you can see what becomes of the naked short when that happened on SoFi. You can see what happened to them. There's another one right there. Not good. Not good at all. So I'm telling you, the 205 teat is about to be complete. The 205 teat is about to run dry. All right? That's what I think. And I want to thank you for selling to me just now at 203, right before the run up this afternoon. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And the fake shares are still sitting up here at 210 a share. And Shorty thinks the price is going to 210 now. All right? Shorty now believes the price is going to 210. And if you're wise, you'd look down here and see that there are 300 shares for sale, and there is 8,000 trying to buy here, 800 here, 1,000 trying to buy here, and there are 300 shares available at 204. 300, folks. Well, that's what I'm seeing. 8,000 here, 6,800 here, 600 here, and 300 here. And I see the fake shares at 210, 2,800 shares. Oh, what a tangled web we weave when we practice to deceive. Oh, what a tangled web they weave when they try to deceive, folks. At 205, they're trying to deceive us. They're trying to make you a seller at a share price they want to buy. And they want to buy there so bad because they're planning on running this up at the end of the day to $2.30 a share in the last 15 minutes. Now, that's what they did yesterday. I don't know if they'll do the same thing today or not, but that's what they did yesterday, and that's what they did Wednesday, and that's what they did on Tuesday, and that's what they did on Monday, and that's what they did last Friday. Every freaking day, they run this stock up at the end of the day. No matter how long they try to hold it down, right up until the end, it shoots upwards. And I expect the same dang thing to happen today with it. All right? That's what I expect. And I still see every candlestick here with more buyers than sellers, including this one. When will it go? When will it blow? When will it rocket? Yep, the lows were higher today than yesterday, and that's a good thing. Again, another candlestick with more buyers than sellers right now. There it is. Which doesn't surprise me one bit. Doesn't surprise me one little bit. And what I want you to look at here, folks, look at this. Look at this last candle. Now, this is a 15-minute candle. Let's change this. Instead of 15 minutes, let's go to a time frame of 5 days and change the to 1 minute candlesticks. And now look at it, folks. Look at all the green down there. Look at all the green coming in here. Look at all the buyers coming in on this stock right now. Oh, yeah. Here we go, baby. Green, green, green. Every candlestick. Green. Way more buyers than sellers. More buyers than sellers. More buyers than sellers. More buyers than sellers. Way more buyers than sellers here, folks. Way freaking more in this last minute. They're buying the crap out of this thing. And I'm not surprised to see it. Folks, if you look at here, I want to show you something funny. To me, it's funny. These market makers are actually trying to barcode this stock below the 50-day average now. It's below it, folks. They're below it. And what they're doing, let me tell you, is blowing money, folks. They are blowing their money right here so bad. They are, because the 50-day is up above it, folks. And the 200 is too. Way up over it. This is futile. This is futile, folks. Futile. A lesson in futility they're about to witness. You watch it, folks. This is going to be a lesson in futility. They're trying to barcode this stock below the 50-day average. It's hilarious, folks. It's absolutely hilarious that they would try to barcode this stock below the 50-day average. It is pitiful. There's no way it's going to stay down here, folks. The 50-day is above it, and the 200 is way up here. You watch this thing blow up here. Watch it go. Everybody knows it. They all know it. They're not going to hold this under a 50-day average. No, no way, folks. Just stick around. We got 45 minutes left. Yesterday they didn't start in until 4:45. But they've already started in here. They're buying now. They're buying. As a matter of fact, when the attack began right here, they were buying it, people. All right. They were buying this big time right there. Buying it big time. Way more buyers than sellers. Way more buyers than sellers when the price was up here. And that was when the price was at 206 and 207 and 208. Way more buyers than sellers. And as they've tried to drive it down and now barcode below the 50-day, there's just buyers more than sellers, buyers more than sellers, buyers over 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 sellers. Every one of them, every freaking one. It's just going to be a matter of time, folks. Just a matter of time. Oh, here's the cell phone farms. One share at a time. One share at a time. Here they come, folks. Cell phone farms, one share at a time. Look at them sell 2,600 shares there at 202.5 when they could have sold those shares 20 minutes ago at 210, 208. Well, they could have sold them 3 hours ago at $2.35, but now they're going to sell them at 202. Huh? They're going to sell 2,600 shares at 202 when the price earlier today was at 235 a share. And they're going to sell 2,600 at 202. What about that makes no sense whatsoever? What about that makes 0 sense whatsoever? None of it does. None of it does. Last call, folks. By the way, with their fake effort now, take a look at what their fake effort got down to before. Okay, that was earlier today. Their fake effort got there. I just wanted you to be aware of it. Their fake selling effort got the price down to right there. All right, just so you're aware of this. Earlier today, their fake sell effort, their fake selling effort dropped the price to this line. And that was 201. And so now their fake selling effort again is at 201. And look here, Look at how long the wick is after they ran it down to 201. It went right back up to there immediately after they ran it down to this price. It went straight back up to there in less than a minute. Oh, and look, it's already gone off there again now, back up. It's just a repeat of what we already saw, folks. I just wonder now how high it's going to go off that. Look over here. They ran it down from right here to this line right there earlier today. And look how fast it went back up. It was all bought up in the very next minute. Look at that green line. Look at all the buying that happened when they tried to take it down to this line the last time. Look at all the buyers that came in there. And then they come over here and they try to take it down to this line again and again. Look at the buyers come in and buy it. Look at them coming in to buy it there. They're buying it again. The same exact thing, same exact line. Of course, they're going to buy that number. They already did before, too. They hoarded it up and they're hoarding it now. Smart of them to do that. I think it's smart of them. I could be wrong, but I think it's very smart of them to buy on that line right now. And look, we got a top here now. No even red on it. No red on it. It's going to go green. It's going to go green. Last call for $2, ladies and gentlemen, before the run. We've often seen this at this time of day. We've seen this before. We saw it yesterday, same time. Except yesterday at this time, it was at $1.95 a share. Now we're at $2. Uh-oh. Well, there she goes. There she goes. Last call. And there's the green coming in. Now, will we see it go back up to 222 like we did yesterday? Let's see. Well, actually, if it went from 195 yesterday to 218, that was a 25-cent jump. So right now, from $2, it should go to 225 if we repeat yesterday. If we repeat yesterday, we'll see what happens. But this thing ain't going to close under $2. I told you yesterday, and I'm telling you today, it ain't going to happen. Nope. I just wonder how high it's about to go. How high will we go from here? How high will they make it go up now? Uh-oh, there she goes. There she blows, folks. Well, they gave it the last run at 220. Good job. 220, they called it quits at $2, and they're done. And now here come the buyers, folks, and here comes the run that I expected all day. And here it comes right now. And you can look down here at these candlesticks and you see what's going on. You see what's happening here? Shorty done run out of fake shares, folks. Shorty's run out of fake shares, folks. And I guess now that they borrowed another 100,000 or 200 or million that they just sold over the last 10 minutes, I guess now they got to buy them all back. And they're going to take a long position. And then they're going to run this up to $2.20 now. I guess that's the objective every day. And we'll see if I'm right as we watch this occur right now. And you better look at this candlestick, folks. You better look at this candlestick right here. There is a flat top here going on. That is a flat top, baby. And they tried to pull it down and it went right back up. They tried to pull it down and it went right back up. Look at them try to pull that down with that red and look at them buy right behind it. Just buy it right back up. Holy cow. All right, here we go, folks. Good luck, shorts, because I'm about to break out the git fiddle on you. Yo ho, you buy the low, then we watch the sucker blow. How high is she gonna go? We don't know. Oh yeah, you know it's true. We buy the low, then we watch the sucker go blue. We watch them do what they always do, then they're through. How high will she fly from here? Though how high isn't really clear, but RKO's got shorts shaking in their shoes. No telling how much they're about to lose. They're all gonna be black and blue. You know it's true. Oh my, by the low with catfish tied. Then we watch as the shorts all fry. Know it's true. How high will she fly from here? How high? It's not really clear. But RXTO got short shitting in their jeans. Oh, they stink and won't come clean. Tried everything, but they got the sticky jeans. No, know what I mean. Ah, oh yeah. RXTO. They ran it down like every day, you know. That 30 minutes ago, it hit the low. Now we watch them play. We know that they give away shares that they say they have, but we don't believe they got some salve. They got the KY flag flying now. Oh my goodness. Oh, holy cow. How high is she going to fly from here? Nobody knows, but we sure don't have no fear. Very clear. How high will she fly from here? We'll see soon, my dear, because we know this sucker's bout to hear the song. Then you know that it's all ding dong. You wish that you'd belong at the end of the day. That's what I'm here to say. Oh my, last drop before the freaking thing pops. Then she's gonna run and she won't stop. Watch and see. That's how I think things will be. At least I hope so for you and me. But we see them shorties trying every freaking thing they freaking can. They just don't understand. Catfish songs and a grand is what we'll make as this thing gets baked. How high will she fly from here? Well, this $2 price about to disappear. All the shorties trying every freaking thing they can, but they just don't freaking understand. We all know what they've got planned, don't we? And we'll see. Right now, we got just 30 minutes more. I think the friggin' shorts just closed the friggin' door. And now they're gonna watch this sucker screen fly through the high like a beam machine. We all gonna wind up green, that's what I mean. All right, let's see what happens. We played the song. We've inserted the energy. Let's see if that song will power it up like every day before. Let's see the effect. Let's watch it. Let's watch it. Oh, yeah. They're playing the shuffle game, the 3 card Monty, shuffling the shares back around, around a circle. Shuffle those shares around, fake them back over to this one, back to that cup, back to this cup, back to that cup, back to this cup. And then all of a sudden, there's no shares there. They don't have any shares for sale. They 3 card Monty did all afternoon, folks, trading it sideways. We got 30 minutes. Yesterday, they didn't start running it up until quarter till. They didn't show their cards until quarter till yesterday, folks. But they're showing them now at 3:30. And here we go. I'm ready to make some money. What about you guys? That song is right now crossing over Detroit. It has just left here and it's crossing Detroit. And here it goes, ladies and gentlemen. She just crossed Detroit and over the Huron River. She's going through Canada. You guys in Canada, go out there and wave it on, blow it, blow it, blow it on, wave it forward, wave it across Canada. It's going to Niagara Falls. It's coming over the falls. My song is drifted over the falls right now. Oh, yeah, you can feel the power and the energy of it. It's going over the falls. And now it's going across the state of New York. There it goes. There she blows. There she goes. Oh, my gosh. The song is hitting the bridges of Manhattan right now. And we're headed through the bridges and the tunnels. And the song has too much vibrational strength to hold it back. And look at the buyers coming in on the Catfish song. And here it goes. Ding dong. The shorts went long. Oh man, it's gone now. It's gone. There's no more to be bought. You better just put it in at $2. This thing's out of here, man. I'm telling you, man, my song's gonna shove it right through the roof. Right through the roof. Here it goes. And they've got no shares left here, folks. They've oversold this. They're even trying to throw a KY flag in at 201.97 now. They got a KY flag at 201.97 because they can't hold any more here. They can't hold any more, folks. Now I could be wrong, but I'm seeing 900,000 at $2 and they ran out of those. Then 515 at 201 and they ran out of those. So they ran out at 908,879 at $2. And then they ran out at 515535 at 201. Now they're trying to buy a 201.97, folks. And they've got 170,000 there. Now they roll out 202, 494,000 is all they got there. 202, 494 just ran out. Folks, in case you're not aware, there happened to be 18,000 on the buy side and 200 on the sell. 18,000 trying to buy 201, 200 on the sell at 202. I wonder why so many shares are trying to be bought at 201. 20197. That's pretty desperate, folks. That's 20197. Pretty desperate. All right, now we got 25 minutes left. Yesterday, the run started at quarter till 4. The run up started at quarter till 4. Look at all these dump outs at 2015. Look at all those dumps at 2015. Look at that. First, they were at $2. Look at all the dumps they tried at 2 to hold it there. Look at all the dumps they tried just over $2 trying to hold it there. Look at that. 4,400 at 2. Then they tried to dump 1,400 at 2,005. Look at all the buys coming in at 201. They're not afraid. Then they try to dump at 201 and a half. Then we're at 202. They're not afraid. Now we're dumping 201 and a half. 202s are being bought like crazy. They try to dump again, 201 and a half, even bigger shares they're trying to dump. Now it's 201 and a half. They're selling 1,100, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds at 201 and a half. 201 and a half. Look at the buys come in green. 202. Oh shit. 800 share buy comes across and it's at 202. And now look at all the 2019s. Look at those shares they're trying to dump out there. All at the same second, folks. All at the same second. Look at them try to dump all those shares out at 2019. Look at all the shares they dumped. 20197 now, 10 shares though. 2019, they dumped all those shares. 2018, 5 shares. Why would you sell all these 3,500 shares and 1,500 and 1,500 and 1,500? 2019, and then 5 shares gets a 2018. All right. I'm just watching how they do it, folks. I saw them try this exact same thing yesterday to the exact same time. It was not until 345 that this thing shot up 30 cents a share. So I still think right now we're going to jump up to 225 or 230 before the close. You may think that's crazy, but they can do it easily with this stock. I've already seen it several times. And I'm going to watch it again now in the next 15 minutes. In the next 22 minutes, it's going to rise, folks. And if you don't believe me, look over here, because there ain't no more 2015s and there ain't no more 2005s. You're done. We're done with that shit. Now they're having to dump 2025s, 20204, 2400. See how desperate they're getting? 20204, 2488. And then it just jumps right up to 2025, 90 shares later. And watch it rise, folks. Just watch it go up. And the reason why is just like yesterday, all this is already oversold. And by the way, there's also a lot of buying here now on the ask. All this dark area of this 1,000,009 was sold to there. The dark area was sold at this price, 205. And now the buyers are coming in on the ask. And here they're buying on the ask. And here they already bought on the ask. And they bought on the ask more than 2-1 there, and way more buying at 201 than the selling. Way more. Look at that at 201. Look at the selling that sold on the bid. Look at the buying on the ask, the area of the light. Folks, this thing's out of here. It's going to run. And now they throw the KY flag out at 202 and a half. 20 minutes now. It's going to take off, folks. Here's the chart. Here's the chart. And there it goes, just like yesterday and the day before and the day before and the day before. Look at that thing go, folks. There it is, right there. Same thing they tried yesterday at the exact same time. Look at that bullshit. And just look at all the buying going on here when they dipped it down there. Look at all the buying, folks. Look at the buying on the ask. Buying. More buyers than sellers. More buyers than sellers. More buyers. Look at it go, folks. Even when they tried to run it down just then, it came right back up to there. They don't have any more freaking shares at 205, people. They are freaking done. RKTO. Well, I could be wrong, folks, but I think we're going to see a nice run up just like yesterday that started right about now. And here it goes, folks. Here it goes. My song has arrived, folks. My song has arrived. And I might even sing one more song to keep pushing it up. But I don't think it even needs me now. I think it's got it all on its own. The market makers have known what they were doing all day long with this stock, the same thing they do every single day. For those of you that are not aware of it, this stock, every day, during the very last few minutes of the day, every single day, this stock takes off in the last few minutes. It 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 took off in the last few minutes. And it's going to take off in the last few minutes, folks. Okay? And if it doesn't, I will be very surprised. All right? I'll be very surprised not to see this thing take off in the last few minutes. It needs you and we need you, Cat. Sing that song, sir. No, no, I'm gonna go pure and simply on the statistics and the repeated run up in the last few minutes of the day. I'm counting on it, and I can tell you. Look at the buyers versus the sellers. Look right here. Look at this candlestick. It's going to show you right here. Watch them come in. I'm just going to keep day trading this stock, folks. I'm going to do the same thing I did today. I sold it at 235, and everybody on here knew to sell with me. They all sold with me this morning when it hit the highs. And now to see this same effort to hold $2 right up before the close, right up before the close. It's all a game, folks. It's all a freaking game. And it's the same game that they play every day with this stock right now. Here we go, folks. We got 15 minutes left and 9 seconds. And it was not until this time yesterday that they came in. And look at the candlestick. Look at the wick on the bottom. There's the drop, and here comes the pop. There we go, folks. Let's go to the 1 day chart. Here's the 1-day chart right now, folks. And if there was really any selling, folks, going on, let me tell you, the price would already be down here right now. The price would already be down here right now. All right? I'm just letting you know. If there was any sell off going on, the price would already be right here where it was earlier today. And also, earlier than that today, it was down here 195. I wonder why it's not there now. I wonder why the price is not down here right now at the end of the day. 195. Huh. I wonder why. Another question is, besides the 195, why isn't the price right now here at this price? Uh-oh. Sorry about that. Here we go. Why isn't the price here right now? Why isn't the price right now? Why isn't it down here right now where it was at lunchtime? Why isn't the price down here where it was this morning for the double veggie drop? Huh? Why isn't the price down here where it was this afternoon? Well, I'm going to presume because they can't get it there. That's what I think. I'm just going to presume that the reason they're not duplicating this morning's low and the reason they're not duplicating this afternoon's low is because they cannot achieve it now. Oh, I see them trying. They're almost there. They've almost duplicated where they were at lunchtime. But are they going to duplicate the low they were this morning of $1.95? I think not. No, they will not. And they will not even duplicate this low that they had an hour and a half ago. MS MQS MQSA Doc 1. My buy-in is transparent till my price is reached. Then 1/4 second later, it will execute with the tape printing. All right. Well, I'm just waiting here to see this thing make its move up. We've still got 10 minutes, and this thing is notorious for running up in the last 15 or 20 minutes of the day every day. And one thing I like, again, is that I saw the low come to here earlier this morning. Then I saw the low come to here at lunchtime. And now I see the low tapping the same line with just a tap. Over here, it was an accumulation here. Now it's just a single tap, and then she goes up. There it is, the big dump to tap that line one last time today. And this is just the lunchtime low. This is just the lunchtime low here. The lunchtime low here, right there. They're not going to duplicate it, folks. They're not going to get the 195 of this morning. They sure would like to, I'm sure, but that isn't going to happen. Because, here they come, folks. Here they come. See, they wait, man. They don't show their cards until the end of the day. They never do. They don't show their true colors until the end of the day. They're going to try to fleece everyone out to the last minute. Then watch what happens in the last few minutes of the day here, folks. We'll see what happens. You know, I'm pretty impressed with Shorty. They've done a good job today. They've done well compared to the last 5 days. They've done well. They're trying to get that line one more time. Oh, shit. There it goes. Dadgummit. Time's up. Ding dong. The shorts just went long. Ding dong. The shorts went long. I wonder how many shares they borrowed here at 2:45. I wonder how many shares they borrowed at 2:45. Well, there you go. Ding dong time. RKTO. I'm ready to sing the ding dong song. There she goes. There it is. Here they come. Oh, yeah. Here they come, folks. Here they come. Look at that 5-day turning now. And now watch it jump up. Now, I could be wrong, folks, but I don't think so. Nope, I sure don't. I don't think so. Been watching this stock the last 5 days, folks, and I've seen the pattern. Let's see if it does the same thing. There she goes. There she goes. There she goes, folks. Here they're showing their cards. Certainly no fear to buy here. That's for sure. No fear at all to buy here. You can tell. Look at the buyers coming in, folks. Oh, man, just like every day. Come on, baby. Let's see if they make a 20-cent run right now. Show your cards, Shorty. And like I said, and I repeat this over and over all day long. I could be wrong. They could possibly break the trend today just to kind of mix things up a little, to keep you off guard, to keep you off your guard. They don't want you to see these patterns that I'm showing to you. They don't want it. They don't want it at all. So if today they take it down instead of up like they have the last 5 days, that'd just be them playing their game and trying to throw you off so you don't get their pattern that they've got going on. But they got a pattern going on, folks, and they're trying to work it even now again. Last few minutes, sell down, and then off she goes. I wonder how much it's going to go up in the after hours today. There it goes, right on up. Oh yeah, they're trying to fight it. They're trying. They're trying to hold it. 199. RKTO. RKTO. There she goes. Man, oh man, they're pushing it right to the last minute today. They don't want you seeing shit till the last minute today. Oh yeah. See them try to dump and everybody bought them all? Look right there. They just tried to dump a bunch of shares right there and they all got bought, every one of them. Come on, shareholders. Prove me right. Run it up like you do every night. Run it up like you do every night. Run this sucker up like you do every night. Last call for 199, ladies and gentlemen. Last call for 199 is what I'm calling here. Green coming in, more buyers and sellers, big time here. Even this candlestick they just tried to drop down got bounced off that line. And there it goes. There it goes. All right, here we go, folks. Here she goes. Watch it, folks. Watch it. Watch them. Watch them dump if they can. Hold it. They're trying to hold it at 2. Even if they do, I just wonder how high it's going to go in the after hours. Boy, these market makers, they have worked this stock so hard the last 3 or 4 days. And I'm sorry at this point that we're not seeing, or at least we haven't yet, the big spike I'm hoping to see. And I'm ready for it right now. I'm still ready for it. I would not be surprised to see it spike. We now have 2.5 minutes. 2.5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. 2.5 minutes. Let's go, Rocket. Let's go. Rocket, baby. Rocket, baby. Rocket. 2.5 minutes, folks. And they have not been able to achieve the earlier 195 low. And a lot of buying going on here. A lot of buying going on here. Lots of buying going on here, folks. Oh, yeah. Come on in. Come on in. The water's fine, Shorty. Come on. Come on, Shorty. There you go. 198. There are 40 seconds left until the closing bell, folks. Now, I am selling everything right here. I'm not going to hold this, folks. I have only 32 shares left. I do not hold these stocks overnight, and I don't want you to either. You got 10 seconds to sell them, folks. I do not want you to hold these. It is now 4 o'clock, and I now have $600 cash to buy with tomorrow if they try to run this thing down tomorrow morning. All right. And I'm only holding 32 shares of it left. 32 shares left. Only holding 32 shares. Well, they did a good job today, folks. They didn't run it up like yesterday. But you better look here. 2,000 shares now being bought at $2. 5,300 shares just bought at $2. 5,300 just bought at $2 after they just tried so hard to get a 197 close. All right, everybody. Well, tough day today. They worked it hard today. And today I got a lunchtime snack sandwich that was pretty small. And I'm pretty hungry, to be honest with you. Emmanuel, is there any hope for any? Emmanuel, yesterday you were on here with me, right? And you watched me sell every single share of any yesterday, every one of them, because that's a day trade stock. It's not on my long list. Jayhawk, thank you very much. Emmanuel, I don't know why you're holding any, because it's a day trade stock. That big run, we sell out completely. We don't look back. We don't look back. That thing made a 130% run yesterday. Why wouldn't you sell every bit of it and just get out? I feel like I have to tell you, and I'm not coming down on you heavy. I don't want to do that, but it makes me feel sort of like it's just not listening to me or following in my footsteps. Yesterday, I even asked everybody, "Did you sell any with me when it was in the fives?" Everybody was like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Oh, good." Listen, guys, I'm going to say this again to everyone that's here. The stocks that we call out that are day trade stocks that are on these skyrocketing run ups, they're only for that day. You will be losing so much money if you try to hold those stocks. I'm telling you, you'll lose a ton of money if you try to hold stocks that run up 130 or 150 or 250 or 300%. You'll lose a ton of money. And I've even shown people many times, if we go and look at all the stocks that have made the massive run-ups, go look at where their price is 5 days later. You'll find out that 99% of the stocks that went up massively 5 days ago have now dropped 50%, 70%, 90%. They lose it all. They can't hold on. It's a run up on news, great breaking news. Everybody gets all excited. They're all piling. We get in here and it goes up here. We sell it. We sell it. And we don't go back. We don't look back. We don't re-enter. See, I learned a lesson today with RKTO. And one thing I told everybody is after we sold it, I said, don't underestimate how far they can drop this price now. Do not underestimate how far they can drop a price after a run up. Don't underestimate them. You will regret it if you do, because the market makers have huge, huge budgets and big, big money. and they can make all kinds of things happen. So that's why I tell everyone, and I told Wendy yesterday, Wendy, you got to stop asking me about these stocks that we traded 4 or 5 days ago. Why are you still why are you still in those? Wendy, that's a recipe for going broke. It just never works 99 times out of 100. These stocks that we catch that people have on their radars, all these stocks that were called out today, go look at them a week from now and see where the price is. Massacred, massacred. All of them 5 days from now. Here, let me show you guys something. Here, hold on. So today's the 4th. Let's go back to 1 week ago. Let's go back to 1 week ago. Let's look at all these stocks that were called out 1 week ago. Okay? And let's go see what they've done on the last 5 days. All right? So here we go. And this will be a good proof to you why you do not hold these day trade stocks. Okay? So we're going to go back to 1 week ago. We're going to go to the 5-day chart. And we're now going to put in DCTR. All right? And that stock never came up. I don't even have it. Let's go look at ATPC. ATPC. All right, look at that thing. Look at it. 5 days later. Take a look at that disaster. If you held on to that stock after it spiked up and we made all that money on it, look at that disaster for 5 days. All right? That's just one of them, folks. Let's look at PRFX. Holy smokes. PRFX. Good Lord. It's a disaster, folks. Now let's look at IDGT. That is the exception to the rule. But today they sold that thing off big time this morning. IDGT. That's one exception to the rule. IDGT. But that stock's 130 bucks. Next, let's go look at OLOX. Look at that drop down. Look at that drop down. Jeez, oh Pete. Let's look at GMEX that was shouted out. Oh my gosh, look at that. 5 days of disaster. See, you cannot hold these, Wendy. Wendy, stop doing it. You can't do it, Wendy. Let's look at HUBC. HUBC. Hold on. HUBC. Oh my gosh, look at that collapse, folks. Look at that collapse. HUBC. Now let's look at RXRX. Made a big run up. Look at that thing collapse, folks. Look at it collapse for 5 days straight. Now, today it recovered, but my gosh, RXRX. If you held on to that, you would have just got slaughtered. Oh, man. Now we're going to look at NEXR. NEXR. By the way, I want to look at this stock RXRX tomorrow. I'm going to write this down for tomorrow. RXRX. Six five RXRX. And that stock was called out by Blue X. And he called that out on 528. All right, Adrian. See you guys tomorrow. I need to start working out again. I've been lazy for the last few weeks when I got the flu. Oh, all right, Adrian. I hope you get to feeling better and enjoy your workout. I don't hold anymore. I did sold a GPU and SDOT. I sold almost high price today and another today as well. Thank you, Catfish, for helping me. Oh, yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome, Wendy. I'm glad I could help you. Now I want to look at NEXR. Oh my gosh, look at that 5-day debacle after the run up. Look at that. NEXR. That's another one I want to write down and watch tomorrow. NEXR. That one was called out by Niecy Jane. All right, thank you. That looks interesting now. NEXR. But look for that. Look at that rundown for 5 freaking days, folks. God. NEXR. Now let's look at DVLT. Oh my gosh, look at that, folks. DVLT. Oh God. Wow. And that also looks like it might be at the very bottom. That was called out by Charles Washington. All right. So are you starting to get the picture why you don't want to buy and hold these these runners? I mean, you can see it, right? Now let's look at ASTS. Huh. Oh oh man, ASTS. Oh gosh, wow. Oh man. Now let's take a look at one called out by C. Richard XTIA. XTIA. Oh geez, look at that thing drop, 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 drop. Oh, now we're gonna look at RCT. Oh my gosh, look at that thing. Yikes. Oh my gosh. No. See, you understand why we don't hold these? Now we want to look at QTEX. Oh man, look at that decimation. You see now? Does it make sense to you guys why we cannot hold these day trade stocks? You cannot do it, folks. It's a recipe for disaster. It is the recipe for disaster. Now we're going to look at the Bass Assassin called out VCIG. VCIG. Oh, well, that one actually kept rising, sort of. Hasn't really gone anywhere, but it spiked up to there, and it's down here now. So that's still not good. Still not real good. Better than others, though. That's better than some have done. VCIG. Next, MASK. Yuck. Ugly, ugly, ugly fall. MASK. See? Run up big time, fall for freaking 5 days. Well, guys, I think that pretty much proves my point. You cannot hold on to these stocks. Oh, Steve J. Double K's recommendation on FJet was spot on. I wish I bought more thinking about taking profits. Oh, goodness. I guess it's never too early if you make a profit, but you know what I mean. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Let's go look at FJet. Oh, yeah. Nice. Alexa, call Double K.
Calling Double K.
All right, Adrian, we'll see you all tomorrow. You're welcome, Adrian.
You've reached Carl Carr. I'm unable to.
Alexa, stop. Well, guys and gals, not a bad day. I want to thank you all for being here with me today. I appreciate it very much. And, well, today they pulled one on us, folks. They finally kept RK. They finally kept it. RKTO, they kept it down. They finally kept it down until the close. I can't believe that they were able to do that, but they probably did it because of me showing you that the stock goes up every day at the end of the day. So today they decided, shit, he's on to us. Lost $3, but that's okay. Could have been worse. I hear you, Mr. Mexi Brown. Uh, I ended up doing good on it because my dollar cost average was $1.88 on my real account. And I had my sell orders in up to the 130s. So I know I sold there. I know I sold quite a few. And to see them try for a 195 buy in the after hours, same thing as this morning. So no big deal. No biggie. And in fact, they just raised it to 196 in the after hours. I think we'll see RKLB make a nice move tomorrow and probably tonight as well. Yep. Just so you're aware of this, before I go, I'll show you. Right down here, I want you to see something. This morning, right out of the gate, the price was at 222, and they drove it down to this line, 195. Then this morning again, they drove it down to 195. And by the way, that was after we sold it here at $2.14 through 220. We sold it. Then they dropped it down to 195 again, and we bought it again. Then they ran it up to 135, and we sold it there. I even asked today, did you copy my sells of RKTO at 1? at the 230 range. That's what I asked. Did you sell with me from 230 to 235? And it says here 25% of my voters said yes. And that's out of 107 replies. 25% of my viewers said yes, they did. So that means 26 people sold this stock today with me when it hit here. Congratulations, you guys. Congratulations for selling that stock with me this morning. All right. Now, before we go, folks, if you have not hit the like button, please consider doing that here with me and everyone else at 4:22 and 8 seconds. And then we'll call this a day. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. In about a minute from now, let's please hit the like button if you haven't done it yet at 4:22 and 8 seconds. And until that time, I would sure appreciate it if I could see a heart on the screen, okay? So anybody that puts a heart on the screen, I will hit the heart for you if I can see a heart in the view. All right. Now here we go, folks. Here we go. At 4:22 and 8 seconds. Here we go, folks. And we're going to start the countdown right now. Are you ready? Here we go. Everybody at once. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Please hit the like button. You have a wonderful evening with your wife, says Wendy. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Oh, there it goes. RKTO. There she blows. There she blows. 211. 211, folks. Oh my gosh. Oh, nice. What a surprise, everyone. What a surprise. Look at that. And they're trying now to buy 205 again. Oh my God, these scumbags. Oh my gosh, look at that, folks. 207. What happened? Did they break down? Look at that, folks. Look at those buys right there. Holy crap. 211, folks. Look at all the shares being bought at 210 and 211. Look at that. 15,000 shares at 210. 20,000 at 209. Wow, look at all these shares. Holy smokes. It looks like I was right, everyone. Wow. What in the world? What is going on here? What is happening? Thank you, Jayhawk. Oh, man. What in the world? Well, what can I say, folks? I guess I guess they are going to run it up at the end of the day. I guess they are. I guess they were just waiting for everyone to, keep it there until the very close and they say, "Oh, Catfish is wrong." Catfish is wrong. And then afterwards, 210. Go figure. Go figure, folks. Go figure. One Love says scumbags. Yes, scumbags. All right, Doc. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Strong, baby. Packing some guns, baby. Put it out there. Put it out there, baby. Yeah. Put that wrist out there. Pump it up. Power, baby. Power, power, power. I wonder how high it's going to go now. I wonder how high it'll actually go. Wow. And look, they're dumping, folks. They're dumping 23,000 shares to try to hold it at 205. They already traded 1.9 million shares there. Now they're dumping 23,000 at 205. Wow. Goodness gracious, folks. They've already sold 2 million now at 205. 2 million. Well, what happens when they go over 2 million? They've dumped all these shares all morning from $2.35 all down to $2. They just dumped all those shares. Look, all sold on the bid. Every one of these was sold on the bid, folks. All this dark area sold on the bid. Look at that. And now look at them struggling to hold it at 205. Look at them struggling to hold it at 205, folks. They actually dumped 23,000 shares at 205. Jeez, this thing ain't going to stop. They flat out don't have any more shares available at 205, people. They don't have it. There's not, ladies and gentlemen, there is not, and I repeat, is not an unlimited supply of shares at 205. There is not. I mean, just look at this, folks. Look what they're doing here. And the price was just at 210 and 211. Look at all the dumping by the cell phone farms. 205. Wow. That's a boatload of shares. And then you see the thing that I find is interesting. Then you see a tiny little 35 share order and it goes to 206 on just 35 shares. What did they just run out of all the 205s? Did they sell all of them there? 7,000, 8,000, 9,000? Did they just run out? Yeah, it looks like they did, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Yep, they're out of 205s, folks. I guess that was it. The last 500 went out the door right there. I could be wrong, but sure looks that way. I told you there was not going to be an unlimited supply of shares at 205, like they're trying to show you, 2,097,000. You know, I want to close this out because I don't believe that. I want to close it now and I'm going to refresh the screen. Hold on a minute. because I do not believe that. Just give me a second here, folks. All right. Just let me get logged back in because I have a sneaking suspicion we're being fed some false information. All right, so here we go. Right, just give me a second here. And we're logging in right now. And let's see what's really going on. Oh, my. There are no numbers at all here. 587,000, 630,000, 2,118,000. 2,183,000 folks at 205. 2,183,000. Oh my gosh. 2,183,000 at 205. 844,000 at 206. 714,000 at 207. 394,000 at 208. 626,000 at 209. 460,000 at 210. Yesterday they had 880 something thousand at 210. And today only 461,000 at 210. Well, look at here, folks. Look at here. Look at all the buys being bought at 205. And there is 11,000 trying to buy and 3,000 trying to sell the 206. Look at that. Just printing shares at 205. Running out shares at 205. Oh man, 205.02 now. Uh-oh. 205, another 50 measly. Then 205.20. Look out. 205.03. Oh no, shorty. Where's the 205s? Where's the 205s, shorty? Folks, the stock I'm on is RKTO. And they have been manipulating the absolute crap out of it all day. And now they're trying to make us think after them selling at this number, 205, they've now sold an amazing 2,184,000 shares. 2,184,000 shares supposedly sold at 205 today. 2,184,990. 2,184,990. And you better look at that number right there, folks. That is a 218,999. That's three inverted sixes, folks. 219099. 219099. And that is also triple sixes, folks. 2190. Look at that. 0990. 21909990, folks. 210 219. Oh my goodness gracious. The gematria, folks. The gematria all over this number. 2191187. How do they keep cranking out shares at that number, 205? How do they keep throwing them out? How do they have an endless number of shares at 205, folks? Look at them dumping out 4,900, 2,500, 842. They just got everybody just wants to sell 205, huh? Everyone. And then one share fills at 206. Look at that, folks. This is proof of the manipulation right here. One share at 206. After 2,500 at 205, 4,900 at 205, and one share at 206. See that? See how weak they're getting? See how weak they're becoming, folks? See how weak they are? And then they only have one last share at 205. Sayonara, 205s. One share to kiss it goodbye. One share to kiss 205 goodbye. Just look at this dumping, folks. Where are they getting all these shares? Where are they coming up with all these shares at 205? And the weird thing is, you already saw the price go up to 210 and 211 in after hours. So why in the hell do they want to sell 3,600 shares at 205? The price is already at 210 and 211. And then just 10 shares, 205.02. Look at all the dumping, folks. The unlimited supply of shares at 205. It's just limitless, folks. And by the way, take a notice. There is not one single 204 to be seen. Not one, folks. There is not one single 204 to be seen on your screen. Not one. Not one, people. Not one single 204 to be seen on your screen. Not one freaking one of them. Not one. Cat, one of my tricks is to check level 2 bid versus ask, imbalancing using number of shares offered in each strike price. Then when the major buy-in at 21 minutes past the hour occurred, the order needed filling and up. Okay. Thank you very much. Well, just look at all this endless number of shares at 205. And then a real order comes in and it fills at 206. Is that the end of the 205s? Is that the end of them selling us a lie? Have they completely run out of the 205s now? Or are they printing more as we speak? Man, did you see all those shares though where they were being bought at 210 and 211 a little bit ago? There was 25,000 shares bought at 210, folks. And there was something like 20,000 shares bought at 211. Amazing. Logging off. Need to prepare for the patients. Top of the hour. See you till tomorrow. All right. Gotcha. Got it, Doc. This was a very excellent day. Later. All right, Doc. Congratulations. And we'll see you soon. And I think this price is going to go higher. I have a feeling it's going to run up even higher because they've apparently run out of all the 205s now. They tapped it all. 333. Is that the signal? 205, 333. Is that the signal to go long? Is that it? 333. Is that the signal to go long? That number, 333. Is that the sign to take it long right there? Ding dong, the time to go long. 333 at 205. The guys, listen, these market manipulators, they use these numbers to communicate. Like this, that's an odd number, 333. You never seen that number anywhere else down here. Nowhere. Just right there, 333 at 205. Does that mean cut it loose? Cut it loose? Does that mean go long, shorty? Is that the ding dong number? 205 333? And then they have a whole 26 shares at 205.02. Oh, baby, here they come. 1,000 shares, 206. 250, 206. Where, oh my gosh, where are all the 205s now? Where the heck are they? Oh, they've got 5 left now at 2055. That's strong, 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 very strong. 5 whole shares at 2055. Huh. And 26 big shares at 205.02, everybody. But I think this is the signal here. 333 at 205 is like, we're done here. We're done. We're done at 205. That's it. 333. The Masons number, folks. 33rd Masons right there. And this stock is RKTO. RKTO. Oh my. I guess there are no more 205s. At the number 205, I guess they ran out at what amount? What did they run out at? 2,203,433. See that? They even ended that number on a 33. 2,220,3433. 3433. And what do you know? They ended at 333. The 205s ran out 333. There sure is a lot of buying here at 206, isn't there, guys? Uh, 77, folks. Don't give up. The 333 and now 77, folks, at 205. Oh, good. Well, they were able to print off another 77 there. Nice. I guess they pulled off the last number, 77 at 205. And the price closed today at 197, folks. Look at these dumpers. They drummed up some more shares at 205, folks. They must have went and borrowed a bunch more. And look at that. They sell 1,600 there at 205 and then 10 shares and it's back to 206. And then they try a one share at 205. They're trying to hold it there with one share now. One share, folks. One share. Why not throw out some more 1,600s and 400s and 100s? No, they're just going to go with one, one, one. Nice try, Shorty. I love it. That's impressive. One whole share now to hold it at 205. One share. This is RKTO. RKTO. Literally 30 minutes ago, the price was at 210, 211. People buying 25,000 shares, 30,000 shares bought at 210 and 211. And now they run it back down to a make believe number, 205, where you're supposed to think that they've traded now 2,205,896 shares. Now, I want you to be aware of something, folks. They're wanting you to believe that at this price of 205, they're trying to get you to believe that at 205, they've had 2,220,000 shares, but at 1 penny below that, they've only had 631,000. But somehow, mysteriously, at this price, they've had 2,220,000. And here, they've only had 853. 631, 853,000. But here, somehow, they've had 2,205,000 shares for sale. It seems a little fishy to me. Seems a little fishy to me. Down below, 631,041. Here, 2,205,896. Here, 854,000 shares. It seems fishy. Dub says, I want to be a market maker when I grow up. I hear you. Well, I don't understand how they can only have 631,000 here and how they can only have 854,000 here, but they can have 2,207,199 there. Seems fishy to me. I have to call it out for what I see it as. Very suspicious. Very, very suspicious. Very, very, very suspicious is all I can say. Very suspicious. And here in the after hours, it continues to blow my mind that they have so many shares for sale at 205. How? Look at that. They just sold 23,000 shares at 205, supposedly. From where? Where did those come from? Where did those come from? 23,000 shares. And by the way, when they dumped that many shares, I bet they thought the price would fall to 204. But no, all of them were bought at 205, folks. All 23,000 went from someone that didn't want them to someone that does want them. And here again, all 5,000 shares went from someone who doesn't want them to someone who does. And look at that. After 5,000 shares at 205, one share pushes it over. See how the manipulation is? One share pushes it over. 5,000 here, 6,000. You're talking 30,000 shares sold there at the exact same second. 1649 in 30 seconds. That's right, in the exact same second, all those shares were sold at 205, and even including 23,000, 23,500, 24,000, 24,600, 25,600, 26,000, 26,100, 20, 31, 31,000 shares sold there in the same second, 31,000 shares. And then one share later, the price is at 205.18. Just one share, folks. You look at all those shares at 205, and one share pushes it to 205.18. Oh, now they've printed out some 202s. Oh my gosh, they're never going to stop, I guess, folks. They got the printer going. They got the fabricating shares now. The fabricator has just come out. The fabricator has just broken out. Now let's fabricate some fake shares at 202 for a while. Fabricating, folks. And look at it, just jumped right back up to 205 again. Look at that fabrication. Look at the fabricating here. One share at 202.32. One share at 202.06. Oh man, look at him try to drive it down to $2 and somebody snapped it up at 202.5. Oh, the fakery, all the fake and shake and bake and fake. Man, this RKTO, man, they're faking it up big time. They're faking this thing out. They're fake selling. There you go. One share, one share, one share. I hear you. I hear you, Jayhawk. The one share was me. Well, goodness gracious. These fabricators of fictional shares to sell in the after hours, they just don't quit, do they? They really don't quit. They just keep trying and keep trying and keep trying. Even though the price closed at 197, what kind of achievement is it to run it down to 201? Right? If it closed at 197, what kind of an achievement it is to run it down to $2? Oh shit. 206 now. Did they just give it everything they had right there and blow their wad? Did they just blow their wad right there? Did they blow their wad? Did they blow their wad, folks? Look at this, 1,000 and it's at 206. I think they just blew their whole wad right there. Everything they had. Right there, everything. Look at that, 1,000 at 206. They must have blown it all. They must have thrown it all out right then. They must have given it the Katie bar the door right there. That was it, folks. Final effort, final try. 201. Give it a try. After that, 206. Watch it fly. Look at the fake share at 201. Fake share at 201. Well, everybody, I'm getting hungry. I'm going to get on out of here. We'll see what it does. You saw what I did. I sold it all. I got $600 to buy with tomorrow morning. I hope you guys have a great night. Thank you all for being here with me. I appreciate it very much. I hope that we will see this thing go right on back up even higher tomorrow. It could. It definitely could. We had a higher high today than we did yesterday, so let's see what we do tomorrow. You guys have a great night, everyone. I hope you have great financial success in all of your financial endeavors. I hope that you trade with wisdom. Wisdom. I hope that you are in the best health you can be in, because your health is the best possible thing. And last but not least, I hope that you are all surrounded with love, because each and every one of you deserves it. I love you all. Sleep well tonight. We'll see you tomorrow, 6:48 a.m. Thank you for that floating heart, Jayhawk. There's one for you coming back at you. Hi, man. Thank you, Jayhawk. Thank you for sending that 100. I'll see you tomorrow, Cat. You got it in your soul. Thank you for the hard-ons, the hearts-on. I come back at you with those. Oh, yeah, I'm back at you with those. I'm back at you. There you go. There's a heart on for you. Sit chili for 6 jewels. Thank you, Jayhawk. All right. Well, you know what time it is, folks. It's time for the heart-on song. And here we go. There's a heart on for you, and a heart on for me. There's a heart on the screen for everybody to see. There's a heart on for you, and a heart on for me. There's a heart on the screen for everybody to see. Oh, yeah. All right. Thank you, all you hardworking people. All right, everyone. God bless you all. We'll see you tomorrow, 6:48 a.m. if I can get up and get out of bed. Catfish Tyler, over and out.